sitting out there with some binoculars or some such.
Is that a man up our tree?
No, tell her it's a bird. It's just a big bird.
By that big Irish goo 23, the peeping neckbeard. Long. Yes, it is quite long, isn't it? And there's much more where this came from, too. I just recently found this subreddit after just getting an account yesterday. Yeah, I'm totally not a terminal Reddit loser like you guys. I'm way better than you. Oh, we're starting already. It's fine. OP says, I didn't really know what a neckbeard was until just recently. And oh boy, did I know some in high school. Yeah, but definitely not you though, right, OP? Me being 23 now and well past high school, some details on most of the neckbeards I met are a tad fuzzy. All except for one, who I'll call Cliif for privacy purposes. I'll start by giving the most cringy story I have, and if you want more, well, trust me, I got tons. Characters, me! Not the most popular kid, kind of a loner, but in no way bullied or mistreated. In fact, got along with most people. I was just very awkward. Were you awkward or you got along with most people? Fucking pick a lane already. Spooky, best friend, cute little goth/Wiccan girl. Wicken, Wiccan. She's made of wicker. Are we gonna get an appearance from Nicolas Cage?
Oh, no, not the beast! Not the beast! Ah!
Oh, but she wasn't just a cute little Wiccan goth girl full of bees. She was somebody who OP was intimate with briefly. Yeah, very briefly. Oh, two pump chump out here, eh? Never going beyond one or two hookups. Not bragging. This is story relevant. Yeah, I'm sure it is. But we are still very good friends to this day. Cliif is a self-proclaimed karate master and avid fedora wearer. No beard, but it's the beard on the inside that counts, right? Hey, go ahead, pick up that t-shirt over at Fourth Wall. I appreciate you. You could get the screen printed one, but the embroidered one's really nice. Like a little bit smaller, but really, really nice. Thanks for the early plug, OP. Fuck you. Slim Jim, SJ, my other best friend at school, and still a close friend today. Very skinny and wiry, but always up for a laugh, and is probably one of the most genuine people I know. On with the cringe! I always find it interesting that there's like a best friend mentioned in the story, and then the best friend doesn't do a fucking thing for the... for forever. We'll see if that holds up, I guess. OP says, when I was a freshman in high school, I struggled to make any close friends, as I was very awkward in social situations and didn't like initiating, as I always felt like I was bothering people. I met Spooky in choir, who, like me, wasn't very good with people, but was extremely sweet and caring. We hit it off and became almost instantly close friends, talking for the first 20 minutes of choir class. Yeah, this real nice prelude. Gotta get my rom-com in there early. Choir was also where I met Slim Jim, and much later, to my chagrin, Cliif. At first, the four of us would hang out together outside of choir, eating lunch together, walking home, going to the movies and plays after school, which was extremely fun, especially when Spooky, Slim Jim, and I started getting closer and closer. Cliif, by this time, was starting to exhibit signs of neckbeardedness, always referencing anime and manga, which none of us were into at the time, wearing a fedora and a suit jacket over an MLP or anime t-shirt, depending on his mood, and constantly complaining about how girls never went for the nice guys like him just because he was nerdy. I think one of the main issues that you're having is that you're complaining about women. Any women, you don't want to complain to other women about women. And when you're with the boys, all you really gotta say is...
women.
And everybody knows exactly what you're talking about, right? Anyway, OP says, at first I felt for the guy. He did seem nice enough, just a little on the nerdy side, which was completely fine, just not my scene. Yeah, you're so above it all, OP, aren't you? Do you think he's ever going to talk about, like, any hobbies that he has, or he's just going to keep denying that nerdiness is his hobby? At a certain point, you just learn to lean in, dude. I guess now OP would be into his 30s, and yeah, if you ever see this, I do hope that you've grown into it. Accept the person and the path that you are and walk it proudly. Anyway, around December of freshman year, Spooky and I were talking about hanging out at her place that night since her parents were out of town for the weekend, and her older sister didn't care what she did as long as the house remained intact. Yeah, this is like, there's no neckbeard mentioned at all, really. He's gonna be like, oh, I totally hooked up with that chick and made neckbeard got jealous. Okay, seen it 1,000 times. At this time, Spooky and I were exploring the possibility of dating, since we both liked each other and wanted to see if anything would come of it. Oh yeah, is that how you talked it out as like a freshman high schooler? I doubt that. Nobody talks about anything when they're a teenager. It's all crimes of passion all around. Anyway, unfortunately and predictably, however, Cliif also had feelings for Spooky, and he would make that painfully clear anytime her and I were talking. One such instance goes as follows. Spooky and I talking in choir. OP says, if you want, we could get like Chinese or something. Spooky, oh, can we get Rangoon? OP, the fuck's Rangoon? Before Spooky could answer, Cliif plopped down next to her, glaring at me. Cliif, hey, if you don't mind, me and the lady want to talk. Do we now? Spooky and I just stared at him for a moment before Spooky said, actually, me and OP were talking, so what the fuck, man? Cliif looks taken aback, like what she said was news to him. Cliif, but darling, weren't you saying yesterday that you wanted to have a talk with me? Alone? Without him? When he said him, his eyes were boring into mine, giving me a weird feeling. What sort of weird feeling?
That means you're gay.
Like he's challenging you for dominance? You should take him up on his offer. Pistols at dawn. Opie says Cliif was not usually a hostile guy, so this was pretty out of character. Yeah, well, hormones are a hell of a thing, you know? Spooky starts inching away from Cliif and says, no, I didn't. And could you not call me darling? Cause, yeah, that's pretty fucking weird, bro. I nodded in agreement. That is pretty weird, man. What's up with you? Without missing a beat, Cliif stands up, jamming a finger into my chest and saying very loudly, Cliif, I know you only want to bag her, so just back off before I hurt you. Trust me, I'm a black belt in karate. I know how to hurt people. Now, I'm in no way saying that a pudgy 16-year-old can't be a black belt in karate, but it did seem highly unlikely. Yeah, you think that for a millisecond before he jams your nose bone up into your brain. You better watch out. Keep your fucking head on a swivel. OP says, at this point, though, my temper was starting to wear thin. But before I could even say anything, Spooky got right into his face. Spooky, you don't say that shit about him. Also, it's none of your freaking business what we do, so piss off. Oh yeah, totally owned. Like, we all know this is gonna end with them banging, so Cliif basically called it. I'm taking bets. Do you think they did or not? Let me know. Anyway, after a series of incoherent mumbles, yeah, because her comeback was just so fire. What an amazing retort. Hey, don't say that about him. Okay, I guess I'll go away then. I don't know if I buy it. Cliif stormed off. The teacher called him over and reprimanded him for yelling and sent him to the office. Oh yeah, that's insult to injury. Take that. I don't believe it happened either. That was the last we saw of him that day. Fast forward to that night at Spooky's house. We were 3 movies deep into a Star Wars marathon and making out pretty heavily. As we were kissing, her phone kept buzzing, and she stopped kissing me to answer, thinking it was her parents, but no, it was always Cliif. Why don't you just... Well, I guess you can't, if the parents are gonna call and shit. Also, what's with the Star Wars movie marathon? It's sort of like a dumb pretense. We know what we came here to do, don't we? Anyway, we were both pretty pissed off at this point, both being horned up teenagers who just wanted some privacy, so eventually Spooky turned her phone off and led me upstairs. Yep, 100%. I'm gonna redact all of this for YouTube reasons. But yeah, they did it, okay? Mercifully, it's only a sentence, but confirmed. Confirmed exactly what we already fucking knew from the beginning. And after we finished, we just laid there watching TV in her room, cuddling and enjoying each other's company. Both of us coming to the agreement that we didn't want to date, but we would definitely stay friends with benefits for a while at least. Before you judge us, we were just two awkward teens who felt comfort with each other, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself there, fella. I don't give a fuck. As a nearly 40-year-old man, I'm like, yeah, yeesh, I don't know. But when I was this age, like, that's exactly what it was. That's those crimes of passion that I was talking about earlier. I'll tell you one thing, like, this fucking makes me miss the neckbeard real bad. These moments of just, like, nothing interesting happening. I guess it's interesting to you. I'm not that interested in this part, okay. Continuing on, after about an hour, she decides to check her phone, going back downstairs to get it. After a minute, I hear her running up the stairs, calling my name and bursting into her room, fear and rage mixed on her face. When I asked her what was wrong, she showed me her phone and a text thread from Cliif. Upon reading them, my stomach turned.
Where'd you go? Really? You're upstairs? You whore?
Etc., etc. I looked at her window, curtains being semi-closed, but still open enough to see out of, and saw that there was a tree directly across from her window that anyone even semi-athletic could climb. Yeah, I don't know if that includes, what's his fucking name? He's so forgettable. Cliif! Got it! Opie says I sprinted toward the window and I threw open the curtains all the way, and I saw the distinct outline of a figure sprinting down the street. Spooky and I sat in stunned silence before I went to my jeans and pulled out my phone. OP, I'm calling the fucking cops. Spooky nodded, sitting on the bed, looking like she was about to cry. I mean, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Sitting out there with some binoculars or some such. Where'd he even get those fucking things?
Is that a man up our tree?
No, tell her it's a bird. It's just a big bird.
I guess the question then becomes whether the onus is on me to close the curtains or on you to not buy the binoculars. And in that case, indeed, I think probably we should just close the curtains. Like, sorry it happened, but next time. You know, this is how we learn and grow. She called her parents, and I called mine, and explained the situation, and while they weren't thrilled with me and her doing it, they were more concerned with what happened. After I called the police, an officer showed up, and we described Cliif, showed her the texts he'd sent, and gave her his address. She told us that she didn't know if all that was enough to go on, but she'd definitely check it out. When she left, I checked my phone again, and to my horror, I saw a picture message from Cliif. My heart filled with dread as I opened it, and sure enough, it was a blurry but unmistakable picture of Spooky on top with the caption, "Damn, do you even know how to do it?" He doesn't, and thanks for asking. Opie says I was livid at this point, but decided that the picture was good evidence against Cliif. After an hour of waiting, the officer who had responded come by and told him they found him at a gas station, and when they asked him where he'd been, he just panicked and tried to run. He didn't get very far. Is that enough to arrest him? Probably so. You have to engage with the jackboots, or they don't like that. They currently had him in the back of a squad car, and were calling his parents to explain the situation. The officer asked Spooky if she'd like to press charges, and without even hesitating, she said, yes, which is the correct answer. I looked past the officer and saw the dark outline of someone sobbing in the back of her car, and that gave me a great amount of satisfaction, let me tell you. Yes, sometimes it's just that easy. The cops do all the hard work for me. And this is a real story that really happened. After that incident, Spooky and I were told not to have relations at their house again, and we were fine with that. My parents told me that if I was gonna do it, then be safe, and they bought me a condor, which I thought was really cool of them. Big rubber condor.
Thanks, Mom and Dad. Now I can be safe all the time.
Cliif was put in juvenile hall for trespassing, stalking, harassment, attempted blackmail when he confessed that he was going to use the pictures against us to get money from me and Head from Spooky. Classy, right? I mean, who cares? He'd come to you with that piece of shit blackmail and you just laugh in his face. Like, yeah, you can let anybody you want know. What I did's not illegal, I guess. What you did, yeah, technically outs you as a peeper, a stalker, a very gross person, if you were real at all. But really, I think this is all OP's headcanon to be like, hey guys, I did it one time. We totally did it, and that guy was jealous, and I'm not a nerd, everybody. Okay, we believe you now. Anyway, Spooky's family also wrote up a restraining order against Cliif, and my family's doing the same. But that was far from the last we'd hear from him. TLDR, self-proclaimed karate expert, spies on me and Spooky doing it. And he takes pictures and said he's gonna blackmail us, and then he gets arrested. I hope you enjoyed this cringe fest. Sorry it was kind of long, and if you want more stories, I'm happy to share. Yeah, that would be a treat, wouldn't it? More stories from you. What I really want to do is crawl around inside your brain, you know? What would possess you to sit down and write thousands of words that really could have been summed up in a sentence or two? Like, yeah, me and my girlfriend did it one time, and a neckbeard was jealous. Actually, she wasn't really my girlfriend. It was more like a friends with benefits thing. But also, still, I'm really cool, and I never had a Reddit account or did nerd stuff before. Okay. Yeah, cool. Great for you, buddy. I know the Gubbinses could see through this shit, so I'm gonna pass it to them. What did you think, boys?
He exploits a woman's violation to advertise his own mediocre virility. Witnesses. He framed a crime scene just to announce he was in the bedroom. He is a scavenger of trauma. Dark Gubbins.
Damn, he nailed that one down real hard. Exploiting her violation to advertise his own mediocre virility. It's gonna be a hard one to keep up with, young Gubbins, but I believe you could do it. Show me what you got.
He wraps a story about fear around a desperate scream of "I did the sex act." He is a bragging blister that thinks his pus is gold. We see your tiny wiggling ego, little worm. Gubbins.
That's right, we do. It's the most pungent, pustulant thing in the room. I don't like it. I don't like the neckbeard either, of course. Like, he's also very heinous and despicable. But, yeah, Dark Gubbins' framing is just so on point. Like, really, he should be concerned about her, you know, and how she feels about the situation. But he's just like, at least I got my revenge. I saw him in the cop cars. Like, she's nothing but a prop in the story. And I think it's telling. But we'll crawl around through this dude's brain just a little bit more. And also, thanks so much for joining me. Hey, join up on the Patreon or the YouTube memberships if you haven't yet. I'd appreciate that. And whether you do it or you don't, we're still going to continue on into our next story. Beauty and the Weeb. This seems to be a multi-part series. It's also formatted incorrectly, so it's going to be a real bitch to read some of the dialogue here, but we'll roll on through it. It's all fine and normal. So, since the story of the peeping neckbeard got such a positive response, I decided to share another story. However, this one does not involve Cliif, the peeper, but does involve Slim Jim, Spooky, and I. Not sure if the person in this story counts as a neckbeard, but it's still plenty cringy, with a healthy dose of maladying. Yeah, mostly from OP though. Without further ado, here's the story of a disastrous homecoming. Yeah, high school's a serious place.
High school is such a serious thing.
These problems definitely matter.
These problems matter.
OP, Spooky, Slim Jim, last but not least, we'll call him Shades for this story, considering that he always wore a pair of Ozzy Osbourne-style sunglasses, like, every day. Honestly, pretty fucking sick. So, a year after the Cliif incident, my two friends and I were eating lunch discussing the upcoming homecoming dance, whether or not we even wanted to go or just blow it off and spend the night getting stoned. But don't do drugs, kids. Or just hang out at Slim Jim's house for a movie night. As we were talking, the unmistakable whiff of BO slammed into us like a freight train, and we collectively turned to see what I would define as Elton John going through an emo phase. What is that supposed to mean? Like the star sunglasses? Honestly, that's a pretty good way to go. I like how it's, we're all too cool to care about the homecoming dance. So was I. But it's not about being cool, it's about biting back and not funding a system that hates you. So Shades was a junior, and we were all sophomores. And Shades was the weirdest looking individual I'd ever seen in my life at the time. He had long black hair down to his shoulders with blonde highlights and an eagle feather. He's a character, dude. That guy does a lot of cocaine.
Hey, Johnny Hot Dog! Guess what I just did? Cocaine! He didn't even answer.
A dark purple top hat he carried under his arm. My school didn't let you wear hats. A black denim vest decorated with pins that now I know were from various anime. A purple shirt with a winking little girl on it. A chained wallet and UFO pants. If you don't know what those are, Google it, because they were definitely a thing at my school. Yeah, big baggy spaceman pants. Neat. Now, when I say this guy looked unclean, I mean seriously unclean. He had grime and what I prayed to God was mud on his face and arms. His hair was greasy, and as stated before, the BO was strong with this one. He smiled at us, Spooky in particular, who at this time had dark blue hair with black streaks and black lipstick and My Chemical Romance apparel. She looked so freaking cute. Oh god. Ah! I'm getting fucking My Immortal flashbacks. Do you realize? What the hell are you talking about? Stop everything you're doing right now. I don't give a shit. Out of all the terrible sentences you've written thus far, that's by far the worst among them. That's made me hate you irrevocably more than anything else you've said so far. So congratulations. And for that reason, she must have been chum in the water for this guy's type. In a very nasally voice, he said, "Oh, well, hello there, gorgeous. What's a fine specimen like you doing with cucks like these?" This is a fucking 4chan green text come to life, isn't it? That's why I'd never heard of Reddit. This is all OP's like schizophrenic headcanon. Me and Slim Jim looked at each other to confirm that we just had indeed been referenced as cucks, and then we looked to Spooky for her reaction. In typical Spooky fashion, she tore the guy a new one. Yeah, she's tough and cute and cool, don't forget everybody, and I'm banging her too, don't forget that part either. That's worth noting if you forgot somehow. Spooky says, "First of all, fucko, don't just waltzy up to strangers like you're the hottest shit since magma." Whoa, dude. Magma from the mantle of the earth, bitch. Oh! She's got the sickest burns, dude. What burns harder than magma? Fucking write it down. I can't, my pen's on fire. Secondly, the cucks and I were having a conversation, so would you mind fucking off? I paraphrased since I don't exactly remember what she said. Paraphrased and called yourself a cuck? We got things that need to be unpacked here, OP. I don't know if you've fully sat in silence and realized some things about yourself, but I'd encourage it. Anyway, Shades chuckled and waggled a finger at her in possibly the creepiest way that one can waggle. I know a creepier way, but I'm not trying to give out tips. Shades says, Now, a lady should always remain cordial and use proper language when speaking to a superior. As it happens, I heard you talking about the dance, and I was wondering if you'd do me the honor of attending said soiree. You have to wear the top hat and eagle feather. That's the only way that I'm gonna agree to go. Joke's on me, I guess, because he wears that shit every day. OP says, there's a few things wrong with this. The disrespect towards Spooky was an obvious blood boiler, but just the tone of voice that this prick used. A simpering, very condescending one, like he was talking to a toddler. Slim Jim calmly told the guy, the nice lady's actually going with the cuck. Sorry, Dick Cheese. I assume he was talking about me, as I'd planned on asking Spooky, but wasn't sure that I should. And a nice move from Slim Jim as well to separate himself from the insult. Now it's just OP that's sitting in the chair in the corner of the hotel room all alone. Is this what you wanted, really? I want you to think very carefully before you say yes, okay? Shade's eyes settled on me. Trying my best to stay calm, he let out an indignant snort, and I could have sworn that I saw a booger shoot out. Gross. I do like that part. That's human as fuck. Shades continues and says, surely this goddess would never entertain the notion of letting this beta male clout up her radiance. Without saying a word to the guy, Spooky grabbed me and planted a big wet kiss right on my lips, then glared at Shades, her arm resting around my shoulders. I like OP being completely passive through the thing. Spooky says, well, I kind of like this beta because he's really well behaved. And she gave my hair a tussle, and I smirked at Shades, but poked Spooky in the ribs. Ha ha, we're all having such a good time here.
Oh, look, there we go. Oh, look at them jostling each other around.
Is that a real show?
No, it's somebody's making a joke. Forget it.
Where did the Shades guy come from? Why did he think he stood a chance at all? Because he's older. I'm a junior and you guys are just sophomores. Huh. Shades, looking angry and sad at the same time, wandered away to bother some other girls, I assumed, and the three of us started laughing hysterically. I hoped that this was the last time that we were going to have to interact with this guy, but oh boy, was I wrong. It wouldn't be much of a story unless he was relentless about this shit, right? Fast forward to the dance. Spooky and I are going together. Surprise. Me dressed in a blue suit, her in a black lacy dress. Oh, you have to tell me what color her hair and lipstick was too, OP, and then, state that she looked cute. That's how this works. Luckily, he doesn't do it. Luckily, I don't have to throw myself out a window. Slim Jim is also third wheeling, but we don't care that much. He's a ball to hang out with, and it's not like we really cared about the dance. You cared enough to fucking go, didn't you? To feed the machine that hates you. You don't fucking stand for anything, do you? Slim Jim at the time was one of the only three of us who had a license, so he picked us up in his dad's old truck. Oh, so he's not third wheeling. He's literally the fucking but you couldn't do it without him. Say thank you very much, Slim Jim. Third wheeling. Literally fucking integral to the operation, OP. Anyway, we entered the dance. The gym decorated with tropical imagery. The theme was luau. Oh, how original. And the latest pop songs were being blasted at full volume as a sea of teenagers danced. Spooky and I danced a little, her grinding on me and looking like the whitest thing since sour cream. All the while, Slim Jim was just wandering around and chatting and dancing and eating. Yes, all of this bears mentioning for reasons. Can we fast forward to the neckbeard, please and thank you. At first, everything was going great. We were all having fun, and the night seemed to be headed toward a successful completion. That is, until Shades decided to ruin it. During our third round of dancing, Spooky was getting looser and looser, starting to get more provocative with her moves. Oh no, leave some room for Jesus, bitches. Nothing too bad, but worthy of a few guys' attentions, Shades included. Out of nowhere, he appeared, grabbing her wrist and pulling her away from the floor, yelling about how, and I quote, "No future mother of his children would be seen dancing in such a way." Sort of based, I don't know. Additionally, lucky for you, fucking, yeah, what you said ain't never gonna happen, so I get to dance any way I like. OP says, now I'm far from a violent person, but that doesn't mean I'm the type to idly sit by while shit like that happens. In 3 long strides, I reached Shade, grabbed his shoulder, and before he could even say anything, I belted him hard in the mouth. Letting go of Spooky, he staggered back, clutching his face as I begin yelling, Who the fuck do you think you are, asswipe? You leave her alone! In fact, you leave all of us alone, and go screw! I was livid, but I realized that punching him wasn't my smartest move, as the dance chaperones were closing in on us. A definite buzz rippled through the gathered students. All 3 of us were dragged to the office where the principal, who was hard to take serious in a Hawaiian shirt and straw hat, asked us what we were thinking. Yeah, he was just talking about my lady being his baby mama, so I jacked him in the jaw. And on some level, I could definitely see that, but not inside of OP. He's not the type, that's the truth. OP says, anyway, I told him what happened, and so did Spooky, but Shades, this motherfucker told the principal, it was awful, sir. This thug was groping this poor girl, and I, being a gentleman, attempted to intervene, causing the Neanderthal to fly into a rage and strike me. I like how this character's painted. He's weird, handsy, awkward, doesn't know how to take no for an answer, but the way he speaks amuses me. We all just stared at Shades, Spooky and I, giving the real story of what happened not even 3 seconds ago, and then his take on what happened being not even sort of close to ours. After 10 minutes of being chewed out, the principal kicked all 3 of us out of the dance. Spooky and I were absolutely livid, Shades smugly smirking like he'd somehow won. As we made our way out, Shades started talking more of that good old bullshit. He says, see, lovely, if you would just come with me, all of this unpleasantness could have been avoided. But fear not, the night can still be salvaged. Spooky, without missing a beat, looked this man dead in the eyes and smiled. Spooky, you're right, it can be salvaged. The Neanderthal here's gonna take me back to his place and bang me stupid. I had no intention of doing that at the beginning of the night, but I wasn't gonna argue. Yeah, go with the flow. Whatever. It sort of feels like you're using me to take a weird form of vengeance on that neckbeard guy, but I guess we're both reaping the benefits, so who cares? If it happened, which of course it didn't. Shades looked as though someone had just run over his dog, and before he could stammer out a response, Slim Jim appeared, ushering us to his truck, all the while shooting dirty looks at Shades. We ended up having a movie night at Slim Jim's house, Spooky and me falling asleep on his couch, Slim Jim drawing a huge dick on my face, and the 3 of us laughing our asses off in the morning. TLDR, Weeb tries to be a hero to a girl who didn't need saving and got punched in the jaw. Yeah, by you, the big tough man punching people in the jaw. Really uninteresting sort of tale, I guess, but we take what we can get. I think that this continues on with Shades, the beauty and the weeb, whatever. I don't know if I want to get into it today. I'm sort of tired. It's just all rote and fucking formulaic and not even all that clever. Just so OP could be like, hey, yeah, also bang that chick again, by the way. Okay. Neat. Can we fucking have any sort of character development or like interesting plots? No, it's just there was a dance. There was a dance and I had to punch a guy. Let me tell you about it, Reddit. Okay, fuck. We all clapped. Awesome job. That's amazing for you. Like, we all had adventures and hijinks back in high school. OP, I guess, is just looking back 5 years later and be like, man, high school was cool. That was kind of cool in high school. Yeah, I think you get out and find that shit don't matter at all. And still you want to lie about it. In the very first post, he's like, no, I'm totally over it. I'm totally past it. Clearly you're not, okay? I don't understand the motivations of a person like this. Part of me wants to pull it apart and go even deeper. I guess we'll see how the Govinses feel about it. Do you guys want more of this? I'm not convinced that I do. I guess maybe that's why the audience wanted me to read it. It's fucking just a bunch of sadists out there. Yeah, go ahead, Gubbins. Fuck it.
He tells a story where he is the big, strong antibody. He punches. He gets the girl parts. But he is just a little slimy liar. He is inflating himself with gas like a rotting intestine to look big. Pop him. Gubbins.
Pop him. Oh my god. He gets the girl parts, everybody. Don't forget that part. That's the most important fucking central element and theme to every story that he's ever written, I'm sure. And it's this is only 2 parts. It's gonna break my fucking brain at some point. Sorry, tangent. Go ahead, Dark One. What you got?
Witnesses observe the architecture of a delusion. He invents a grotesque monster just to convince us he is a slayer. I punched him. She chose me. These are the dull hallucinations of a man terrified of his own insignificance. He is barely a footnote in his own life, so he writes fiction where he is the title. Dark Gubbins.
Holy fuck, that's so good too. The dull hallucinations of a man terrified of his own insignificance. It's I might have to give it to Dark Gubbins today. I don't know. The way Gubbins said he punches, he gets the girl parts, kinda.
He punches. He gets the girl parts.
Kinda made me want to give it a... we'll give it to Gubbins. We'll call it a tie. Sorry, Dark One. Gubbins edged it out. I guess we can't all be beautiful people. Beauty and the Weeb, Part 2, Attack of the Clone. That's right, we're ripping off Star Wars now. Due to popular demand? Yeah, right. I bring you the events following that disastrous homecoming. He spelled disastrous terribly. Characters for this story. OP, obviously. Spooky, of course. Shades, unfortunately. And the clone.
Then it turns out that he's the real me, and I'm the clone.
An almost exact carbon copy of Shades, only female. Yes, how convenient for narrative purposes. So, on with the cringe. Yeah, you have no idea. A few weeks after homecoming, the events of the night were well behind us, and it even seemed like Shades had moved on to some degree. He spent most of his time hanging out with the clone, who, in an almost Twilight Zone-esque way, resembled Shades to the T. Yeah, because they was wearing the same shirt or something like that. This will be drives me nuts. It's such a common saying. How can you not know? Such a common saying. They had the same dress style, same mannerisms, even the same glasses, which we assumed he had bought for her. I mean, yeah, bro, if you know the good eyeglasses spot, let's go. Spooky and I were still in choir our sophomore year, and we were excitedly talking about an upcoming musical that the school was putting on. Les Miserables. A very watered-down version of it, but with some of the best songs. If you're gonna do a watered-down version, why even bother? It's not meant... Go do something else. Something more your speed. Susical? I think OP would fucking love Susical. So do I, but don't tell nobody, though. Spooky was trying to get me to audition for the role of Javert, the main antagonist. Oh, I guess it's Javert. I was all for it. Auditioning and getting the role, much to both of our excitement. Spooky got in with the set design team. She's an insanely good artist. If I could convince her, I'll upload some of her work. Never happened. She doesn't exist. I'm very surprised that we didn't go with, like, her being the, whatever, female lead interest. Or at least, like, the antagonist side hoe or something like that. Like, can we do that? I think we could write that in. Even SJ got involved with the construction aspect, even though he didn't care much for musicals. Oh fuck, we forgot him in the cast list, but it's Slim Jim, everybody. The best friend who is also just a prop for OP's, like, power fantasy thing, what he's doing here. Yeah, Slim Jim just, like, building things. Anyway, fast forward a couple weeks, the director told us there was a change to the casting. The person who was supposed to play Jean Valjean was expelled for reasons that the director wouldn't say, and that we had to go with the second best auditionee for that role. Guess whose cocky ass swaggered onto the stage, his anime pins shimmering in the light like an edgy disco ball. That's right, Shades. He had been the second best Valjean audition, much to my dismay and amazement. Wow, the protagonist is facing off against the antagonist on stage and in real life. My suspension of disbelief has never been more securely fastened. I completely believe that all of this happened, OP. That's amazing. Sometimes the universe just aligns, you know? What a fascinating turn of events. I can't believe it. Quite literally. My dismayment, if you will. Yeah, dismay and amazement. Oh, that's a cool thing you did when you smashed the words together, you mushmouth idiot. Immediately he launched into a speech, not even letting the director introduce him. Yeah, bro. I'm king shit now. I'm the main antagonist. If you don't know who I am, you better turn around and ask somebody, who is that guy? That's Jean Valjean. Or Jean Valjean. I don't know how he says it. I like his get up and go, though. He gets up there and says, naturally, I should be in this role. I know every song and lime by heart. Lime. I doubt I'll even need the script. Yeah, with all those limes in your mouth. Why can't I hold all these limes? This is crazy. There was a collective eye roll from all parties involved, but there wasn't much that we could really do about it. Yeah, and the director's just standing by, thumb up his butt, letting it happen. I don't really know how to wrestle back control. Okay, fine. As the practice commenced, we were at the confrontation scene where Javert and Valjean perform a duel, but each sing different parts at the same time. If you haven't heard it, look it up because it's pretty amazing when pros do it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to waste my time with that. This scene in a play or movie that you saw once and you're like, that is so cool. That's the coolest shit I've ever seen, and I need to write it into my Neckbeard fanfic alongside my, girlfriend and best friend who are totally awesome at everything. How are you this much of a Mary Sue? Please answer me. OP says, now, I was in no way perfect. My timing was off and I forgot a few words. That's what practice is for. But that doesn't even begin to describe the tragedy of music that was Shades. For someone who knew the entire play by heart, he forgot almost all the words. Instead of letting our voices resonate, he decided he should basically scream his part. And the cherry on top was that his voice was never on the right key. It wasn't bad, but it was just off enough to be annoying. Well, he's the best we got, cowboy, so that's what you're stuck working with, isn't it? Does it suck? Sure, but most things do. You'll get through it. So after the first grueling scene with Shades, Spooky and I were walking together talking about our various experiences. Was this like a take 5? Everybody come back in 15 minutes? I guess we're not practicing the whole play top to bottom. Maybe the antagonist isn't in this part of the play that they're practicing now, so OP's like, good chance to go talk to my girlfriend for no reason. Or my not girlfriend. Check out bang sometimes. But she's totally awesome and cool and hot, guys. Anyway. This is so painful. So, Spooky and I were walking around talking about our various experiences, and when I told her about Shades, she began snickering. Spooky, do you think he'll wear his top hat on opening night? Dude, I hope so. That would be, what a fucking power play. OP says, it honestly wouldn't surprise me. That guy's fucking crazy. Yeah, like he's super crazy, going down the hill in the shopping cart. Whoa, he's crazy. I'm party demon, whoa. If you want another saga where I rip on the OP like a whole hell of a lot, you should go watch the Velveeta Beard saga, because yeah, it gets a little off the rails. Much like this, perhaps a little more so. This is just like sort of droll. It hits all the beats, dum da dum da dum. Velveeta Beard's really fucking off the wall. Anyway, Yeah, Shades is totally crazy for wearing a top hat, isn't he? We turned the corner to the main hallway, and there we saw Shades and the clone talking.
And who am I? You're not you. Who are you if I'm not me?
But when they saw us, they stopped and just stared at us. At least, we think they were staring. We couldn't really tell because of the glasses. Yeah, that's why the glasses, the power play. And the top hat, you can't tell which way my hair's going either. You don't fucking know me. We ignored them and walked past, although I did cast a wary glance at Shades to make sure he didn't try anything. Oh yeah, you got this situation locked down, OP. Completely under control. Has he ever tried anything in the past? Did I just blank that out of my memory? Anyway, just as we were almost past them, the clone grabbed my arm, and she said, "You know, you got a really shitty voice, right? Like, why are you even in this musical? You're just making my baby look bad."
Oh, mama, I'm a clone baby. Yeah.
OP wrenching his arm free. "Well, the director didn't seem to have any complaints, so I must not suck that bad. Speaking of which, your baby makes himself look bad. My help isn't necessary. Trust me." Damn, bro, sickest burns out here. Look out. The clone then says, "Don't you ever say that about him. He's way better than you ever will be. And yourself, you pejorative." I don't know if we really need to throw the last bit in. Definitely not for YouTube, that's what I'll say. I was a bit taken aback by her blatant hostility, considering that we had never had any interaction prior. As usual, Spooky decided to interject. "Spooky, so did he like make you in a lab, or are you his sister or something? Cause either option is creepy, so take your pick." Honestly, kinda got him on that one. But the writing is still just super poor in all of this. Shades, "Shut up, you worthless slut. You're just jealous you lost your chance with a man like me. Don't even address me like we're equals." OP says, "Oh yeah, she was real broken up about it. You should have seen her. She just wouldn't stop crying." And Shade says, "I know." And OP says, "Cause she was laughing so hard." Oh, fuck me. Yeah, got him again. Totally, just stuck him. This is like the most grade school banal tripe. I don't have enough words for what slop this is. Anyway, at this point, without warning, the clone slapped me across the face. I say slap, but it was more like a tap on my cheek. Yeah, because I'm a big, strong man. Don't forget that. I eat, like, granite rocks for breakfast. My cheekbones were chiseled by the gods themselves. Like, really, if you slap me on the cheek, you're probably going to break your own hand. That's just how that works. They are molecularly perfect, just like every part of me. My bones, actually, they're harder than diamonds, but lighter than feathers. I could actually fly, and you didn't know that until I added it into this neckbeard story. Why not, you know? Fucking just push the whole boat out. See what sticks. If this story happened at all, I hope she walloped you in real life. I hope she cauliflowered your ear. Bam! And Spooky didn't like violence. In fact, she hated it. But I had to hold her back from tearing the clone's throat out, and I have to admit it was pretty terrifying. Even the clone and Shades backed up a little bit. Spooky, "You bitch, I'll rip out your lungs to your butt. You don't ever touch my friends." OP is struggling to restrain her and says, "Hey, it's okay, she's not worth it, Spook. Let her go, whoa!" Yeah, we'll hop in grease lightning and leave this town forever, Sandy.
You know that ain't no shit. We'll be getting lots of titty grease lightning.
At this point, God damn it. At this point, Shades and TC booked it, getting as far away from Spooky's wrath as they could. We stood there for a moment, my arms still around her waist, her leaning back into my chest. But yes, still just friends, for now. This is the most obvious thing in the world. Is nobody else bored with this? It's just beat for beat. People just showed up to like revel in my pain at how terrible and just predictable the writing is. Anyway, Spooky says, I'm sorry I lost my coup, but she slapped you, man. I can't let that shit slide. And OP kisses the top of her head. I had to throw that part in. At this point, I kissed the top of her head, everyone. It smelled like human secretions and Cheeto dust. OP says, it's not a big deal, but damn, I was afraid that you were gonna kill the bitch. You're pretty scary, you know that? Yeah, don't forget it. I'm crazy and sexy and cool and tough too. Okay. Sure, you, whatever. I'm so uninvested with all of this. Spooky laughed, turning and kissing me on the cheek. Ooh! You're a fucking sitcom audience, you know? We hugged and laughed about it before leaving for my house. Spooky's parents were out of town. There we go again. And her sister was overseas. And Spooky didn't want to be alone. So yeah, just this entire thing is just prelude for like, yeah. I went over to her house and stuff after. She was all cranked up because I was like, I'm John Valjean, which that's the other guy if anybody's paying attention, which nobody is because the story's dumb. Anyway, OP says, before you say anything, nothing sexual happened. I don't believe you. You can get rid of a word in there. Nothing happened. Nothing happened because these people do not exist. The next few weeks of practice were miserable for me. It seemed like Shades was intentionally screwing up the parts we had together just to annoy me, and even went as far as to sneeze really loud during our confrontation scene. It was on purpose and super forced. Gosh, and that offended you enough to write like a however many part neckbeard story? I don't know, man. Sometimes you gotta pick your battles. Sometimes you say bless you and let sleeping dogs lie. And one day during practice, I went to take a swig of my water bottle, and moments later was in the bathroom with horrendous diarrhea. Sorry for the grossness. Immediately forgiven. As I was doing my business, I heard someone come into the bathroom and bang on the stall door, and then I heard that unmistakable voice. Shades, how are those laxatives feeling, you douche? They make laxatives that are like completely water soluble? Probably they do. Science is amazing, you know? If you'd like to do your part to support trace amounts of science, you can head on over to my Patreon or click the little join button down there and join up on my YouTube memberships, you know? There's some fun private videos and rants and all for you. For like what, $2 a month? Jesus. And you get a little badge next to your name? I also just added a bunch of new emojis, so you guys should be super excited about that. We got gubbins and dark gubbins and old ReddX and new ReddX. And while Patreon is my preferred method and doesn't offer the emojis and badges and whatnot, it does have like a little private live chat. The employee lounge, we call it. I apologize on some level for the extended plug, but the story wasn't that good anyways, you know? Where we last left our OP, he was having a big wet poop. His laxatives in the water bottle. Shades left the restroom cackling, leaving me pissed and miserable. I reported him, but there was no evidence aside from my word against his. Well, test the water. Can't you drink it all? Just a big thirsty boy, aren't you? Need to keep that skin looking hydrated and perfect. For the next couple days, he'd do things to make me miserable, trying, I think, to instigate a fight and get me thrown out. But I kept my cool, as hard as it was, and I would angrily vent to Spooky after every miserable day. Just don't do it at school. Like, catch him outside his house or something. This is you can fight him if you want to, or not fight so much as just hit once or twice with a ReddX Industries brand lead pipe, because that'll do the job. And that is the prototype that you're seeing on screen right now. Anyway, after one incident where he threw my backpack in the toilet, Spooky had enough. During a practice, she sat in and watched Shades like a hawk, discreetly, keeping tabs on him, and filmed him emptying my backpack and ripping up the contents. And he just didn't notice the girl that he has an extreme crush on filming him. I'm gonna go ahead and press X to doubt once more. My X pressing finger, it's so fucking tired at this point. I want you to know that. You did this to me, OP. You made me like this. I won't be like this. I want to have a nice, happy, fun story. or I believe all the bullshit you feed me. But this, it's like presenting me a mud pie and actually fucking expecting to take a bite, you know? I played pretend with you for a one-off, maybe. Way back in the early days of the channel, there was Jabba Beard. And I think I did call it fake, but yeah, I didn't go anywhere near as hard as, as I am going currently. This isn't even the max, but you'd have to do something like actually interesting to truly get me riled up. Anyway, yeah, totally filmed him. He did this in a little nook behind the stage, you see, where people didn't usually go. He said that he had to use the restroom. Yeah, I'm just gonna go into the restroom with my backpack, or some other kid's backpack. Again, who cares? With this damning evidence, Shades was suspended for 2 weeks and kicked out of the play. Yay, the entire play's worse for it. My parents also sued his family for damages, including my backpack and textbook, an expensive jacket, which he tore to shreds, and emotional trauma, and assault from the laxatives. Yeah, which we had no proof for. It's gonna get thrown out in court, but might as well just see if it sticks, you know? The clone was also suspended when Shades confessed she helped him perform some of the vandalism. Oh yeah, that's real nice, fucking stool pigeon. I took Spooky out on a date, for lack of a better term, and told her to get whatever she wanted as a thanks for her sleuthing. After the date, which we're still calling a date, apparently, for lack of a better term, we spent a wonderful night together and braced ourselves for whatever craziness life had in store for us the next day. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be a fucking whirlwind. That neckbeard story I made up is so crazy, babe. Yeah, but at least we have each other. And then he kisses his right hand that has a little wig on it. TLDR, Shades and the clone try to make OP's life miserable. Spooky karma bites them in the ass. Oh yeah, bro. You totally got him, dude. That was like the best neckbeard story. Again, quite rote, droll, predictable. Like, okay, the clone character that was introduced only existed to slap OP. Like, what did the neckbeard even do in this thing? Sucked at the play, OP got slapped by the legbeard counterpart, and then Spooky freaked out. And then there was the laxatives and the ripping up of the notebook and the toilet backpack. Like, who actually gives a shit? If you were a real man, if you were the man that you truly wanted to be, you'd walk right up and jack him in the jaw. And I bet he wouldn't do that again. Like, even if you lost the fight, you jack him in the jaw and he shrugs it off. And he pounds your perfect, gorgeous cheekbones into a fine powder. He's still not gonna put your backpack in the toilet again, because nobody likes getting jacked in the jaw. But fuck it, what do I know? I'm gonna get the Gubbinses in here and see what they know.
He writes a play about a play so he can be the king of pretend. I held her waist. I kissed her head. He is rubbing his loneliness on her like a slug leaving a trail of slime. He invents a poop story just so he can say he survived it. He is a swollen gland that thinks it is a heart. Smash him. Gubbins.
I like poop story. It is the poopiest of stories, Gubbins. Believe you me. What do you feel about it, Dark One? Eviscerate him, Dark One. I implore you.
Look and truly see, witnesses. If you strip away the villains he invented, and what remains? A desperate boy performing a one-man show called I Have a Girlfriend. He treats this Spooky not as a person, but as a prop to applaud his mediocre existence. We sued for emotional trauma. Lies. He is hallucinating a legal victory because in reality, he is just a background extra in his own life. He is the true neckbeard. He just shaved the outside. Dark Gubbins.
All that was pretty savage and accurate except for the slogan at the end. It's supposed to be, it's the beard on the inside that counts. You can find it over on Fourth Wall, if that were something that you would like to enjoy for yourself. Personally, I like it quite a lot. The embroidery is just beautiful. Thanks for the plug, Dark Gubbins, but I'm still gonna give the point to Gubbins. Because just calling it a poop story, like, Yeah, that's all you have to say. 2 words that I've never agreed with more, and yet we continue on. So giving the profile a quick scroll, I don't think we're going to see any more of the clone or shades. It's like OP just got bored of them. They're like, okay, they don't exist anymore. Wipe them from the whiteboard of your mind. And now, dear listeners, feast upon this. Sick Spooky and the Legbeard. Yeah, she's extra spooky when she's sick. And also it's a Legbeard story. What? It's going to be super more interesting this time for real. Yeah. Hello, you beautiful people. As the title indicates, my cringy experiences weren't limited to only male neckbeards. Oh no. This is the story of the week. Spooky was out with the flu and I had to face Jabba Beard. Characters for this story, me. OP. Slim Jim, Spooky, Sick Spooky, Jabba Beard, JB, Applejacks, AJ, a friend of Slim Jim's who would hang out with our little group occasionally. Nice girl, but not in the r/nice girls sense, I think. Pretty sure Slim Jim had a crush on her. Winky face. Yeah, but he'd never get to smash like I do. I don't have to crush on chicks at all, dude. I just, like, smash them and I'm like, let's be friends after that, you know? It's clear to me that OP looks down on his friend Slim Jim, is what I'm saying. Anyway, enter the cringening! Yeah, again, here we go. Fucking gauntlet. Junior year of high school was easily the best part for me, hands down. Yeah, upperclassmen, but with no responsibilities toward the future? Fuck yeah! Slim Jim, Spooky, and I were inseparable, as always, but had the added bonus of having 2 study halls together, on top of 2 of the same classes. Oh, fuck yeah, dude, score. Study hall where I'll accomplish nothing and inevitably have to do the work at home. Why are you like this? And needless to say, we'd often get into trouble because we couldn't keep our mouths shut for longer than 2 minutes at a time, and the teachers didn't seem to enjoy our brand of humor. I guess I just really am old man yelling at cloud. It would have been fun as a high school kid. I probably would have fucked off, but yeah, my current brain is just like, we don't do that anymore. There are things that need accomplishing. We'll focus on that first. Anyway, one week, however, Slim Jim and I had to endure a spook-free school week in mid-January due to the flu, and her absence was extremely noticeable. I guarantee you it's probably not going to be noticeable at all. OP says Spooky was like the glue in our little group, and my undisputed favorite person in the world, so Slim Jim and I were pretty bummed. Why is she the glue? You're just a couple of beta orbiters, aren't you? Waiting in line for an imaginary goth girl to come along and ruin your life? Anyway, enter JB and AJ. I can't remember what the fucking thing is. Jabba Beard and Applejacks, okay? Day 3 into Spooky's absence, Slim Jim and I were discussing dropping in on her to brighten her mood a little. Dropping of Gur favorite comfort food, homemade potato soup. Yum! Really, you couldn't do me any better than this? I mean, thanks a lot for that. By the time Applejack was sitting with us, Slim Jim inviting her to join us and her inviting Jabba Beard. Yeah, you guys tracking all that shit? You got a chart open so you can write this down? It's called an event flow. Cause and effect, you see? Thanks for helping me to truly understand, OP. God, I'm losing my fucking mind, aren't I? And you might think that I'm being harsh referring to her as Jabba Beard, but let me be clear. This is no exaggeration. If it weren't for the fact that I could see her feet, I would have sworn up and down that she just slithered around. She must have weighed 400 pounds easy. Her large stomach hanging to her knees almost, and arm flaps to make a flying squirrel jealous. I mean, she might actually turn out to be a more decent person than OP, in which case I'll feel bad laughing at the description. So I will watch and wait, and OP will inevitably trip over his own feet. Oh, but wait, he continues. Her head! It was like someone mounted a pumpkin onto a pile of mashed potatoes, being slightly orange in tone. Spray tan, maybe? Oompa Loompa cave troll? Who knows? There are no cave trolls in Loompa Land, stupid. It's only wang doodles and hornswogglers and snozwangers. Jabba Beard had short purple hair, piercings galore, mostly on her ears and nose with a big-ass septum bar. Jabba Beard never shaved, and this isn't a general observation. Oh no! Jabba Beard was adamant and clarified that shaving was a male construct forced on women, and she wasn't gonna conform. And look, if you don't want to shave, okay, more power to you, but I cannot stress the amount that I don't care about it. Yeah, I felt like that this entire story, OP. It's amazing. The thin mustache on her lip and unibrow was pretty distracting, though. Her clothes ranged from very stretched leggings and ill-fitting shirts to tent-sized dresses and jackets. So it's not like just a one-off chance meeting if you're describing multiple outfits. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Who cares? Again, you might think I'm being too mean, but after this story, you'll think I'm not being harsh enough. Trust me. Back to our conversation. Yeah, I was so engaged with that conversation. What was it? Slim Jim and I were talking about going over that night after school. Oh yeah, to bring the stupid soup. Applejack asked if she could come because she wanted to meet Spooky, and Jabba Beard, well, Jabba Beard spent near the entire period staring at me, her gaping mouth sucking air loudly as beads of sweat raced each other down her face. Unsettling. As you can imagine, I was visibly uncomfortable, and after 30 minutes of her staring, I finally snapped. OP, can I, help you with something? Yeah, I don't like being stared at by unattractive girls. If you're a 6 or less, get out of here! My visage is not for the likes of you. I tried to keep my voice level, but upon turning to face her head on, I got a whiff of that hot Jabba breath, and I nearly fell out of my chair. It was so bad. It smelled like a fish died, and all the other fish threw a funeral party inside a sulfur mine and served egg salad afterwards. However, she didn't seem to notice my disgust and said in a very high-pitched voice, "So why isn't a gorgeous hunk of man meat like you not some lucky girl's plaything yet?" Slim Jim was losing his absolute shit after that line, ducking under the table to laugh, and Applejack following suit, because I guess monkey see, monkey do. I, on the other hand, just sat there in a very awkward silence, not quite sure how to process this. OP says, I'm almost scared to ask, but what do you mean by plaything? Jabba Beard then launches into a story about how she prefers submissive males. You might be barking up the right tree. OP does seem the passive sort. This is teenage you. It's gonna be the most fiery, gassed up version of you. But it feels to me like OP just, took a bunch of Prozac. He's like, I don't know, I gotta go sit down somewhere. Do you feel nothing? Anyway, she said submissive males are more fun. Men, in her mind, were only viable intimate partners when they worshipped her and bowed to her every whim. So, not too popular with the fellas then. OP says, now, aside from letting Spooky tie me up every once in a while, I was nowhere near submissive. And if that's your thing, more power to you. But, no. There's no but. I've seen all of this. This is your power fantasy, and Spooky is doing all of the combat for you throughout the entire thing. You are submissive. And that part, it's fine. I don't give a shit one way or the other. We need warriors and poets, you know what I mean? But to not admit that that's what you are when it's so very clear. Are you just in denial? You're waiting to discover some things about yourself? Well, I encourage that sort of exploration. Anyway, OP says, well, no, I'm not into that kind of thing. It's just not my. And then Jabba Beard slams a pudgy fist on the table. Oh, I get it. So you're one of those degenerates who likes to use women like a toy. You just pump and go, is that it? You're disgusting. What are you talking? Didn't you just say plaything? Whatever. OP gets a little angry and says, this is coming from a girl who wants to keep a male version of Slave Leia on her pleasure barge. Bro, all the Star Wars references at the beginning, first story we read, he's like, I'm not a nerd. I don't have a Reddit account. Did making a Reddit account like force you to watch all 9 Star Wars movies? Is that what happened? Is that like the initiation? Or did you perhaps like it before and you just told us a little white lie? A little fibby fib. I've never been into nerd stuff, guys, but here's all of my Star Wars references. I see through you. Saying that might have been a mistake, though. Yeah, apparently Jabba Beard got the reference. She stood up with some difficulty and spat in my face. A putrid ball of fish funeral saliva landing smack on my cheek. I nearly puked. You should, you know? Fight fire with napalm. Jabba. Are you saying I'm like Jabba the Hutt? Is that like a fat joke? You pig? Is that how you treat a lady? And OP says, well, forgive me, I was just under the impression that you were aware that you were fat. Probably the first good line from OP in like 2 hours of this shit. This was mistake numero dos. And Jabba Beard picked up what was left of her drink and dumped it all over my lap, waddling away before the lunch attendant could see. Slim Jim and Applejack were both pretty stunned, and I was pretty damn pissed. Slim Jim, you got such a way with words, bro. I'm stunned that you don't have more friends. OP, yeah, well, I'd rather have no friends than associate with her ever again. Applejack, she's not that bad once you get to know her, you know, and I think she really does like you. Trust me, she doesn't like OP as anywhere near as much as OP likes himself, okay? I stared at her, spit dripping from my cheek, milk soaking into my pants, and the smell of fish still strong in my nostrils. I stared at her just sitting there. Fucking clean yourself up, you mess. OP says, you're kidding me, right? If this is how she treats people she likes, I'm avoiding that bitch like the plague. Yeah, and what if Spooky finds out? Then they're gonna have to have a battle. I went to the restroom to clean myself off. Nothing too eventful happened for the rest of the day. Fast forward to that night. Slim Jim and I are walking towards his truck, only to see Jabba Beard standing there with Applejack, both looking at us nervously. I looked at Slim Jim, who, aside from appearing happy to see AJ, was also a little confused to see Jabba Beard. As we got closer, Jabba Beard stepped forward and said, look, OP, I'm sorry for what I said. I just get really nervous because I have a crush on you, and I didn't think properly. Can we start over? And then OP deals the death blow and he says, a crush on me? Bitch that big would be crushing on everybody. OP says, now, I usually am one for giving second chances, and I would have been happy to give her one until Jabba Beard. Besides, I think you look great in this. And out of her bag, she pulls a studded dog collar and leash. The collar had a little tag on it with one word, my name. Bro, this is pretty fucked up right here. Where did you get those things and what is their return policy? You need to go get your 20 bucks back right now. OP, feeling pretty terrified, says, oh, fuck no. No, I am so good on all of that. You can take that collar and fuck right off, okay? It's the correct answer, honestly. Before waiting for a response, I darted around her using my smaller stature to my advantage. I felt like a damn snow speeder, dodging around an AT-AT, and was easily just as scared. Yeah, remember Han or whoever the fuck in the cockpit of that snow speeder? He's so scared. I remember it from the movie I watched, but I'm not a nerd. I managed to hurl myself into Slim Jim's truck, with him not far behind, miming call me to AJ, dork, before tearing out of the parking lot. Yeah, Slim Jim was my escape plan, but he's also such a dork. What an idiot for trying to pursue that girl. Why doesn't he just magnetize himself and find women flying towards him like I do? I simply don't understand the logic there. I guess we can't all be beautiful people. Slim Jim, how's it feel being someone's ideal pet? OP says, no word, just drive. I need Spooky. Wait, did you bring the shitty potato soup? We drove to Spooky's house, who upon opening the door and seeing us immediately perked up, hugging us both tightly. Oh, thank you for the hug and the transmissible disease. How kind of you. Spooky. Guys, I'm so happy to see you. And I hugged her back, feeling the fear of Jabba Beard melt away. Spooky's dad poked his head around the corner, and seeing it was Slim Jim and I, waved us in. Her dad's not around often. It's odd that he would make this like random appearance. Does it mean something? Does it come into the story later? That would require some amount of forethought, and I don't expect that from OP, but I might be surprised. The usual parent-teen banter occurred before Spooky dragged us up to her room, flopping down onto her bed, me laying beside her, and Slim Jim popping himself into one of those 3 poofy chairs that Spooky had in her room. Wow, she got 3 chairs? Well, that's like a fucking palace, isn't it? And you're laying on the bed while the dad's downstairs? It's fucking bold, man. We all began watching the original Halloween and chatting about the events of the day. When I told her about Jabba Beard, Spooky was extremely pissed. Spooky, what a bitch. Nobody puts a collar on you except, well... OP says, don't even think about it. Oh, see? She's gonna do the collar. It's okay when she does it? That's funny. God, I hate this story. Spooky says, fine, but seriously, what a creep. If she doesn't leave you alone, tell me, and I'll put the fear of God in her. Yeah, by infecting her with the same influenza. I believed it too. Spooky's 5 feet 3 inches of pure hellfire. After a while, the topic of Jabba Beard fell by the wayside, and the 3 of us moved on to other topics, all the while marathoning horror movies. A few hours into the night, I got a text, and when I checked it, I saw a number I didn't recognize. Gosh, whoever could it be? What are you doing, winky face? OP says, who dis? The answer I got was a very crudely drawn picture of me, nude, color on, with a person's high-heeled foot on my neck. If it was crudely drawn, how do you know it's you? OP just imagines that it's him. He's like, oh, that's definitely me. Deep down. He's still discovering things about himself. I think that's nice. OP just responds, WTF? She says, you like, winky face? OP says, holy fuck. Is this Jabba? Well, look who finally showed up. Just a few steps behind here, ain't we? Rude! He says, how did you get my number? And she says, how big's your schmeat? He says, again, I ask, WTF? Well, gee, considering OP is Mr. Popular and everybody has his phone number, there's fucking like 2 people in the story that could be the leak. It's either Applejack or Slim Jim, alright? Now that mystery is solved, please stop asking about my schmeat. I showed my friends the text, Spooky snatched the phone away, and Slim Jim started looking at me a little sheepishly. Uh-oh. OP says, Slim Jim, what did you do? Slim Jim, well, Applejack asked if she could get your number. OP, no, you fucking didn't. Slim Jim, oh, but I did. OP, damn it, Slim Jim. What'd I tell you about thinking with your dong? Slim Jim, oh yeah, you're one to talk. Are you guys gonna punch each other now or just keep arguing like a bunch of little high school girls? You fucking mean it or you don't? Anyway, Spooky handed me back my phone, sighing heavily. I looked on the screen and saw several more explicit drawings of me and dirty messages. She sent several images too, but I didn't look at them. Just blocked her number and deleted the thread. I laid back. Spooky pulled my head to her lap and teased my hair. Oh yeah, that's relevant to the story. Teased my hair just so. I'm sorry you had to see those crude drawings that you imagined of yourself wearing a dog collar. Slim Jim says, I'm sorry, dude. I really feel like garbage. And OP says, it's alright. I just have to figure out how to get Jabba to leave me alone. Spooky, want me to kill her? OP, I appreciate it, but no. If you went to jail, I'd miss you too much. Ugh, I have fucking diabetes now. This whole stupid crap Mercifully, we're almost there. Finish line's right fucking there. Spooky says, are you sure you don't want to call her? Because I think you'd look really fantastic. And OP says, I'll throw you out a window. OP, if this continues on for much longer, I'll throw my fucking self out a window. How's that? How's that for a deal, huh? The night wore on, Spooky poking and prodding me playfully, and me doing my best to stay in a good mood. But something told me that Jabba Beard was just getting started. Oh my god, what a cliffhanger! What's she gonna do with OP's phone number? Probably text him a bunch more times. The stakes have never been lower. Who gives a single solitary fuck about this? Let me ask you that. How about you, Gubbinses? How did you feel? Do you care about the stakes in this story at all?
He calls her Jabba Beard because she is big and has face hair. He uses pig and disgusting, but he is the one swimming in his own hate. She was bad, yes. She did the spit thing and the wet thing. But he writes about her like she is a monster from a swamp. He wants us to hate her body so we don't look at his leaking soul. Gubbins.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to analyze his writing style for sure. We went on for so many paragraphs about what a terrible person she is. And she definitely did do, like, the stalking and the spit thing. I don't know what the wet thing you're talking about is, and I'm not sure that I want to know. But definitely a strong performance. Very perceptive of you, young Gubbins. How do you feel about it, Dark One?
Notice the careful construction of his narrative. He is the hunk, the desired object, the victim of a grotesque admirer. He emphasizes her weight and appearance with malicious glee, stripping her of humanity to justify his revulsion. Yes, her behavior was abhorrent, but his delight in recounting her humiliation reveals his own rot. He is not a hero escaping a villain. He is a bully relishing a target he feels superior to. He is small, cruel, and desperate for validation. Dark Gubbins.
Holy shit, I think I got caught in the crossfire of that one, Dark Gubbins. We need to reel all that back. I gotta give the point to Gubbins because I felt, while I know you're talking about him, I did feel attacked by the thing he said. That's all we do on the channel all day is recount people's humiliation. I lay my rot out here bare for people to pick through, and something feels good about it, but also it's a weird way to get through life. I'll admit that much. Sue me! I'm vain! Oh, finally. Finally he comes out and says it. You're so vain. I bet you think this story's about you, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? So this is a Jabba Beard episode 2. We did a Jabba Beard previously, and I think this is the last appearance of Jabba Beard. That big Irish goo 23 doesn't really like to wrap anything out. He's just like, yeah, I did 2 and ran out of ideas, and now here's another one. It's kind of endearing in that way. Anyway, yeah, Jabba Beard episode 2, Wrath of Spooky. Yeah, Electric Boogaloo. What the fuck ever. This story takes place 1 week after Jabba Beard Part 1. To summarize events leading up to this story, Jabba Beard didn't really do anything too bad. Yeah, the whole first story, it was just fucking nothing, is what it is. She put a few notes in my locker and followed me around. However, things got bad really fast, culminating to mine, Spooky, and Jabba Beard's eventual suspension. Oh my god, things have never been more serious in high school.
High school is such a serious thing. These problems matter.
So without further ado, on with the cringe. We've already started, OP, you don't even realize it. Characters, OP, Spooky, Jabba, Assistant Principal, Dickbag. That's a perfect name, I love it. When Spooky returned to school, after her week-long absence, there was a definite shift in my mood. I went from scowling and slouching everywhere like the Grinch with a hangover, to a very lively and noticeably cheery fella. Aw, that girl really completes you, doesn't she? That's what this story is really about, how great your relationship is. And also, there's a leg beard sometimes, or whatever. It's perfect. It's what we all showed up for. How did you know? I told Spooky that for the last few days of time that she was out, Jabba Beard continued to try and win my affection, but in the worst way possible, even leaving me a poem taped to my locker where everyone could see it. The poem read as such. Oh, Lakebeard poetry. I think that's new. There once was a boy named Jay. How I wish he would let me have my way. I would treat him quite well, a lovely collar and bell. Say you'll be my slave. Gross. I'm so sad we have to participate. I think I would escalate this, okay? I don't want to have to live like this. Like, usually I'm on the side of not snitching, you know, but the sooner I could get out of here, the better, needless to say. Now, of course, everyone beside me and Spooky found this to be hilarious, snickering whenever they saw me in the hall. At least the people who knew me did. Thankfully, a majority of the school couldn't have cared less. That's right, I'm not popular too sometimes, guys. It got so bad that Spooky refused to let me out of her sight. She'd walk me to class and sit with me at lunch, which, I mean, she already did that anyway. I hate this, dude. Why is it even bare mentioning? I don't care. It sounds like Spooky's being just as overbearing as Jabba Beard, but you're like, I don't know, she's hot and bang sometimes. She's super cool, but we're totally not dating now. I don't know what the fuck to think anymore, okay? My brain is gone now. She'd even stand guard outside the restroom so Jabba Beard couldn't ambush me. Oh, this is who cares? It's not an issue at all, and we're all pretending that it is. I guess that's humanity at scale when it really comes down to it, isn't it? A thing happens, so I have to pretend to care about it. It's a fucking stupid note. Who cares? Literally everybody couldn't give a shit, but me most of all. I want to be clear about that. However, as good as Spooky was, she wasn't omniscient. Yeah, few can be. She couldn't be everywhere at once, which Jabba Beard took the utmost advantage of. Oh my god, a hole in the defenses, which renders the entire explanation of the defenses moot, basically. One such time was during gym class. I having it in last period, Spook having it 5th. I mean, you guys have like 6 periods in your thing? You didn't share it is the information that you need to get across. I don't need the fucking numbers. Thank you very much. Sadly, Jabba Beard happened to be in my class, which I could usually deal with keeping at least 30 teenagers between me and her, but as I was about to find out, I was far from safe. It was during one especially physically intensive gym period, the timed mile, that I made the ultimate mistake. Seeing as how the heat was up to levels that even Satan would call excessive, my school tended to overcompensate for outside temps. Oh, it's cold outside? Allow us to replicate the devil's anus. You guys run indoors? What the hell is going on here? Where does all of this take place? In some sort of weird fucking purgatory, I'm pretty sure. I'm existing there right now. Thank you so much for including me in it. I really appreciate it. I was sweating profusely by the end of the period, my gym clothes drenched in sweat. The school was nice enough to provide private shower stalls so that students could shower if they chose to do so, and I definitely chose to do so that day. In hindsight, I could have waited till I got home, but I was so sweaty and gross feeling that I didn't want to wait. I mean, you should be able to shower and not be in fear of somebody creeping into the shower. But like, there's so many other people, are there not? Just nobody saw this whale monster wandering into the locker room? OP also says, plus I'd be lying if I said Spooky being my chaperone didn't play a role in my wanting to stay squeaky clean. Yeah, just in case we like find some type of bone or something like that, because we do that. I don't want you to forget that part. That's important. Sue me. I'm vain. Oh, finally he comes out and says it. You're so vain. I bet you think this story's about you, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? I lagged behind a little bit, enjoying the feeling the water on my skin. And I didn't notice that after a while, I was the only one left in the locker room. I let myself air dry for a moment before reaching for the clothes I'd left on the bench just outside the shower stall, but I didn't feel them. At first, I thought one of the guys might have been trying to punk me, so I called out, "Come on, guys, haha. Very funny, now give me my fucking clothes." However, the voice that greeted me was not that of any guy. It was my worst nightmare. Jabba Beard. "Hey there, OP. Your boxers smell really good, by the way." God. Now we all get to imagine how OP's dick smells. It's just the worst thing ever. Sour, like maggot-filled cheese. That's how it smells. I hate this. It's supposed to be like a terrifying high-tension moment and all that. And he's just like, "By the way, guys, my balls smell awesome." My nuts smell like sandalwood and mahogany. OP says, "What in the name of fuck are you doing in here?" Here. My voice echoed off the walls. Me hoping the gym teacher would hear my screams from his office and come investigate. That wasn't the case, obviously. Well, he's catching a smoke break or what's going on there? Jabba Beard. "You've been avoiding me, OP. That hurts my feelings. I thought you were different than all these other douchebags." OP. "I'm avoiding you because you're creepy as fuck, you crazy bitch. Now give me back my clothes." Jabba Beard. "I've given you my attention and my affection, and now it's your turn to give me something." Yeah, you got my boxers. Just, you can go now. "If you step out of the stall and show me what you've been hiding from me, I'll let you go." You want to see my ding dong? That's what all this is about? OP don't let it happen. Probably shouldn't let it happen. That's really rewarding bad behavior. No, we can't do that. Well, it seems like a really simple solution, but it's only gonna escalate from there. Definitely don't do it, OP. OP just screams, "You're out of your fucking mind! There's no way in hell I'm doing that. I could wait my happy ass in here until the janitor comes to clean." And she says, "That's fine. I can wait too. I don't mind getting in trouble for a little peek at what I've been wanting to see for like ever." This is so dumb. Like, if you really wanted to see, wouldn't you just go look? Like, I'm clearly violating your boundary, but not that much. I don't want to actually go and look. I want you to want me to look is what it is. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. OP says, "My brain was running in full panic mode, trying and failing to come up with solutions to my current predicament. I was mainly bluffing about the janitor. Everybody knew he was the lazy old fuck who couldn't care less about his job, and the odds of him being there anytime soon were slim to none. Honestly, if he's really that old, I'm glad that he gets to be lazy. Man his age shouldn't be working. What happened to Social Security, huh? My cell phone was with my clothes, so that wasn't an option. And obviously the teacher was engrossed in something in his office, or he would have heard me yelling. My only options were to bite the bullet and let her see my ding-dong, or wait there nude and afraid for someone to find me. Neither option seemed like a good one, but I'll be damned if I was gonna give that crazy bitch the satisfaction. Honestly, that's good. I noodled out your situation, and that's what I would have done as well. Although it does seem really weird to me that she just doesn't just like walk up and look. You don't have your clothes on. You could run away, I guess, outside and naked. You're probably not gonna do that, but whatever. Who cares? Really, the whole story is just about OP and how awesome his dick is. I had to write like a series of 18 neckbeard stories to tell you guys all about how awesome it is. Okay, we get it. Neat.
I want to go home. Okay, I want a beer. Okay, I want an ice cream sandwich. I want to take a nap. And then I'm going to take a...
OP says, "You are aware that adult videos exist, right? There are dicks galore. For miles. For days. Mine is not the only one." Well, it might not be the only one, OP, but it's the only one that smells like sandalwood and rich mahogany. and leather-bound books. Just a leathery, gray, unwashed ball sack. Jabba Beard says, "That spooky bitch seems to like it enough to keep coming back. I just want to see what's so special." OP says, "Listen, lard ass, you keep Spooky out of this, or I swear to God, I'll punch a bitch." What'd she even say about her? That you guys bone a bunch? Like, anybody who read these stories know that apparently that's what happens, like, all the time forever. Anyway, there was a loud smack on the stall door, followed closely by another one. This bitch sounded like she was trying to break the damn door down. I frantically looked around for something to take down Moby Dick with. Should she get through, when the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard echoed through the locker room. Spooky, what the fuck are you doing in here, Jabba Beard? Oh my god, just in the nick of time. I was on the edge of my seat for real. I guess, yeah, there was a shower stall, there was a door, and apparently a very neglectful PE teacher. But what really saved OP was Spooky coming in at the last moment. My goodness, Spooky's voice was like an angelic choir from heaven. I could have cried, I was so happy. Yeah, but I didn't cry because I'm totally a manly man with a leathery ball sack. OP says, "Spooky, Jabba's got mental. Run to the office and get someone. I'm very nude and very afraid." However, Spooky never got the chance. I heard the massive freight train of blubber barrel towards Spooky, and there were several loud thumps and grunts. Spooky was in danger. Without a moment's thought, I burst out of the shower stall, and using my entire body, rammed full force into Jabba Beard, who was towering over a downed Spooky. My weight offset Jabba's already unsteady footing, sending her crashing to the floor. Unfortunately, my balance was already off because of the water on my feet and my frantic charge, so I fell too, right on top of Spooky, still very nude. Oh yeah, that's what we were all waiting for. It's so contrived. God damn it. I hate it. Of course, it was at that moment that the janitor chose to show up, followed by the gym teacher. Well, they like blowing each other in the parking lot? What's happening here? And upon entering, they saw my nude self on top of a cute little goth girl and a gigantic Jabba Beard struggling to sit up, clutching my boxers tightly in her hand. Whoa, look at you romancing the stone, OP. I told that big fat girl she could watch and just smell my underwears. This is wow. I don't think it can get any dumber, and then every story it manages to get dumber. It's just, I'm impressed after a certain point. Flash forward a few mortifying minutes of me getting dressed, and the girls getting practically pushed out of the boys' locker room, and then all three of us being dragged to the office, and there we were, standing in front of a very pissed off assistant principal, who looked like he might blow a gasket at any given moment. Assistant Principal Dickbag, "Do you three care to explain yourselves?" practically spat. Before I could speak, Jabba Beard began bawling her eyes out, blubbering to Assistant Principal, "It was horrible, sir. He threatened me into going in there, saying he'd hit me if I didn't, and then he exposed himself to me." OP, are you serious? Sir, this crazy bitch trapped me in the shower, holding my clothes hostage because she wanted to see my junk. Assistant Principal, "Stop shouting, boy! You're not making a good case for yourself." That's true. Give me facts with no emotion, please and thank you. He glared at Spooky and said, "And what were you doing in there?" Spooky, "It's just like Jay said, sir. I went into the gym to look for him since he was taking forever, and then I heard him yelling. And I ran in to see what was wrong, and I saw this psycho standing in front of the stall, holding his clothes and banging on the door. And then when she saw me, she attacked me." Spooky showed him several red marks on her neck and arms, which immediately got my blood boiling again. Go ahead, punch her. Right in the assistant principal's office. We're gonna get suspended anyway. Why don't you serve me up a double dose? OP says, can you call the cops? I want to press charges on Jabba for harassment. Assistant principal, I won't ask you again. Stop shouting, or there will be consequences. OP, and what consequences is Jabba the Gut gonna face, huh? Riddle me that, you jackass! Oh my god, he's got quite a mouth on him all of a sudden. Spooky has to fight all of his fucking battles for him until it's like an adult authority figure who legally is bound to not punch you. And then, boy, you sure get mouthy. Now, I know that in hindsight, screaming at the guy who was only trying to get the full story was a stupid thing to do. But can you blame me? I felt angry and violated and very, very embarrassed. Yes, embarrassed enough to write all of it down into a Reddit story for the world to behold. How embarrassing, how terrible for you. Needless to say, we were all promptly suspended. The assistant principal, after some begging from Spooky, promised to watch the gym cameras to see Jabba Beard going inside of her own volition, not being forced by me. Like, why would you have to beg him to do that? Isn't he the fact finder guy? He's the guy that's finding all the facts? I guess not. He's just like, fuck it, suspend them all. I don't want to deal with it. I'll get my secretary to write up the paperwork. Anyway, our parents were called and we were told to wear outside the school in the hall while assistant principal was talking to them. Jabba Beard kept shooting me furtive glances, wriggling around like an obese bowl of jello. Spooky was glaring at Jabba Beard, holding my hand tightly, daring her to try something. Jabba Beard, you know, you made this way more Spooky, I swear to Christ, if you say one more word, I will rip off your tits and make you eat them. That's pretty funny, honestly. Good line. I think that's a total of 2 good lines in the entire thing, so I don't know. Maybe worth the 2 or 3 hour ride for that. Jabba Beard promptly shut up, looking at the floor, and I allowed myself a little smile, squeezing Spooky's hand. After war felt like an eternity, Assistant Principal Bick Bag called us back in, saying that he and our parents had reviewed the footage and deduced with a Sherlock level of sleuthing that I, a 5'7" twig with the muscle mass of a bamboo shoot, did not in fact force the person 5 times my size into the locker room. Even upon finding out the Jabba Beard was in the wrong and Spooky was just trying to help and I was the victim, we were all still suspended for various reasons. I mean, sure, whatever. Who cares? Nobody cares. Just get the fuck out of my sight. I think that's the right answer.
Get the hell out of here and stay out, you pervert!
I'm pretty sure that I was suspended mostly out of spite, but I digress. Yeah, assistant principal was super jealous that I had that fat chick sniffing my undies while I lay atop the goth girl. What are you talking? Why would he have it out for you? Like, that's not been established at all. Nothing's established. We're riding through hell, essentially. Mine and Spooky's mothers threatened to take Jabba Beard's family, the school, and assistant principal personally to court before we all marched out solemnly. Yeah, the vague legal threat. Ooh, that'll get them shaking in their boots. I should also mention that Spooky's parents and mine became very close due to our relationship and the fact that we spent all of our free time together. To cheer us up, they offered to take us out to dinner, letting me ride with Spooky on the way to the restaurant. I don't give a fuck. We all got suspended. End of story. Like, I don't need the cool ending or whatever. I'll bet you $5 that they bang before this thing's over. Even with the pair, they're gonna find a way to sneak away. Those crazy kids, let me tell ya! We rode in silence for a while, processing the events of the day, or at least trying to, when Spooky whispered in my ear. Spooky, it was really cute how you came to my rescue. Remind me to thank you later. Something told me my night was about to significantly improve. Yeah, pretty sure I'm gonna count that. If you bet against it, you owe me $5. I just want you to know. How could you bet against that, though? Like, considering all of the stories we've read previously, that's exactly what's happened every single fucking time. This one also included in that, and it's just, it's painful. It's really breaking my brain and my heart and my soul all together in a blender. It's just, nothing happened. I mean, there was like a climactic event, I guess, considering what we usually get in the stories. It's just a giant nothing burger. But like, I can't feel invested in any of the events at all. It's just, it's passé and stupid. I'm sure the Gubbinses will agree. What do you think, boys?
He touched the blubber beast with his bare noodle skin. He is a slippery, naked mole rat screeching about his dingaling in a wet tile box. He thinks falling bare-assed onto a girl is a rescue. He is just a panic puddle of sweat and fear pee. He is contaminated forever. Burn the host. Gubbins.
Fear pee and noodle skin kind of got me. But let's see what Darkwood has to say. Go ahead.
He writes this humiliating fiction solely to convince us that a woman finds his incompetence cute. He is a terrified child pretending to be a man by screaming at a fat person. Dark Gubbins.
Damn. Dark Gubbins really just, he cuts so deep, you know? I don't know if Gubbins really has the wherewithal to cut as deep as Dark Gubbins does. Dark Gubbins looking into the soul of people and shit. I'm gonna have to assign him the point. But fear not, son. We're gonna do one more story. You might be able to tie it up, or maybe another Dark Gubbins victory. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes in the next story. A spooky Halloween. That's right, everybody. It's a Halloween episode. Gather round. Let me tell you about some fake bullshit that might have happened once upon a time. In honor of Halloween coming up, I bring you the story of a haunted hayride that got 1,000,000 times spookier when we had to deal with Beardula. Prepare for spookiness or cringe. Mostly cringe. Yeah, it's definitely mostly cringe. There's like this glimmer of self-awareness. I don't know if you're actually getting there by yourself or if you're like stumbling into it on accident. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that. But yeah, here's Beardula. Jabba Beard fucking disappeared into the mist. Ain't never gonna see her around here no more. Hope you enjoyed. The characters OP, Spooky, SJ. Oh, fucking Slim Jim, remember? He exists. That's OP's best friend that fucking never talks about or does anything with. There's also Beardula, of course. So it was the fall of graduation year. Spooky, Slim Jim, and I were reveling in our newfound freedom from the shackles of state-mandated testing, 6 a.m. alarms, and wasting 8 hours trapped in a building against our will, as our edgy teenage brains saw it, at least. I mean, yeah, it's basically 100% accurate. I don't want to do any of that shit what you're talking about, okay? So over the summer, despite a few weird stories, which I'll get to in time, we found ourselves bored after the first month, as we usually were. The three of us, looking like auditionees for the Ghostbusters logo, meant we didn't care too much for the sun, and aside from once in a while taking refuge in the local community swimming pool, we preferred indoor activities. Okay, weird flex, but okay.
God made me like this, and I'm ashamed to be called his creation!
That is until fall. Fall, on the complete opposite end of our love affair with the outdoors, was the perfect environment for us three. Not too hot, not too cold. Lots and lots of gorgeous scenery, and not to mention mine and Spooky's favorite time of the year, Hallow-fucking-ween. As if you couldn't tell from the spooky name, you know. A master of subtlety, this OP, let me tell you. As her name implies, Spooky is an avid fan of anything to do with creepy, ominous, slasherific fun. And since I was an avid fan of Spooky, I quickly found out that I too was a lover of all things that went bump in the night. Yeah, totally. Just absorb your partner's personality. That's a normal thing to do, isn't it? The weeks leading up to Hallows Eve, my friends and I had a very cherished tradition, which I'm happy to say is coming back this year, where we would binge watch every horror movie known to man, be it Disney's old Legend of Sleepy Hollow to Tim Burton's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. He really likes the Headless Horseman, you guys. We basically just watched all the Sleepy Hollows, like... Everybody that ever made a Sleepy Hollow, there's a Russian translation called The Sleepless Grotto, and we watched that one too. They also watched Hammer Horror and 1930s Universal monster movies. You name it, we watched it, while gorging ourselves on all things ooey gooey goodness. Can we never say fucking ooey gooey again? Disgusting. Nobody's watching 1930s monster movies, okay? You're like, oh, I totally enjoy the classics. No, you fucking don't. You watched The Conjuring and thought it was amazing. And of course, we were also getting stupid drunk, which just made it even better. Hell yeah, dude. I don't want to actually experience any of the stuff going on. I want it to be a big blur and then I throw up at the end. That's the best night ever. That particular year, our little town was putting on a fear fest with a haunted house and a terrifying hayride through a haunted corn maze and a pumpkin carving competition and of course a costume contest which Spooky was understandably ecstatic for. Where is your little town doing all of these fucking community activities? I mean, I went on a haunted hayride like in LA or whatever, but yeah, you had to pay to get in. The town didn't put it on. It's a fucking business, alright? Who's supporting that pumpkin carving contest? I bet it's Big Pumpkin. You guys watch out. I bet you're in Big Pumpkin's pocket is what this is. OP says, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited for the costume contest, too. Yeah, just because she's excited. You are just a fucking beta orbiter, like automaton. I don't know what this is. Slim Jim wasn't as much of a lover of Halloween as Spook and I, but he did love it well enough to let us drag him to the fest. Oh, good. Everybody should go to the fest. That's what we call it. You used to call it Oktoberfest? Nah, it's too many fucking syllables. Just the fest, bruh. You wanna get some za, some sush, head down to the fest, drink some beer. You can't really shorten that one, it's only one syllable. Spooky decided to go classic monster movie for our costumes. Yeah, our costumes, which you had no fucking decision in. Is that not like slightly pathetic to you? OP really is just like a wormy little boy. It's just pathetic. It truly is. Spooky cast me as the role of Dracula, which I owned, if you ask me. Yeah, you think you're fucking king shit, don't you? You look stupid. Fuck a Dracula. Bring me Nosferatu! She decided to go with a gender-swapped version of the Fanged Fiend with her own style. Think Morticia Addams meets punk rocker. And Slim Jim decided to be the Wolfman. What the fuck is... Nobody matches? It's like not even a group costume? We're just all doing our own thing. So why is it even fucking bear mentioning? I hate this. How many times have I said that now? On a side note, I wish I had a picture of the costume he made. It was seriously impressive. Yeah, for somebody who doesn't give that much of a shit about Halloween, we can make it up. It can be as impressive as you want it to be because it's completely illusory. Let me assure you guys, it definitely was impressive, okay? If I can find the picture, I'll show you, but I don't know where it is, you know? It only ever existed in your mind's eye. Can we just be honest with each other for a minute? Apparently not. On the day of the fest, we three creatures of nefarious intent walk the town in search of mortals on whom to feed.
We are the Pink Floyd.
or fried pickles. Either or suited us just fine, and we were having a fantastic time until he showed up, that is. Honestly, I like a pickle. Fried pickle, probably pretty good. But also, I'm sort of a purist, you know? I don't necessarily need my pickle to be fried. Like, the pickle's good enough on its own. You're mucking it up with all this fucking batter and whatnot. Anyway, OP says it's no secret that Spooky and I were usually all over each other. Yeah, fucking tell me about it. Not in a strictly sexual way, let me clarify, but some form of touching, hugging, punching, tackling, poking, prodding we could usually be seen doing. And this night was certainly no different. I mean, I understand you're not dry humping in the middle of the floor, but you need to understand that even like poking and prodding, it's still physical contact. There's still some level of, I don't know, subtext, engagement. You guys want to do a thing. A poking and prodding thing. And, OP says this night was no exception. In fact, I dare say we were even more obnoxious, since it was Halloween. Yeah, why not? Fucking any excuse, you know? We were both vampires and loving every blood-sucking minute of it. And apparently another Dracula took issue with this. Beardula.
Excuse me, that is no way for one of such beauty to behave.
We turned from our canoodling to see perhaps the most generic-looking Dracula that you could imagine. You know the Party City commercials with that cheap vampire costume? Yeah, that was basically him. Slick back hair with what must have been an industrial barrel's worth of hair gel, push-on fangs, red cape with a plain white button-up, and black pants. Yeah, I remember dressing as that Dracula as a little kid. What makes your Dracula costume so much better, OP? Can you tell me that? Probably nothing. Nothing is the answer to that. You're dressed exactly like the same idiot, except OP has another idiot attached to his hip. Okay? You're a big gang of idiots, and I hate you all! OP says, beg pardon? And Beardula says, a vampire must always use discretion when seducing his bride. Good evening, my beauty. I hope this night finds you well. I give him credit. The dude was committed to the bit, even kissing Spooky's hand and bowing. At first, Spooky and I went with it. You know, whatever. It's Halloween, and why not let the guy loose and be Dracula to the best of his abilities? Well, probably because he's kissing your lady's hand and shit like that. Like, I'm standing right here, fucko. That's gonna be a no-go from me, okay? But OP, just passive little beta that he is, sees somebody kissing his lady's hand. He's just like, yeah, I guess it's Halloween. I guess that's okay. He's like, I'm gonna put it inside her. He's like, well, it's Halloween. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Where have your dick and balls gone? You left them in the last story? They fell off in the shower and you just didn't pick them up? Anyway, that is until he bit Spooky's neck. Hard! You let him, like, get up on her neck and shit? Dude, you... This is so weird. It happened so fast. I barely had time to react, but before he let go of her hand, Beardula yanked her close to him and clamped his dollar store fangs right down on her neck. Spooky yelped in pain and surprise, Slim Jim and I lunging forward and prying the creep off of her and throwing him to the pavement. Slim Jim, the fuck are you doing? Are you some sort of idiot? Everybody here, yes. I'm pretty sure this entire town is nothing but idiots. And they're all in the pocket of Big Pumpkin! I'm telling you! I've seen through the looking glass. I can't not say anything about it now.
Oh no! I've said too much!
Opie says I was understandably extremely pissed off, yelling every obscenity I could come up with on the spot at this guy, while Spooky and Slim Jim held me back. Yeah, now I'm gonna get after him. You could kiss my girlfriend, but biting her's a bridge too far. Okay, you got some weird fucking thing going on there. I don't think I want to participate. Beardula sat on the ground looking at us in a state of bewilderment. Beardula,
What's the fucking problem? I was just fooling around. Lighten up, damn.
OP, you bit her in the neck, you freak! What do you mean, what's the problem? Slim Jim,
Just get out of here, asshole, before we call the cops.
Beardula shrugged and sauntered off through the gathering crowd of gawkers. Spooky looked at me and smiled. Spooky, it's okay, OP, just calm down. I'm okay. See, she liked it. Here comes the open relationship and the beginning of the end. We've seen it so many times before. OP says, but what? Spooky, hey, I let you bite my neck all the time. What's another chomp among fellow vamps? Yeah, that's a really fucking weird way to go about it, but I guess they're not really girlfriend-boyfriend, or are they at this point? I don't know. She's gonna fuck that neckbeard, I'm pretty sure. Spooky stuck her tongue out at me, winking before strutting toward a deep-fried Oreo stand. Oh yeah, Oreos alone aren't enough, okay? I need you to fry them. Why not fucking stick a pickle in it too, you know? Go the whole 9. You people really stand for nothing, do you? She left me to look after her, smiling. No matter what, she never fails to remind me why I love her goofy ass. Wow, we using the love word? Still no relationship, but yeah, we're totally in love or whatever. Who cares? Thanks for reading, guys. Oh yeah, OP. I love it. Fucking, you write the best stories. Moron. At the time of writing, Spooky and I were reminiscing about old times. We remembered this little gem. Not as long as some of the others, but still fun. Hope you enjoyed. It was really weird. I think OP is going to buy a cuck chair at some point, and he's gonna sit on down in it for the rest of his life. I mean, he's been sitting in it metaphorically for his entire existence, but now it's just like, you know, double plus confirmed. And I sort of hate to see it, but also it couldn't have happened to a worse guy, you know. I've really grown to loathe him over these these few videos. I think the Gubbinses have too. So go ahead, tear him another piece off, you know? What do you think, Dark One?
You screamed impotently while a stranger marked your territory. Witnesses. She humiliated you by equating your intimacy to a stranger's assault. What's another chomp? Proving that your affection is as cheap as plastic fangs. You are not a protector. You are a cuckold in a cape. Dark Gubbins.
Oh, God. Cuckold in a cape got me really good, dude. Yeah, that's savagery. How about you, boy?
A stranger put his plastic mouth parts and spit slime on your female's neck, and she told you it was fine because she is used to being chewed on. You are sharing your meat snack with the public. Gubbins.
Your meat snack with the public. I don't know if that beats out cuckold in a cape, but I'm gonna have mercy. Mostly because I want to show you guys what happens when we have a tie. So, here's your point, Gubbins. It's a pity point, okay? For the record, Dark Gubbins won that one, like, hands down, but, here's what happens when we have a tie.
It's a tie!
Yeah, here it comes. The cavalry to save the day. OP says, stand down, Jiggles. You've been outclassed. Get over it. Night of the Living Bronies. Yeah, gotta love them bronies, man. Okay. Halloween parties are a staple in my little town. Haven't we had like 2 fucking Halloween party stories already? How many? Never mind, it's fine. Unfortunately, so are neckbeards. Yeah, especially when you just make them up endlessly. This is the story of a Halloween party where the scariest thing wasn't the decorations or the costumes, it was the bronies. Yes, vague, mysterious bronies. Just infesting my town. We don't know where they are the rest of the year, but on Halloween they really come out dressed up like, you know, Pinkie Pie or whatever. As a side, if you like My Little Pony, that's completely fine. Do your thing, but don't be these guys. I'm begging ya. release the cringe. You always do, OP. You always release more cringe than I can handle. As far as liking My Little Pony, don't do that. It's a fucking children's show. What's wrong with you? Characters, OP. Spooky, Brony 1, and Brony 2. Yeah, keep it nice and simple, huh? So, as you are probably aware, if you've read my other stories, Spooky is neckbeard bait. Plain and simple. She's short, curvy, nerdy, goth, and feisty as a sleep-deprived Wolverine. Another thing is, while we aren't dating by the traditional sense, although we both agree now that we basically were, we didn't sleep around or flirt with other people because, quite frankly, we didn't want anyone else but each other. Aw, isn't that sweet? I've started this story out with some fucking diabetes. How about that? Now, before you say it, no, I'm not trying to write a romance novel. Are you sure? Because you and that chick have banged it out at like the end of every part. Like 8 parts, and I'm pretty sure at least like 80% of them ended with you guys banging or alluding to it. I'm clarifying that we didn't flirt around because it's relevant later on. Oh yeah, that's so different from all the other stories that you've told us so far. I'm glad we're getting this fucking new information that I've heard 1,000 times before. Anyway. The night of Halloween Eve of our senior year of high school, Spooky and I decided to go to a community Halloween party thrown by the city hall. Yeah, that sounds awful. Anything put on by government, you're not gonna catch me out there. What the fuck is wrong? What do you really don't have anything else going on? You're gonna go hang out with the mayor and bob for apples? What the fuck? You're a high school senior, shouldn't you? Never mind, it's fine, have fun, okay? OP says, yeah, it was probably gonna be lame, but what the fuck, why are you going? The flyer stated free food, prizes, costumes, and candy galore. And Spooky and I, being as Halloween obsessed as we are, couldn't resist. Yeah, which part pulled you in? Free food? It's gonna be hot dogs. I bet OP likes hot dogs. A lot of ketchup. Just the lowest tier of food ever. What sort of prizes do you think they're gonna give out at a government function? Pencils? Here's your spooky ghost pencil. Now get the fuck out of here. Thanks for showing up. All we really need is a picture for the front of the newspaper and you can go. Like, I hate the government, but you're just as bad enabling this garbage. Anyway, OP says, we felt like the coolest thing since personal pan pizza. Strutting up to the city hall stairs, dressed as the Joker, my favorite villain, and Harley Quinn. Oh my god, you guys are so original. Those costumes are amazing. How did you ever think of that? Nobody else would have ever dressed like that in a million years. Holy, and OP doesn't realize that it's the most generic thing in the world. That's what's so funny. I'm pretty sure Spooky only agreed to so she could wear her leather jester bodysuit. Yeah, because apparently she fucking has one of those. Who doesn't? Pull out the old leather jester bodysuit. Oh my god. I love to hate this. Which I wasn't complaining about at all, says OP. Oh yeah. He likes the leather jester bodysuit. It's kind of a tongue twister. I'm gonna stop saying it. I also want to clarify that this was before Suicide Squad came out and the Joker Harley costume wasn't oversaturated yet. I'm pretty sure it was. As soon as Dark Knight came out, everybody was like, oh, well that's the coolest thing since sliced bread, isn't it? Yeah, it was for a while. I think y'all ruined it. And the party wasn't nearly as lame as Spooky and I thought it would be. There were amazing haunted house decorations with effects. Fog, strobes, creepy audio. There were tables lined with delicious looking food. Delcius. And Candy, and everyone looked like they were having a grand old time. And so were we. And then P. Diddy showed up with a thing of baby oil, and shit started to get really weird. Who's paying for all the strobes and whatnot? The taxpayer. You're welcome, OP. I'm glad you enjoyed my fucking party. Naturally, an adorable goth girl dressed as Harley Quinn in a skin-tight leather suit will draw out neckbeards like shit draws flies. Yeah, it's a good analogy. Your girlfriend being the shit in this scenario, I presume? Fantastic analogy. You're quite a writer, OP, I want you to know. We first saw these two specimens inching closer to us as we were grazing at the food table, me stuffing my face with as many mozzarella sticks as I could conceivably fit in my mouth, while Spooky bet that I couldn't fit any more. And that's when we heard the sleaziest voice I've ever heard. Brony 1.
Ugh, your tits look fantastic in that suit, babe.
Brony 2.
Oh, I bet they look even better out of that suit, don't they?
Followed by nasally laughter, of course. These two weren't in any costumes, or at least I don't think they were. Both were massively overweight and unwashed looking. One was wearing a My Little Pony fedora, and the other a pink t-shirt with "Friendship is Magic" bedazzled across it with a black trench coat on top. My mouth was still stuffed with cheese, so the only thing I could do was sputter indignantly. Spooky, on the other hand, yeah, she's always good with the one-liners, isn't she? Hey, also, where the hell do you get an MLP fedora? I'm sure they exist, but I ain't never seen somebody walking around with one of them shits. Spooky says, hell yeah, they look great. That's why I'm wearing this. You two should know all about tits, seeing as yours are even bigger than mine. Oh, snap. Oh, high five, got him. I nearly choked on the cheese from the laughing. Unfortunately, the two bronies didn't seem to like that joke very much. Brony 2.
That's quite the mouth on you. Maybe I should fill it with something.
Spooky. I'm sorry, are you referring to your Peter? Because I really don't have time for excavation at the moment, provided it's still there under all them rolls. Brony 1.
I bet you're a sub. I can tie you up and whip you if you want.
Spooky. Bitch, you couldn't even tie your own shoes. I like the last one. Out of all the lines, I felt the first two were very generic, but tie your own shoes is nice. Because it implies he's fat and can't bend over to tie his own shoes. It's a good joke because it lets your own brain do some of the work, you see. OP says, I was crying at this point because I was laughing so hard. Is your fucking mouth still full of cheese? That's a sad display. Whatever sleazy, borderline, horrible thing those two spouted, Spooky was right there with a comeback that was making them increasingly angrier and angrier. I stepped in once I saw them begin to walk forward as if they wanted to touch Spooky, and we all know my feelings on that shit. Yeah, here it comes. The cavalry to save the day. OP says, stand down, Jiggles. You've been outclassed. Get over it. Brony 1.
Who asked you, fucker? What are you, her boyfriend? You're not even worth my time. I'm trying to have words with the lady.
OP says, you have had your words, and they were pretty underwhelming, so, piss off. Yeah. OP not really one with the comebacks like Spooky, I guess. Spooky was flicking him off at this point, a huge smile on her face. Oh my god, I put my middle fingers up at them. Fucking my immortal flashbacks again. The bronies spat at us before shuffling away, glancing back at us, and scowling. Like literal spit? It's fucking gross. Pretty sure that counts as assault. Spooky and I had ourselves a laugh before continuing with the festivities. Another couple hours passed, and eventually, Spooky and I separated briefly so I could use the men's room. I was zipping up when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the looming shape of Brony 1, and I died a little inside. He was glaring at me, overtly blocking the exit. OP,
what's up, Jiggles? You need something?
I like Jiggles as a nickname. It's fucking super insulting. And like, he knows to himself that he jiggles, so I bet it sticks real deep in his craw. I'll give OP credit for that one. Brony1 says, I just need to keep you busy for a minute while my friend works his magic. OP, what? Brony1, that little whore's gonna see what a real man's like by the end of the night. OP, oh my god, you two are seriously just too stupid for words. Did you think you wowed her when you said she had great tits and when you threatened to physically assault her? Go get fucked. Or don't. You gelatinous waffle. Yeah, that's some lol so random early 2010s humor, isn't it? You guys like that? I got more where that come from. Look, it's a unicorn with bacon on it. Woo! Fucking rounds of applause. Brony1 says, you know we go to the same school, right? That bitch has quite the reputation, you know. She's super easy. OP says, oh yeah, because I'm going to believe someone with the social skills of a public urinal. You're about as clean as one, so I guess that makes sense. OP, just please stop trying to be clever, okay? Fucking punch him. Mouth is not your strong suit, alright? You must learn use fist now. Brony1 just says, yeah, talk all the shit you want, but I bet my buddy's dog is balls deep in that little... And then my foot connected with his balls before he could finish his sentence. Oh, well, I was advocating for fist, but foot probably works fine too. Maybe a little better. As he was going down, I leapfrogged over him and immediately went looking for Spooky. It didn't take me long. There was a small crowd gathered toward the back of the community center, people mumbling and chattering as Brony 2 was being led away in handcuffs by one of the security guards. Gosh, who could have ever seen that coming? Yes, you physically assaulted someone in a public setting. That wasn't very bright of you. A panicked feeling welled up in my stomach as I shoved my way through the crowd to see Spooky sitting on the floor, mascara running from tears, a female guard and a couple other people comforting her. Damn, some fucked up did happen for real? I mean, not for real, but for real in the fake story it happened. Which, I guess, yeah, that's sad. When Spooky saw me, she practically jumped on top of me, hugging me tightly. Spooky, where were you? I was getting worried. You don't remember? I was taking a piss. You, you don't remember that? She got memory like a fucking goldfish. OP says, never mind all that. What happened? Did he touch you? Are you hurt? Spooky explained that not long after I left, Brony 2 approached her, apologizing profusely for his earlier behavior and trying to get Spooky to let her guard down. Spooky told him to screw off and turned to leave when Brony 2 grabbed her and slapped her across the face before trying to shove his tongue down her throat. A few other people saw this and immediately jumped Brony 2, tearing him off of her and basically kicking the shit out of him until security arrived. Well, thank goodness for good Samaritans. I really don't understand the logic or like how a human being would convince themselves that that's the best course of action to take. That it's gonna work if I just do this. Maybe it was born out of desperation, but yeah, still, really fucking, it's just the dumbest idea ever. So dumb that I can hardly believe that somebody would actually do it. Spooky was sobbing into my chest, and I just held her. Anger and guilt fighting for dominance inside of me. Yes, like two wolves. The anger wolf is gay and the guilt wolf is gay. You are gay. Brony 1 and Brony 2 were arrested after the actual cops arrived, and Spooky was asked to come make a statement at the station. I called her parents and asked them to meet us there after I explained the situation. My heart was breaking for Spooky. She spent the entire time clinging to my arm like I would disappear if she let go. Yeah, I mean, next time, let her come to the bathroom. She could shake it for me. Zip me back up, I'm done. I'm in a mood today. A few hours later, we were at Spooky's house. Her parents letting me sleep over, given the circumstances, and I spent the whole night just holding her. Yeah, that's comforting. For as strong as Spooky is, there's only so much someone can take. And being physically assaulted was something that took Spooky a while to recover from. As I write this, Spooky's currently passed out in my armchair after marathoning the Nightmare on Elm Street movies for the 10,000th time, and is, for all intents and purposes, the same Spooky that she's always been and always will be. Yes, forever and ever. Amen. It does suck that happened. I'll say that. If this situation was at all true, I'm very disappointed in the actions of those two bronies. It's not your fault, OP. Everybody's got pissed at some point, you know. It's not Spooky's fault either. It's purely the fault of the people who decide to take advantage of the situation. With all that said, however, I still think the story was, you know, pretty formulaic and droll. I'm not gonna come after OP too hard while his girlfriend's crying or whatever, but yeah, well, we'll get him in the next story. That's fine. How did you feel about it, Gubbinses?
He constructs a narrative where he is the witty protagonist, yet he was conveniently absent during the actual assault. Witnesses. He reduced the antagonist to jiggers and quaffle in his retelling to reclaim the power he lost when he failed to protect his partner. He is not a savior. He is a spectator who profits from his girlfriend's trauma for internet points. Dark Gubbins.
Damn, heavy, accurate. I'm liking that a lot. I mean, yeah. Like, I felt the slightest bit bad for him, but Dark Gubbins takes no fucking prisoners. That much we know. How did you feel about it, young one?
He say Night of Living Bronies because he's scared of fat boys in pony shirts. He punch man in no-no berries and jump over him like frog. He hero because he eat cheese while girl gets slapped. He weak. He not protect. He just write story later to look big. Gubbins.
God, I love that, Gubbins. I gotta give it to you, not just for no-no berries, but because you identified essentially what Dark Gubbins did. He's trying to reclaim the power after the fact by writing a stupid Reddit story. So here you go. Yippee! Gubbins pulled ahead. It was a tie in the last video, but now we get to keep track of points like throughout the saga, which seems like it could be fun, as long as I remember to do it. I probably won't always. Forgive me in advance. Anyway, try not to get kicked in the no-no berries as we continue into the next part of this schlock. Our next story titled, A Swinger and a Miss. Yeah, that's basically what all these stories are, isn't it? OP's just like, some dude wanted to bang my girlfriend, and then another one also did as well, and then also another one after that.
Have you ever had a dream that you do?
It's like, okay, the fucking the dick parade is marching right through the center of town, but nobody gets to bang OP's girlfriend except for OP, and also they're not girlfriend and boyfriend. That's totally. You can't forget that part. Oh God, I'm so tired of this shit. Okay, here we go. This story actually happened pretty recently. And he said it actually happened, so you know it actually happened. For the most part, it isn't too bad. Just a little unnerving, for lack of a better word. Spooky and I have officially moved in together into my apartment and celebrated our very adult decision with some adult activities. Yeah, who gives a fuck? We banged it out. We moved it in and then we banged it out. Yeah, in and out. That's how you do it. In and out and in and out. I'm in a weird fucking mood. Anyway, after a very arduous move, she has a lot of things, and my God, is it heavy? We decided to celebrate with a little Chinese food. Our favorite restaurant's a hop and a skip from our... Wow, that feels good to say. Oh God, as I put a gun in my mouth. I'm happy for you, truly. You and your fictional girlfriend moving in together. Things are getting pretty serious, aren't they? Yeah, totally. Chinese food near your apartment. Neat. Even the chilly fall air isn't enough to deter our inner fat asses. I mean, actually, people in China is pretty skinny per capita. Never mind. As we entered the restaurant, we saw the familiar face of the front counter guy who I will call Chuck, and we waved cheerfully. We placed our usual order and sat at our favorite table, tucked in a corner next to a large window where we could observe and judge people from the safety of our glass. Honestly, I sort of like people watching. That's a vibe, but I don't believe that you have a favorite table or whatever. I don't think Chuck gives a shit where you sit. We chatted about random things, waiting for our food, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed someone staring at us. You might think I'm being paranoid. I mean, have you read some of the things I've been through? Yeah, allegedly. But he, honest to God, was staring at us over a plate of egg foo young. He was an older guy, maybe late 50s, bald, thick glasses, and a couple moles scattered around his face and head. He was wearing a really nice coat, like Armani nice, if I could guess. I pointed him out to Spooky, who joined me in staring back at him. Well, now you're just giving him permission to come over. Do you not know how that works? You've made eye contact. Now we have to have a fucking conversation about it. Thanks so much. Perfect. Like, part of me would wonder why he's staring, but the much larger part of me doesn't care. Fucking take a picture, it'll last longer. After a tense few minutes of a stare-off, the man stood up and started making his way over to us. Both me and Spooky tensed up slightly as he got closer, smiling at us broadly. Weird guy.
Good evening. How are you two doing?
OP. Well, we were doing fantastic until this Frasier-looking asshole decided to creep on us. It's the damnedest thing. The guy gave a somewhat forced chuckle, putting a hand on my shoulder.
You have a good sense of humor. I like that. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I was just admiring how adorable you two are.
Yeah, the whole world thinks we're so fucking cute. Surely Reddit wants to hear a 15-part series about how fucking cute we are. OP says, being called cute is fine. If it's from friends, family, or strangers on the internet that you don't have to meet, but creepy old guys that are way too handsy, no, not okay. I mean, I sort of agree with that part, but I'd like to go back to the strangers on the internet that you don't have to meet part. That's really what this entire series is about for you, isn't it, OP? Please validate me and my existence. Call me cute and tell me I matter, because I made up a story on the internet. I guess you do matter in some way, you know? If not now, then, like, you know, once you're dead and you can fill up the... the tummy tums of all those worms. That's useful. Anyway, Spooky says, well, we are pretty cute, so thanks. Is that all? Weird guy.
Well, actually, I was wondering if you two would be interested in a, proposition.
Yeah, it's fucking Robert Redford popping up here, making me an indecent proposal. It's not even gonna be $1 million, is it? He's gonna be like, I'll give you $100. You let me watch you two bang. That's where my money's at regarding all of this. Maybe $100 is too low. OP's the type to, you know, overblow it 5 figures plus. Nobody's gonna pay 10 grand to see your schmeat, all right, OP? That's just not how all this works. He looked at both of us as if expecting a response, but Spooky and I just glared at him, and he decided that that was his cue to press on. Weird guy.
There are a group of us, around 30 or so couples, who get together and, enjoy each other's company. Sometimes we even, trade partners.
OP, holy shit, you're a swinger. Spooky, ew! Honestly, it's sort of my first response too. But also, like, he shot his shot, I guess, you know? It wasn't really all that weird aside from the fact that he's clearly much older than the super young couple that he's approaching. He is a weird guy. He's sort of a creep, but, like, at the end, is this worth a fucking story about it? It's a common, if not repugnant, occurrence in fucking current year relationship things, you know? Weird guy says, I assure you there's nothing disgusting about it. It's a wonderful way of connecting with each other on a spiritual and physical level. Spooky? Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. OP? Yeah, dude, you can enjoy that all you want, but we don't want anything to do with it. The man looked somewhat disappointed, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out what looked like a business card. Weird guy. Well, I understand your reservations, but, please, if you change your minds, don't hesitate to give me a call. Enjoy your evening. Spooky? Thanks. I'm sure I'll have a wonderful time trying to gouge out my mind's eye. Probably imagining the Frasier-looking dude banging is not that pleasant either. But again, there's nothing super untoward. He said, hey, would you like to? They said, no thanks. And he probably wouldn't even have made the approach unless you decided to do the fucking staring contest thing. Like I said, that's permission to engage. Do you know nothing? Have you ever interacted with a human being before? Or is this just all like writing from your own head and you've been locked in your room for the past like 2 to 3 decades? Just making up neckbeard stories on Reddit. Trying to farm that sweet karma. And not doing too well at it, honestly. He shot Spooky a dirty look before sighing and leaving the restaurant. Oh, she doesn't like old guys. That's too bad. Well, I guess you just gotta go find a chick with daddy issues. She'll put on the leather jester bodysuit. When our food came, we decided to take it to go and enjoy a quiet night at home instead of risking another encounter with Frasier's evil twin. As a side, if you're into swinging or group stuff, I mean, that's fine, do your thing. But there's a time and a place to recruit participants for that type of thing, and a restaurant is not really one of them, especially one anywhere near me. Thanks for reading. Where is the list of pre-approved orgy recruitment grounds? Do you have that on hand for perusal? Or perhaps do you sit in a restaurant and stare at somebody and then a conversation opens up? Because I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened, and you seem so shocked and disgusted by it. And really, I don't know, it's just normal. It's one of those things, isn't it? You can be skeeved out by it and never interact with them again, but like, I don't know. Freedom of speech says that you can ask. You're more than welcome to ask. Even if the answer is going to be no for eternity. I'd like to see how the Gubbinses feel about this one, so go ahead, boys.
He eats soft noodles in corner like frightened rat. Old man asked to trade mates and he just make bad jokes. He say Frasier looking asshole, but he afraid to fight wrinkled elder. He weak. Stranger look at mate you smash, not talk. Gubbins.
Damn. Gubbins wants you to throw the fist, or the foot, as I guess OP prefers.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
How about you, Dark One?
He claims to judge people from behind glass, yet lacks the self-awareness to realize he is the most insufferable person in the room. He meets a polite, albeit awkward, proposition with immediate defensive aggression because he is terrified of adult social interaction. The swinger didn't leave because of the rejection. He left because he realized this couple offers absolutely nothing of value to any group dynamic. Dark Gubbins.
Fucking Dark Gubbins cooking at the end there. And I thought Young Gubbins was gonna take it, but no, I think Dark One deserves the point there. New sound for it, in case you weren't privy. But I believe that's what we've got time for today, so we're gonna have to leave it all tied up for now. Sorry in advance. I want to tell you about this story of misery, but actually everything was like, pretty okay. Maybe more than okay, even.
We do not care.
Spooky versus Nicebeard. Oh, we gotta put points on the board from the last story, I think. Wonderful. OP says, hello, you beautiful people. It feels like forever since the last time I posted on Reddit. Honestly, like the holiday between there, just time dilation. It's fucking crazy. But I hope that this story makes up for it. If you read my other stories before they got deleted, then welcome back. And if you find this story randomly, then I hope you enjoy the cringe. Oh, you have no idea. I'm farming the cringe. I'm feeding my family with the cringe. It's fun. How is this real life? This is actually a relatively recent story taking place last September, and it still makes me chuckle thinking about it. Oh yes. Just look back. Do you remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I think the last story was also recent too, which to me means OP's running out of ideas for fake neckbeards. It started with a movie night at Spooky's house, binge watching the old Universal monster movies. You gotta watch them. Seriously, they're brilliant. This is the second time you've mentioned that. Maybe he does actually watch them. You know what? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and say sure. This guy really loves Boris Karloff. Making fun of the effects that haven't aged well and marveling at how they're still scary even after all these years. No, you can't fucking hate it and love it at the same time. Pick a fucking lane, okay? You're like, I like it ironically because the effects are bad, but sometimes it's still scary though. Come on, come on. Anyway, throughout the movie marathon, Spooky's phone kept dinging with Facebook messages, making her increasingly more and more annoyed. You don't just block people? It's really easy. I hadn't asked who was texting her. It wasn't my business, but my curiosity was piqued by the frequency and fervorance that the messages seemed to be coming in at, presumably. Yeah, it's a little bit sus. I gotta be honest. Oh, fucking OP broke the formatting here again. Okay, sure. Whatever. OP says, well, someone's popular tonight. Who's blowing you up? Clearly not you, bro. Spooky rolled her eyes and said, this dude will not hop off my dick. Seriously, it's like pissing me off and stuff. And OP said, who? And why is he dick hopping? This is a real conversation. This is how people actually talk to each other in real life.
Nice. What else is coming? Oh, I love Beat Saber. Lay it on us. I'm excited. Alright, thanks, Deb. This is gonna be amazing.
You should take all of this on board and take it very seriously. Because yes, this is how I would expect this interaction to go. How would it go any other way? Anyway, Spooky showed me a series of Facebook notifications and messages, all coming from the same guy, who I will call Nicebeard. He was actually pretty attractive. Athletic build, nice jawline, and thick black hair combed over. What makes me say he's a neckbeard would have to be the waifu pillow that he had in his profile picture, because I'm almost certain that non-neckbeards don't have those. That does seem like trace amounts of science to me. But I don't know, there's like Gubbins pillows, sexy plague doctor pillows, ReddX pillows, like none of those will make you a neckbeard. I'm pretty sure those are anti-neckbeard pillows, but yeah, they're also not like full body pillows. But I do appreciate the easy plug, OP, you know, nice and early, that's, that wins points. You're still like down a few thousand, but yeah, you might catch up still. OP says, if you do, I'm sorry, but my knowledge on this kind of thing is severely limited. See, just, you refuse to pick a lane, and it's infuriating to me. Like, if you don't like the body pillow thing, fucking lean all the way in, you know? Or else don't bring it up. Just don't bring it up to me at all. And that would be helpful. Okay, OP, wow, he really wants your attention. Where'd you meet him? A little jealousy creeping in. Spook, that's the thing, I've never met him. He commented on one of my pictures, and then sent me a friend request. How was I supposed to know he'd spam me? I mean, why the fuck do you add people that you don't know anyways? Facebook's fairly personal. It's for family and friends, you know, people I know in real life, for the most part. I've made a few exceptions here and there. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, good policy to, especially Messenger, where they could just fucking spam you like this. Like, Twitter, X, whatever, you can kind of ignore it. Anyway, OP says, didn't your mom ever tell you not to talk to strangers? Is that jealousy again, or are you trying to be funny? I don't even know. I don't care. Spook, if that were the case, I'd have ditched you forever ago. This is another case of will they, won't they, isn't it? We don't know what's going to happen between this lovey-dovey couple, do we? Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to see what happens next, he said, as he placed the pistol in his mouth.
Oh, fuck me, I can't fucking do it, shit!
OP says, mean! Let me read some of them. She handed me her phone, and I opened the stream of messages totaling to 21 altogether. Did you, like, is this verbatim, supposedly? Neckbeard. What's up, gorgeous? What are you doing tonight? Do you have a boyfriend? Girlfriend? Do you draw adult stuff? Cause I bet you'd be awesome at it. We should hang out sometime. I love the whole emo goth thing you got going on. Hello? do you have, like, you know, proclivities? Cause I really like to get choked and stuff. But you like to get spanked cause you look like that type. And Spooky responds with, ew! But I mean, you gave him a response and that's really all he needs to keep going. He says, what do you mean, ew? You got a fucking problem with me? I give you a compliment and you say, ew? You bitch. Yeah, I'm sorry. Wait, that was too harsh. I'm sorry. Hello? Why are you ignoring me? I said I'm sorry. Whatever, you're a stupid bitch. Or something similar to that. I sat there staring at the messages, my brain fried at the thought that one person could hold so much stupid. Really? You're surprised by that? I would think you look in the mirror every morning and be like, God damn, that's a lot of stupid. But yeah, I guess you could pack even more in there. Although that's a terrifying thought. OP says, I gave Spooky her phone back. OP says, well, I'm a little surprised that you aren't tearing him a new one. You don't usually let that shit slide. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Internet tough guy? Just ignore it. It's fine. Whatever. Spooky, maybe I'm mellowing out in my old age. Besides, those holes are not worth your effort. Anything I say would probably just go over his head. Yes, because you're so deep like that, Spooky. She does have the good comebacks, but OP's like, I can't think of anything to write for her in this story, so she's mellowing out in her old age now. I've done the 3 comebacks, set myself up for them. They were good, like the 2 or 3 that I pointed out, but those are really the only ones in the bank. Now we're just mellowing out. OP says, still though, you should like block him or something. And Spooky says, and miss out on him blowing a gasket? Wondering why I won't answer? Hardly. See, also you sort of like the attention is really what it is, but we're not supposed to say that part out loud. I chuckled, leaning my head against the sofa as I watched Frankenstein's monster use a little girl as a skipping stone on the TV. Spooky's phone dinged again, and when she looked at it, she burst out laughing. OP, what? What's so funny? She showed me her phone, and there in her messages was good old Nicebeard, who had taken it upon himself to snap a picture of himself butt naked, standing in front of a full-length mirror, striking what I can only assume he thought was an intimate pose, and yeah, holding his schmeat in one hand with the caption, "This is what you're missing, bitch!" I lost my absolute shit. Not because of the picture or the caption, even though both were cringe-inducing enough, but, let's just say it must have been cold in his room because there was some obvious shrinkage. Yeah, everybody remember, my dick's bigger than that random guy on Facebook. It really is. Like, I don't need to show it to you for you to believe me because I wrote a whole story about it. So obviously it's true. Why would I sit here and lie to you about that? I don't know. Why would you? Spooky. That's the saddest looking thing I've ever seen. Aside from yours, OP. She said that part in her mind, though. She was wheezing, laughing so hard. Immediately, she began tapping away on her phone, responding to Nicebeard's most generous gift. Spooky, are you serious? You're showing that off? My god, it looks like someone stapled a mini corn dog to a hacky sag. WTF. A mini corn dog. Just the descriptions alone is enough to win me. WTF, my nipple piercings are longer than that thing. My big toe could give a woman more satisfaction than you could ever manage with cocky moto there. GTFO, bro, this is just sad. Yeah, GTFO, bro. Hit him with the Hunchback of Notre Dame reference, just so everybody knows that we're, you know, classy. I watched a Disney movie from the 90s, peak of class.
Once again, it's topsy-turvy day.
The message, to our chagrin, was left unread, and shortly thereafter, Nicebeard blocked Spooky, leaving us collapsed in a fit of hysterics. Yeah, honestly, we should just mini corn dog stapled to a hacky sack. Like, that's a funny visual. Cocky moto and all this stuff, GTFO. You overdid it. You overstayed your welcome. Like, hit him with a sentence or two, brevity's levity, and then boom, you're out of there, you know? OP doesn't know. He fucking he's milking this shit for all it's worth. So yeah, let's clear something up, says OP. Spooky and I don't make a habit of laughing at people's shortcomings, and your dog size is irrelevant if you find the right person. He's like, come on, I don't want to body shame, although, like, that was the whole thing we just did. Okay. Again, please pick a lane. Like, I understand, you got small Peter, probably sucks, you know? Your goal is to find the person that won't laugh at it. Because I definitely will. However, if you send an unwarranted picture of yourself, and what you show off can be mistaken for a flesh-colored Tic Tac, well, it might be better to refrain. Yeah, cool, fucking handy hints for life from OP here. Up top, buddy, you you really pulled all that one together, didn't ya? Neat. Thanks for reading. I'd like to end this by saying that as of yesterday, Spooky and I are officially engaged! Yay. A life of fucking bland nothingness. Great job. You'll retire, they'll present you with a gold watch, and your announcement speech is gonna be like, did I tell you guys I banged my girlfriend yesterday? She's not actually my girlfriend, like, we're just, you know, it's a casual, will they, won't they type of thing, but we don't date anybody else or look at anybody else ever. Oh, okay. That's weird. Can you take the watch and leave now? I took her to a haunted house. Yeah, we're so spooky, see? And popped the question just as we were leaving. Yeah, as the axe murderer was chasing us. I got down on one knee. It was easily a far scarier moment than anything the haunted house could have cooked up. But thank God on high, she said yes. What a surprise. And practically killed me, jumping into my arms. Oh yes, just the sweetest picture, isn't it? Wedding set for October 31st, 2019. Yeah, well, we all make choices. I'm glad that could be a thing for you. I wonder if we're gonna get to roleplay all of that out. Like, OP's gonna be like, he was what our wedding was like, and a neckbeard showed up. I'm into it. If you want to do that, like, I hope that you will. However, I wish it would hit some beats that I haven't seen before, you know? The making fun of a flesh-colored Tic Tac guy, I guess it's kind of funny, but again, it's only truly to prop up OP's fragile ego, you know? you take 2 seconds to pull it apart and you can see it for what it really is. So, whatever, I'll let the Gubbinses pull it apart a little bit more, I suppose.
Oh, peace off. Too worried about body shaming this beta need focus. He mad he can't unga-bunga Spooky himself. Gubbins.
Something like that, yeah.
The OP couches his disdain for Nicebeard with full concern for Spooky. desperately seeking validation for his own sad existence. He needed to tear others down in order to prop himself up, a strategy born of deep insecurity and likely destined for failure. Dark Gubbins.
Damn, bro. Dark Gubbins, again, just cutting so deep. Gubbins came in with the unga bunga, but yeah, I can't give a point to like Beta needs focus. Yeah, that's what we've all been saying, and clearly Gubbins hasn't paid attention to the story because they've banged like 1,000 times by this point. So I'm gonna give the point to Dark Gubbins. Easy. Good job pulling ahead there. We'll see how the next story goes. I hope you join me for it. Thanks so much. Join up on the Patreon, YouTube memberships. I'm for real. Alright, I'll see you over there. Alrighty-roo. Our next story titled My Cousin the Neckbeard, A Thanksgiving Story. Oh, see, you got some neckbeard relations. I knew I saw a little bit of it in you, you know? It's not racist to point that out, I think. I was hoping to get through the holidays without having any stranger, cringy, or just downright goofy encounters with anything even remotely resembling a neckbeard. It seems, however, that Spooky and I are magnets for these kinds of stories. One such incident happening just 2 days ago. Yes, let me take you back. As I've stated previously, Spooky and I are engaged, and this being our first Thanksgiving as fiancés, we decided to have both of our families over to my apartment for dinner. I would handle the cooking, Spooky would handle the entertainment, and we pictured in our heads this lovely evening of family time. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it can be too much sometimes. But you only do it once in a while, and that makes it more bearable. Like, special in the moment, and then after a month, you're like, okay, I'd like to resume normal operations. OP says, as you might guess, all this didn't happen because my parents decided to invite my cousin, Benny.
I could use a good ass kick, and I'll be very honest with you.
The lovely time didn't happen. Not that Benny didn't happen, because I thought that was a Freudian slip for a moment. My aunt and uncle were vacationing in Tampa for the holidays, and my parents had agreed to watch my 15-year-old cousin, Benny, whom I cannot stand. He's the most spoiled, obnoxious, disgusting, and just downright nasty human being I've ever met. And those are about the nicest things that I could say about him. Damn, bro. Why would you agree to watch him at that point? I guess, yeah, the parents just dumped him off. Nobody wants old Benny boy, you know? You could pick him up. You could be a leader and a role model to this kid. Show him how to actually be a man, but OP doesn't have any idea himself, I guess, so all that's not gonna work out too well. Fine, just leave him alone. The best you could do is not damage him any further, okay? Anyway, Spooky had never met Benny prior to this Thanksgiving, so before our families arrived, I gave her a quick crash course in what she should expect. Spooky, so let me get this straight. Your cousin, who I never met, will most likely be obnoxiously perverted towards me just because I'm a female? Female. Obi says, yeah, pretty much. Dumbass has been thrown out of 3 schools and 2 youth groups because he can't keep his greasy hands to himself. Spooky, and your family sees no issue with this? OP, oh, believe me, they do. Why do you think his parents pawned him off on mine? They don't want to deal with this shit while they're in Tampa. Yeah, why not let him go assault some other strangers? It's a really weird way to go. Benny's parents, I mean, it explains a lot about Benny, I guess. Spooky says, well, what should I do? And OP says, well, if he gets handsy with you in any way, I give you full permission to backhand him. What the fuck? He's your cousin. Why don't you fight him? He's like, Benny's bigger than me. I don't... Is your fucking fiance or not? Get the fuck in there, son. Grab your dick, find your balls, and punch him in the mouth. It's hard. It's hard the first time you do it. But at the end of the day, you'll respect each other more. And, you know, probably go to jail for beating up a minor. And despite the shadow of Benny hanging over us like a foreboding dirigible, it's a weird metaphor. Spooky and I were adamant about making the night a success. At around 3 o'clock, our parents started to arrive. Spooky's parents and grandparents first, then my favorite cousin, Andy.
You got cancer, Andy.
Slim Jim. Hey, y'all remember fucking Slim Jim? We ain't seen him in a minute. He's like, yeah, he's my best friend. He phases in and out of existence for like years at a time, though. It's really weird. Maybe I'm sort of that best friend of some people. Anyway, Slim Jim was always invited. Whether he showed up or not, I'm still not sure. And Slim Jim's dad, and then finally my parents, and Benny. Dun dun dun. I hadn't seen him for nearly 2 years, but he was unmistakable. Greasy hair cut short into a sort of buzz cut, as if it were given by someone with Parkinson's disease. Yeah, and then OP trails off into a thing, and he's like, if you've got Parkinson's disease, I'm not making fun of people with Parkinson's disease. I'm surprised we didn't get that. I want a fucking handwritten apology to Michael J. Fox right now. Right now! I want it on my desk 5 minutes ago. He had thick black glasses supported by a bulbous red nose. Oh, Benny's a drinker, huh? At 15? That's fucked up. Greasy stubble spattered along his 3 chins, and an oversized leather jacket with knuckle gloves. Damn, those are so cool, bro. Let me tell you something. It's fucking, I wish I could pull that off. Except he's probably got fat hands stuffed into his knuckle gloves. Look like you never lifted anything in your life. Okay. Now I'm not believing the illusion so much. OP says he was also wearing UFO pants, which fucking, I like that a lot. I don't care. This is all from when I grew up and it was cool, and you're not gonna shame me out of it. If I want to fucking wear them, I'll wear them. Although, thank God, I don't want to wear them these days. It's hot in the Philippines, bro. His fashion sense was as if someone had covered themselves in glue and rolled down the 90s clearance aisle at your local Goodwill. But he spelled aisle like I-S-L-E, because they got a fucking sand-covered getaway at your local Goodwill, apparently. Yeah, let's shame him because he wears clothes from the 90s. Fuck you, okay? How you feel about that? I'll never apologize for being who I am deep down. A guy who likes UFO pants. Only to look at, not to wear. What were we talking about? OP says, my parents looked exhausted. My dad valiantly trying to keep his face straight and calm. But the vein bulging on his forehead told me that he was very much at his limit. I mean, maybe Benny just needs some percussive maintenance, you know? Like, show him the way, Dad. I mean, you couldn't turn your own son into a man and should feel deeply ashamed about that, but maybe we could do a little bit better for Benny, you know?
You have failed this city.
All it takes, you gotta pop him once in the mouth, real hard. He'll either wisen up real quick or he'll get really, really strong. Anyway, as soon as Dad saw me and Spooky, his features visibly lit up, giving us both a rough hug and whispering in my ear, Dad, son, please tell me you got booze. Yeah, let's take the edge off. OP says, in the cupboard over the fridge, spelled cupboard wrong, I've got whiskey, vodka, and Jaeger. In the fridge, I've got Guinness. Dad, God bless you, boy. And he goes over and gives himself, like, cirrhosis of the liver. Okay, glad you enjoyed Thanksgiving, I guess. You truly can overdo it. Just 1 or 2, all right? Cap it. So yeah, OP's dad grabbed his mom's hand and made a beeline for my liquor. Me making a mental note to resupply. Benny, his eyes bored from scanning my apartment, found me, and he sneered. Can I interrupt again? I just want to ask, like, what does OP do for a living that he can afford a fiance and a liquor cabinet and an apartment and all this shit? Like, I don't know, man. I guess perhaps... But the fact that you've never mentioned your job really even once makes me skeptical to everything that's being talked about here. He's like, I got out of high school and then my life was awesome. They just gave me free money for life, all the stuff I need. Okay, cool. And you make that on a Reddit writer's salary, do you? It's amazing. You really know how to stretch a buck, don't you? So yeah, Benny walks up and says,
Nice place you got here. How many dogs did you have to swallow to make rent?
He guffawed at his own joke, and I just looked at Spooky with a, it's gonna get even worse type of look. Benny's eyes roved over Spooky, and he quite audibly licked his lips. Benny,
and this ravishing specimen must be your girl. How you doing, cutie?
better before you started talking. Spooky cocked an eyebrow at Benny and just nodded curtly before walking into the kitchen. I sighed heavily. Benny,
oh, a nice piece of ass you got there, cuz. If you get bored with her, send her my way.
Yeah, I don't think you'd know what to do with it. I'll be real honest, okay? You're clearly overcompensating for something. Have you ever kissed a girl, held a girl's hand? Why don't you start a little bit slower there, you fucking goon bait idiot? But yeah, instead of laughing him off like the 15-year-old child he is, OP gets mad and says, now listen here, you little Spooky. Babe, can you come here for a sec? I took a deep breath before turning on my heel and going over to Spooky. OP, what? Spooky, look, I know he's an ass, but don't let it bother you. We got this. Yeah, together, our powers combined will defeat this 15-year-old literal child. Like, you're letting him live in your head rent-free? For real? Hilarious. I hugged her tightly, yeah. This is the storm we have to weather. Not how we're gonna make rent or afford our liquor cabinet, but like, how can we deal with my 15-year-old cousin who's being slightly off color?
High school is such a serious thing. These problems matter.
Wow. I wish my problems were that small, truly. LP says, I'll try, but I can't guarantee his safety. Yeah, you're so tough, ain't you? Spooky laughed and said, well, as long as you try. I'll be honest, I don't think OP's tried for a single thing in his goddamn life. If we're being for real. That's just how I read it. To make a long story shorter, for the next few hours, everything went fine. Oh, okay, well, good. Dinner was served, drinks were had, and games were played, and overall, we had a wonderful time. Why the fuck are you telling me about this? What are you talking? I want to tell you about this story of misery, but actually everything was like, you know, pretty okay. Maybe more than okay, even. All right, fucking neat. Can I go home now?
We do not care.
Throughout the night, though, Benny kept making rude and snide remarks about pretty much everyone, asking Slim Jim if he banged his cousin, and Spooky if she liked butt stuff, and Andy when he was coming out of the closet, etc., etc. Overall, we did our best to ignore him, and this seemed to annoy him, because he kept upping the ante, trying to get a reaction. A-N-T-Y, auntie. And he got exactly that toward the end of the night. If you were any real sort of man, you'd tell him to fucking shut his gob hole or we could take it outside and deal with it. You know what I mean? I understand you're 15, fucking smart aleck, but all that's gonna change real quick. First time you get punched in the mouth, you're gonna be like, whoa, whoa! My entire world was just turned upside down. Like, yeah, that can happen, like, at any time. So maybe, watch your fucking mouth. As Spooky and I were cleaning up the kitchen, and our families were drinking eggnog, watching Christmas movies, Benny wandered into the kitchen as I was washing dishes, and Spooky was wiping off the table. He still hasn't gone home? Oh, this is the explosion point, okay. Benny,
damn, she's got you on a leash, OP, making you wash the dishes.
OP doesn't respond. Benny says,
I bet you let her blast you in the pooper, too. Little bit of pegging for the little man that you are, right?
OP doesn't respond. Benny says,
do you think? Whack!
I spun around to see Spooky shaking with rage and Benny lying sprawled out on the kitchen floor, clutching a bleeding nose. Spooky loomed over the terrified little shit, yelling, "Don't you ever grab my ass again, you little prick!" I glared at the bleeding Benny with pure hatred. I mean, now's your chance, big guy. You can go kick him in the ribs or something. Opie said, "You touched my fiance! What the fuck is wrong with you?" Yeah, Wally was standing there talking to you. You know, I don't think a 15-year-old would really have the balls. Then again, sometimes those hormones are a hell of a thing, you know? But yeah, he does deserve worse than what he got. Go ahead. Go ahead. You love that woman, right? You hate your cousin? Then kill him right here on the kitchen floor. By this time, our families had piled into the kitchen, mine and Spooky's dad dragging Benny away, and our moms doing their best to calm us down. Benny could be heard wailing about how his parents would sue us and he'd file charges, until finally it seemed like my dad had had enough of Benny. Dad, "Hey, you listen here, you little brat! Whatever Spooky did you is probably justified. My son welcomes you in his home and feeds you and puts up with your shit all night, gets me drunk as hell, and all the while you're acting like a rude little fuck. Then he got the balls to grab his future wife and act surprised when she snapped. I'll call my brother himself and tell him what a horrid piece of human garbage he raised. And if he has any sense, he'll cart you off to military school as soon as he gets home." Honestly, a drunk mind speaks a sober mouth or something. No, a drunk mouth speaks a sober mind. That's what it is. But yeah, all of that's pretty good advice from Dad, I guess. Anyway, my dad continued to yell until finally he marched Benny down to their car. Yeah, put him in the fucking trunk. My mom told me she'd probably go with him, otherwise my dad would kill Benny, so one by one our family filed out, giving us hugs and saying, "We were perfectly in the right." Oh yeah, good night. You were perfectly in the right. Good night. want you to remember, nothing you do is ever bad, okay? I mean, I do agree in this case, but... like, half the time it seems like OP's just juicing himself up, you know? Like, just in case he could possibly be wrong. He's like, no, my whole family agreed with what we did, so that's correct. Physical violence was the only recourse we had. That's correct. Spooky and I spent the rest of the night drinking and watching The Grinch. Oh my god, I watch The Grinch every Christmas. We just watched the Jim Carrey Grinch yesterday.
Cutting down the Christmas clock, old young, big, small, red!
Every year. I can't resist. It's so good. I hope that you will also participate in it too at some point. Anyway, we were wondering if Benny would try to come after us with a lawsuit if my uncle wasn't understanding to our circumstances and swallowed whatever BS story Benny comes up with. But that's a worry for another day. Yeah, they might take away my free house and apartment and all the things that I have from the job that I never speak about. I mean, I guess it's plausible. You know, he's a government defense contractor. You didn't know that. He's on 7-figure salary, boy. He's on call, but they never call him in. He just gets millions wired to his bank accounts. Pretty fucking sweet gig, if you'd ask me. I don't know. This whole thing's so dumb. Again, we're just hitting the same beat. At least this time, unlike the bronies or whatever that got hauled off to jail, Spooky wasn't like a passive victim to the thing, you know? She sucker punched the dude in the nose. But don't worry, he definitely deserved it. I mean, yeah, he said some pretty heinous things, and like I said, 15-year-olds, they don't really know until they get popped in the mouth. This could be the turning point for Benny, or so I hope. I guess let's see what the Gubbinses have to say about it then.
Cousin need to touch grass. He think acting like this get bitches. He down bad. Spooky did right thing. Gubbins.
Down bad.
The cousin's desperate attempts at provocation reveal a profound hunger for attention. Even if it's negative, he will spend his life testing boundaries, only to find himself perpetually alone, exiled by his own repulsive behavior. Dark Gubbins.
Again, not really funny from Dark Gubbins, but like super insightful. I do think Gubbins was hilarious, but like, I don't know what happened. Gubbins like brain fell out or something. Talk about getting bitches being down bad. I can't reward that sort of behavior. Fatherless behavior, Gubbins! Super fatherless behavior. So we're gonna give the point to Dark Gubbins, shall we? Damn, taking a heavy lead. A heavy lead! We're gonna need to pick it up in the next episode, boy. Because really, all of these stories so far have been like, some dude wanted to bang my girlfriend, but he didn't get to, though. And then I did, though. It's like, okay, neat.
Oh, good for you!
So we'll just get right into it. You know what it is. I hate it. I love to hate it. Here we go. Spooky and the Comic Beard. A tale of my first con. Yeah, you guys want to hear all about it, don't you? Yeah, oh, well... As Spooky and I were talking the other night, she brought up a story I'd very nearly forgotten about, and it only happened 3 years ago. Either dementia is setting in early, or I've repressed this memory. Either way, it's definitely pretty funny, even if a little bit cringy. Yeah, you keep selling me on the cringe, you know? I keep showing up. I guess I'm an idiot, too. Most of you lovely readers who have read my previous stories might have guessed that Spooky loves anything geek. She's a fantastic artist. Her dream is to draw comics and loves any excuse to dress up. Oh gosh, a goth girl who likes attention. Color me surprised. For years, she'd been asking me to attend a con with her that was located 3 hours from where we lived at the time. And for years, something would always come up that prevented me from going. Work, class, family stuff, laziness, you name it. It's mostly the laziness though, isn't it? Well, this particular year, I didn't really have any feasible excuse, so I agreed to go, much to Spooky's delight. Oh yes, I'm sure we're all gonna be delighted by the events of the story. Well, this particular year, I didn't really have a feasible excuse, so I agreed to go, much to Spooky's delight. Yay, we get to do a thing I like together, and he's just like, ugh. Yeah, I didn't actually even want to. I'm not even interested in that nerd stuff, you guys. Let me make another Star Wars reference, though. So the day of the con, I picked Spooky up, her dressed as Blue Suit Samas from Metroid. S-A-M-A-S. You love Samas, don't you guys? And me as Simon Belmont from the Castlevania games. We were going retro. Yeah, I guess it is super retro. Complete with spear and whip. Don't worry about why I have a whip. And away we went. Yeah, that's pretty gross. Why don't you fucking bathe yourself in holy water, would you? These motherfuckers both need Jesus. In all honesty, I had more fun on the drive up to the convention than I did at the actual con. 3 hours alone with Spooky, just enjoying each other's company, was always a win in my book. Yeah, I hate doing the thing with her, but I just want to be around her. Maybe if I'm around her enough, people will validate me and tell me that I matter. It's not gonna happen. Fast forward the 3 hour drive to the actual con, and Spooky was in her element. She was zipping around all the different stands and chatting to fellow artists, buying any kind of memorabilia she could get her mitts on, and just having a ball. While I wasn't having the best time, I sure as hell was enjoying Spooky's eyes lighting up whenever she saw something from a comic show or movie that she loved. Oh my god, that thing totally defines my personality. Wasn't that thing made by somebody else? Like, yeah, but I just adopted it. You made this? I made this. Why you always gotta do this shit? Can we stop for a little while? I'd be lying if I said I didn't leave without some retro horror trinkets and a few Star Wars figurines. That's right, guys. I got myself the silver C-3PO, but I'm not a nerd though, guys. Okay, sure. After an hour and a half of browsing the impressive selection of geek stuff, Spooky and I found ourselves at a pretty out-of-the-way comic book stand, portraying a few original works by the man running the stand, as well as some well-known editions from DC and Marvel. The dude was a collector, that much was obvious. However, what wasn't obvious was just how much of a stalker he would turn out to be. As far as descriptions go, in the politest of terms, Comic Beard was not a healthy boy. He was overweight, mid-30s or 40s, I couldn't really tell. I mean, that sounds like a big healthy boy to me, you know? And he was bald with a goatee mustache combo, wearing a black Punisher t-shirt that was several sizes too small. Punisher. It's different. Definitely not the cool Punisher like you guys are used to. The poor skull was stretched so much that it was starting to look more like the Goodyear blimp. Yeah, the Goodyear blimp does look notoriously like a skull, doesn't it? When it flies over the football stands and everybody screams, "Oh my god, death comes for us." That would be cool. I'd like to paint the Goodyear blimp like a skull. Can we get on that? Spooky was eagerly poring over a series of Hellboy and Spawn comics that she'd never seen. All the while, dude was poring over the attractive girl in the skin-tight blue suit he'd never seen. Oh, that's right. She's not just like blue various suit Samos. She's zero suit Samos. Everybody remember that. Occasionally his eyes would flit over to me, trying to gauge my role in the attractive female's live. Boyfriend, brother, overprotective guy friend? Poor homie didn't know, but it seemed like after a while, it didn't matter. When Spooky asked him a question, "Spooky, how much for this Seed of Destruction comic?" Her voice was eager and bubbly, and I knew right away that Comic Beard was going to take it as flirty. And what do you know? I was right. Is that why this is a repressed memory for you? Did she go off into the back room? I mean, it's a terrible thing to presume. It would make it more interesting for me, though. Because really, all of these stories so far have been like, some dude wanted to bang my girlfriend, but he didn't get to, though. And then I did, though. It's like, okay, neat.
Oh, good for you!
It's probably how this one's gonna turn out, but I don't know. We could take a few artistic liberties, I do believe. Anyway, Comic Beard says, I usually charge about 15 bucks, but for special customers, I can knock a little bit off. Is that like the Seed of Destruction? Is it a euphemism? I don't know. Is he really offering to bang her right now? OP says, is it possible for someone's voice to sound greasy? Yeah, it is, OP. Because his voice was greasy. But what was worse is he was using that tone of voice that you would use when talking to a small child, but with extremely creepy undertones. Spooky's not stupid. She knew this guy was a creep, but Spooky also liked saving money. So, Spooky, and what do you mean by special? Oh my god. It is going to go a terrible way. I mean, all of it's terrible, but this would be extra terrible. And I would love for something terrible to happen to OP. Please, can we make this happen? I know it won't. OP would never post about it. His ego wouldn't allow it. Her voice did sound innocent, but I saw an all too familiar glint in her eyes that made me smile. Comic Beard was unaware of the imminent danger and went full steam ahead. Comic Beard, oh, for extra good little girls, I can be quite reasonable with my prices. Would you be interested in, say, discussing things in a more private setting? Comic Beard's voice was still in that cringy tone, and he began licking his lips with his eyes bulging as Spooky? I'm gonna leave it in. He began licking his lips, eyes bulging, as Spooky leaned forward a little, pressing her generous boobs together, right at eye level to Comic Beard, which was an impressive feat, considering how short she is, and really laying on the charm. Yeah, then how did she do it at all, considering how short she is? She went and grabbed a stool. She's like, OP, could you help me out with this? He's like, yeah, I'll hold the stool so you don't fall off. And she mushes her meat sacks around. Neat. Now I'll give you a free comic book. What the fuck are you talking about? I have a business to run. Although I will presume that this guy doesn't have a family to feed, so. Spooky says back to him, "Oh, but I really want it now. Can't we work something out?" Comic Beard was practically perspiring at this point, hands fiddling with nothing as he was face to face with possibly the only non-virtual cleavage that he'd ever seen this close up. He decided to go for broke and gave Spooky a leering smile, which I'm sure he must have thought was seductive, and he said, "If you're a really good girl and show me what you're hiding under that suit, I think you can have the comic." Spooky looked around, hand to her mouth, feigning the shocked little girl routine. Is that one you see pretty often? Like you judge him for liking the thing, and then you're like, also she secretly does that thing a lot. To the point that it's become a routine for you guys. I see you for what you are.
Get the hell out of here and stay out, you pervert!
Spooky says, "Here in public? But what if someone sees?" Spooky bit her lip, toying with the zipper on the jumpsuit. Comic Beard looked like he could possibly begin salivating, hands still twisting around themselves. Spooky began slowly lowering the zipper. Ever so slowly. Agonizingly so. Comic Beard's expression getting more and more eager, like his head were gonna burst open at any moment. Whether I mean his top or bottom head, I'm gonna leave that for you to decide. Yeah, gross. Fucking what? Thanks for that. Is that the part you're imagining, OP? We should have left this repressed memory repressed, if I'm honest. Spooky says, "Well, okay, as long as no one sees." Comic Beard, "I promise. Don't worry, baby girl. This'll be our little secret." Baby girl. Whoa. His eyes were bulging as Spooky zipped the suit down to just so, holding the jumpsuit together with her hands, and slowly she spread apart her hands, showing the man what was there. Spook, are they everything you hoped for, mister?" she said sweetly, but Comic Beard's face became crestfallen, as in place of that luscious flesh he'd been planning to see, there was just a black t-shirt with the word "tits" on it in shiny metallic red. Oh, come on. Did you wear that shirt specifically for this? That's outlandish. Comic Beard, "Go ahead, laugh it up, assholes." OP, "Did you see the look on your face? It was like a 5-year-old finding out that Santa doesn't exist." Spooky, "Come on, man. You can't actually have thought I'd flash for a comic book. That's just dumb." Comic Beard apparently didn't have much of a sense of humor, and grabbed the bottle of Fanta sitting beside him and threw it on Spooky before storming off. Storming off from his own booth full of his own merchandise? Can't you just take as many comics as you want now? It wasn't the smartest tactical play. Spooky and I stood there stunned for a moment before laughing even harder. After Spooky finished washing herself off in the ladies' room and we exhausted ourselves geeking out, we were headed home, still laughing at the man who saw tits, but only the word. Beautiful typography and such, etc. The story's over. Okay, good. Thank goodness. That was a long way to go for this joke. I'll tell you that. You wound us all around, and I thought something interesting was going to happen, but no, unfortunately, the joke is on me once again. Everything's terrible, and I hate it. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Let's throw it to the Gummonses, see how they feel.
OP think he's Sigma male for watching girl prank fat nerd. This beta LARP as Simon Belmont. He is Belmont, but he not whip monster. He whip his own sad self. Down bad. Skill issue. Gubbins laugh but feel bad for this dude. Need to touch grass. Maybe grass kick his ass. Gubbins.
Hey, that rhymed at the end. That was pretty nice.
The original poster mistakes mild amusement for an epic tale. He clings to this pathetic anecdote, hoping it will fill the gaping void in his soul. He fails to see that this memory is as hollow and meaningless as his future dog gubbins.
Our Gum's just off the chain with this entire story. He knows how to hate the OP in just like exactly the way that I like him to. So he's running away with the game. I'm sorry, Gubbins. I'm sorry. But we've got to do it. And maybe the next story's worth 3-4 points. I can't do it. It's probably going to be Dark Gubbins taking it home today. But we'll see how you do. You can close the gap a little bit. Let's go ahead and continue into the next part and see how much we hate it. Alright, this totally hilarious and real story that we got up next is called My Coworker Tried to Touch My Shillelagh. But yeah, this time Spooky, you know, is not the object of affection. So the story's different and better, and it still probably serves OP's ego, but fuck it, we'll take the ride. We come this far, haven't we? Ooh. Hello, dear readers, and welcome to one of the rarer experiences I've had, which was with an infamous neckbeard. Oh, they are rare and mysterious creatures, that's true. For some context, when I graduated high school, I was a bit lost. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life and was just all around aimless. Honestly, still seem pretty fucking aimless to me. Are you gonna tell me about how you got a job that you never talked about? How you became a secret NDA military defense contractor? That's how you stumbled into so much money? Like, who are you really as a person? Separate from Spooky, separate from the neckbeards? You know what I mean? Really dig down in there and find something that is actually you and hold it up to the light. And probably it's going to start out really small and putrid and rancid, but you could grow it into something beautiful if you didn't spend all your time on the internet lying about strangers. Just people I invented. Speaking of, where has Slim Jim gotten off to? We haven't seen the best friend in quite a little while. Anyway, yeah, OP's totally aimless. Story says, continuing, Spooky encouraged me to try and get a college degree, which I do have in business now, but at the time I was clueless. Yeah, he's just a business guy. He does business things, you know, with investments and portfolios.
And it's gone.
Oh, sounds serious. Enter my uncle, not Benny's dad, okay? The owner of this small insurance agency, an all-around great guy. Who the fuck is Benny? Am I supposed to remember? Oh, the cousin neckbeard. I got it now. I remember. To make an already long story shorter, my uncle got me a job through his agency as an inbound call representative. Yeah, putting that business degree to work, boy. It was a pretty awesome gig. I sat in a comfy, air-conditioned office for 8 hours answering the phone, directing customer calls, and answering questions as best I could. I loved everything about my job except for her. I mean, good thing they can replace you with a robot now. Para español número dos. The her to whom I am referring I shall call Pat, in honor of the androgynous SNL character with which she shared an unfortunate resemblance. Yeah, remember that thing from popular media? It was just like that.
It's time for androgyny. Here comes Pat.
I lived through it, okay? I don't care again. Pat was a coworker of mine for the entirety of the 3 years I worked in that department before I became a fully licensed agent, and easily the worst part of my job. Oh, he's a fully licensed agent for the business, the call man representative. It's still completely vague as to what he does. I'm just an agent, got a business degree, no big deal.
It's gone, it's all gone.
Okay, cool. All of that sounds really neat. As stated before, Pat shared an uncanny likeliness for the SNL character. Yeah? Short, rotund, greasy, matted hair, and thick-lensed glasses.
What a wonderful surprise!
And you just described, we know what fucking Pat looks like, okay? I cut the thing in at the beginning of where we started talking about her. Let's move forward, please! I'm dying! I don't like the irony about the whole thing is that me endlessly complaining about it doesn't help to move the story forward at all, but I can't help myself. Anyway, yeah, super thick glasses and whatnot. The only difference between them was that Pat wore a variety of brightly colored dresses, the patterns of which would not look out of place in a lava lamp. Honestly, seems nice. I like a good sundress. What's wrong with that? Because you didn't find her face attractive? That's like just, we have to go mock Reddit. Can you believe this unattractive person tried to hit on me, Reddit? Can you believe it? Anybody, stand up and tell me how attractive I am and how I didn't deserve this troll to talk to me ever in life. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? She shot her shot! Maybe she did a bit more. He describes it as like sort of a stalker situation, which I sort of sympathize with, but also fucking... Yeah, how terrible for you. Somebody at your job liked you. Somehow you worked around it for 3 years, didn't you? She didn't corner you in the supplies closet and dry hump you or anything like that? Okay. Pat was loud, obnoxious, and always had a faint odor of macadamia nuts and stale cigarettes. Well, delicious diet, I will say. It was a combination I don't think I need to tell you that was not a pleasant one. Macadamia nuts are good. I smoke cigarettes. Stale cigarettes is kind of gross, but seriously, you got some macadamia nuts? Can I get some? It's the king of nuts. It's delicious. It's like the butteriest nut you ever tasted. Probably won't repeat that again. Aside from Pat's overtly obnoxious personality, she also exhibited beard-like qualities. No concept of personal boundaries, complete obliviousness to her own cringy behavior, and more importantly, denial that any rejection she faced was the fault of anyone else besides herself. Yeah, but you've not told me really any stories that prove these things. You're just like, here's a list of stuff, believe me on it. I wanna see the no concept of personal boundary. I'd be like, okay, maybe that's pretty bad. But obliviousness to your own cringy behavior, we're all guilty of that one, OP. You most of all, mister. Those that live in glass houses shouldn't throw bears eat rocks or something like that. Now, Pat had something of an attachment to me, says OP. Always being right next to me at any given moment and always making comments on my appearance. I'm Irish, if you couldn't tell from my username, and I still have a bit of a brogue. No, you don't. You put that on for funsies sometimes. Do you got like a big potato head? Are you like that Irish? Just a big ginger potato head?
The back is all mashed potatoes now.
You're really painting a picture for me here. No wonder you seek approval from complete strangers. You probably had it hard most of your life, haven't you, fella? Well, guess what? You're not gonna find any fucking approval here. Now get out! At first it was bearable, though I wasn't a fan of the attention that she gave me. Yeah, you're not doing it right. You gotta offer to clip my toenails in a hot tub filled with Pepto-Bismol. I have very specific needs, Pat. For a while, I thought I'd seen the worst of it. If that were the case, I wouldn't be writing this. Writing what? It's all so fucking vague. Just like, yeah, a lot of bad stuff happened to me, guys. But here's the one event. Is it even gonna be an event? Or are you just gonna list more fucking characteristics? Maybe it's an actual story here somewhere. The day of the incident started out innocent enough, with an early morning influx of calls from people needing quotes and claims filed, etc. Oh yeah, all of those business things that we do with portfolios and whatnot.
And it's gone.
I was happily lounged back in my cushy chair. Cushy chair's fucking awful for your back, by the way. Talking to a lovely old lady about how we couldn't insure her cat, when out of the corner of my eye, I see Pat staring at me. Now this was a fairly normal occurrence, so at first I didn't pay attention to her, until I noticed her inching closer and closer with her chair until she was right at the edge of my desk. And there she sat, staring at me, flabby arms resting on my desk. I eyed her uncomfortably as I finished up helping the old lady. Oh, come on. What was she doing? Standing there? Menacingly? OP says, okay, Mrs. Murdoch, yeah. I'm very sorry, ma'am. No, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. You have a good rest of the day there. Okay, bye-bye. I hung up the phone with an audible click, staring at Pat, my eyebrows raised. You're not gonna say anything? She's just so beneath you that you can't fucking bring yourself to say anything? OP, can I help you with something, Pat? Pat?
Oh, I love the way you talk. Something about it just drives me wild.
OP, okay, I'm just gonna stand up and go to the men's room. Drain the lizard. That's a bit more Scottish. Irish is like, tip of the tongue. I'm gonna go to the men's room and drain the lizard. Both of those are horrible. I quickly stood up, hurrying away from my desk amidst the snickers of my fellow coworkers and entering the bathroom. Oh, you get picked on at work. Is that why you don't like Pat? Because people pick on you because Pat likes you? That must be real rough for you. I feel terrible for you. I stayed in there for a good 15 minutes, texting Spooky. After some much-needed encouragement from the spook, I calmly walked to my desk and continued working. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Little pick-me-up from your codependent partner in the middle of the day. I somewhat understand that, but I do judge you for it, regardless. The next few hours went by relatively quickly. All the while, Pat would glance at me in between clients, making it incredibly difficult to focus, but I somehow made it to lunch, and the office slowly emptied out, save for myself and Pat. I was broke till payday, so I couldn't afford to eat out, instead going to the break room to eat the lunch that Spooky had made me. Did I mention I love her because I'm still kicking myself for not saying that sooner? Yeah, I don't give a shit about it. Did she really have to work into, like, every part of the story? You really are just, like, nothing without this person attached to you. This person is what gives you meaning, and I think that's really concerning. Like, you need to preserve some percentage of love for yourself, in case she ever up and fucking leaves you, which probably she will when she figures out you're a hollow human being. You know? Anyway... I sat down near a window to eat the delicious pastrami and rye with spicy pickles when I heard the door open and shut. In my head, please don't be Pat. Please don't be Pat. Please don't be Pat. Pat? Hey there, cutie. God damn it. I like that. I looked over at her and was startled to see that she had pulled the top of her dress down to expose more cleavage. She sauntered over to an empty chair across from me and straddled it, reverse cowgirl style, and winked at me. Oh yeah, sitting on the chair backwards is like the coolest thing you can do, especially in a dress. Wow. Turns her hat backwards. She's like, hey kids, let's rap for a minute. Drugs aren't cool. Thanks, Pat. I'll remember that for next time. Pat says, do you like what you see, handsome? OP, no, not even a little. What the fuck are you doing? Yeah, it's turning into an assault situation. If it were real, I'd feel terrible for OP at this point. Have to look down at her unshaven beast. No, avert your eyes. No. Pat, oh, I just thought I'd try something new, showing a little more of the goods. Yeah, well, you know, there is something to be said for leaving things to the imagination, Pat. She chuckled and bit her lip, which might have looked attractive if she didn't look like a pug. Keep in mind I was around 19 at this time, and Pat was well into her 30s, so it was weird on multiple levels that this woman was hitting on me at all. I mean, yeah, that age gap's not... What the fuck is going on there? Ugh! OP says, I'm not even that good looking! I believe you on that. On account of the big Irish potato head, you know? It's really the accent that does it for Pat. Pat's boobas were mashed against the chair, giving the impression of two beanbags being put through a compress. And she just sat there, biting her lip at me, like I would swoon at any moment. Instead, I wrapped up my sandwich and stood up, walking briskly past her. And that was when she slapped my ass. Yeah, this is getting untenable now. Okay. I think the really weird part is that OP doesn't know how to make a leg beard, truly. Like, how often do leg beards actually assault people? I guess it does happen, but like, to me it just feels like gender swap neckbeard. He does all the same things a neckbeard would do. Tries to be lecherous and weird and then makes a physical move. I'm telling you, it's the same fucking... it's the same thing every time. I spun around, ready to lay into her, but upon turning around, her hand met my crotch, and she attempted to close her hand around me Lucky Charms before I jumped back, crying out, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Pat.
Oh, don't be that way. I'm just having some fun.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just heading to HR. Like, why is that not the solution to all of this? Isn't your uncle in the company or whatever? He probably's got some pull or something. We don't have to deal with Pat for an extended period. Whatever, yeah, Pat says, just having fun in a pouty voice. And OP stares at her gobsmacked for a moment before dashing out of the lunchroom for my uncle's office, saying a little prayer that he was still in. Okay, good. Thank God. It's a little bit of fucking common sense here. I knocked on his door and thankfully heard his deep voice call back, "Uncle, come on in. The door's open." And I burst into his office, breathing heavily from anger and exertion. And he started at my sudden and violent entrance. "Jesus, boy! What's the matter?" I quickly and breathlessly explained what had happened, and a look of pure rage crossed his face. "Uncle, that fat sow did what now? Stay here, boy, while I fetch her." And with that, he stormed out of the office. I sat in one of his chairs, frantically texting Spooky and Slim Jim what had happened. I'm sure they'll be able to offer some winning advice despite the fact that they're fucking all the way across town or whatever. Spooky, of course, just gets mad and says, "I'm gonna kill her!" And Slim Jim says, "I'll help you hide the body." "You okay, bro?" OP, "I don't know. A little shook up, but I guess I'm fine." Spook, "I'm gonna friggin' kill her!" Yeah, we already responded to that. We've established it. And as somebody who has had his junk grabbed, I suppose it is like a bit of a violating feeling. You know, you're a bit stunned for a moment.
Wear your whore makeup, you whore!
I want to be very clear that it's not an acceptable thing to do to anybody ever, regardless of their gender, okay? I would feel terrible for OP in this moment if I believed that any of this should happen at all. But you're like the boy who cried wolf, you know? How many times? How many times? After a few minutes, my uncle returned with a very confused Pat in tow, who upon seeing me, got a look of fear on her face. What? What? Did you not put these two things together? Pat,
What's this about, sir?
Uncle,
my nephew says you grabbed him. I think you know that I don't tolerate harassment of any kind in my offices, especially not against my own blood. Explain yourself.
Pat immediately launched into apology mode, not even trying to deny the allegations, just saying she didn't mean to do it and she wouldn't do it again, and a lot of incoherent babbling that I couldn't really comprehend. My uncle sat there quietly, arms folded, listening to her spiel before speaking.
I will not tolerate this kind of behavior in my business. If you cannot keep your hands to yourself, you have no place here. Kindly pack your things and leave.
Pat looked at me and then back to my uncle's eyes, wide with shock. Pat,
are you firing me?
Uncle,
I am. This isn't the first time my nephew's complained about your antics, but I've let it slide until now. But you do not touch anyone in that manner. You're lucky the boy's not getting the law involved. Now, leave.
Yeah, and that's the story of how OP was totally cool and got somebody fired. I mean, yeah, really, if it happened, okay, let's for the sake of argument say that it did, then she 100% deserves to get fired. Good, I'm glad to see that. The part that I'm having a hard time stomaching is just like that this is the first time that it's ever escalated to this point, you know? Why today, of all things? I guess you two are alone in the lunchroom or something, but the first time you're alone in the lunchroom for 3 years? Or I guess the first time you're alone in the lunchroom and she got the nuts up for 3 years. Why did you quit, though, if Pat got fired? I guess he just outgrew it. He's like, I became an agent. I got, like, bigger portfolios and stuff to do now.
What do you mean? I have $100.
Not anymore, you don't. Poof.
Oh, cool. Pat turned and exited, shooting me a hateful look before marching off. I looked at my uncle appreciatively. OP, thanks, uncle.
Of course. I'm sorry I didn't do anything sooner.
I shrugged, just relieved that I'd no longer have to deal with Pat's harassment, just wishing I didn't have to be physically assaulted for it to happen. I mean, yeah, I guess. People don't take you at your word, you know, and then people get bolder and bolder. It escalates. I've seen it before, and it's definitely happened out there in the world. But not to OP. Not to OP. I'm sorry. After all I've been through, as much bullshit as you put me through, I can't stomach this. I will never believe a word that comes out of your mouth. That's the God's honest truth. If it happened, yeah, super sorry. I've been in that situation before, too. Sucks, dude. The difference between you and I is that I am that attractive and don't have an Irish potato face, so... Dunked! Swish! Let's see what the Gubbins have to say.
OP think he's some kind of god because woman touch his shillelagh. Gubbins thinks he built like stick figure. This beta think he is hot stuff because woman wants the unga bunga. OP need reality check with large rock. Gubbins.
I had the rock right here with the unga and the bunga.
He savors this tale of mild discomfort, inflating his ego with each retelling. His future is one of quiet dinners and increasingly desperate attempts to recapture this fleeting moment of perceived importance. Dark Gubbins.
God, just sitting alone, eating his spaghetti plate. Like, one time a girl touched me there. I didn't want her to, but it's the only perceived importance that he's ever gotten in his life. Holy shit, Dark Gubbins. Just take it home, okay? I know probably you're gonna just mollywallop Gubbins throughout this entire series, but I'm here for it. We're being sneaky right now, guys.
I'm going to be a master of disguise. I'm going to be a master of disguise. I'm going to be a master.
This is SJ versus AJ, Origins of a Legbeard. Okay, so not neckbeard stories, legbeard stories. It's fine. It's the same. It's mostly about OP telling how cool he is. Even if it's about his quote-unquote best friend, I guarantee it's only about how cool he is. Anyway. I feel like I haven't stressed just how important Slim Jim is to me. Yeah, you've mentioned him like 4 times or something throughout 10 stories. Slim Jim, for anyone who's read my prior stories, he's tall and lanky and the epitome of a good old country boy, and by far the sweetest human that I've ever met. Fiercely loyal to a T, Slim Jim's been by my side through thick and thin and was always there to pester me, I guess, about making things official with Spooky. Despite how little I discuss him in my stories, he's played a major role in most of them, and it's my fault as a writer for not expressing that enough. That's right, I forgot he existed, you guys. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My bad. We'll make him exist more for you, if that's what the audience wants. With that being said, Slim Jim was not safe from the dreaded bearded ones, like Spooky and myself. Wait, like, you guys are the Beards? Have you come to some sort of realization? Oh no, he's just including himself with the Slim Jim. The normal people who are totally normal and write 20-part stories on Reddit. That's normal. It's all normal. Almost as normal as narrating a 60-part story. Slim Jim's given me permission to share a story for which I was merely an outsider looking in for once. Now on with the bearding! Yeah, maybe we will actually get... Maybe he's a great, like, third-person storyteller. It's just first-person, he's fucking terrible. I don't know. Hold on to hope, I say. So, AJ makes a return. I believe that was Applejack, for those keeping track. The former friend of Jabba Beard throughout high school, and for a year after, her and Slim Jim were going steady, and were quite happy for a while. Isn't that always how it goes? Until a few months after Slim Jim got into trade school, and her time with him became increasingly limited. Slim Jim was a busy boy, spending his days at work or at school or helping his dad in their fields tending crop, and what little free time he did have, he tried spending with me and Spooky, as in his own words, "You two dumbasses give me life." I mean, that is meant quite literally, I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't exist without you telling people that I did, OP. Thank you so much for bringing me to the page. So Applejack took a back burner in Slim Jim's life. And before you think it, no, Slim Jim didn't ghost her. He made it painfully clear that his time was limited, and that it would be better for both of them if they put their feelings on hiatus and just remain friends for the time being. Yeah, I totally got a girlfriend and stuff, but I'd rather hang out with my friend and his girlfriend, and he's totally cool with me third-wheeling because reasons. This is all so dumb. Yeah, already, but yeah, I guess I'm more strapped in than previously. It was only the one paragraph about Slim Jim, whereas OP's like making, 3 or 4 about himself. Anyway, at first Applejack seemed to be cool with all that, hanging out with the 3 of us on occasion. Yay, like why couldn't that be the thing that you did? You have to cut her off? He doesn't like her that much. You guys are the reason. His excuse. OP says, but then things started getting, well, weird. Or beard. Haha, that rhymes. Anytime the 4 of us hung out, Applejack would cling to Slim Jim like shit on Velcro, always having to touch him in some way, hand-holding, leg-touching, etc. And yeah, that just burned you up inside, didn't it? Why isn't Spooky holding my hand right now? I'm gonna go touch her leg. But we haven't broken into that. I'm sort of impressed, I guess. Slim Jim didn't seem to mind this at first, thinking that she just needed some time. Yeah, just string her along for a little longer, it'll be fine. Until one day we were all lazily meandering in Slim Jim's backyard one hot summer afternoon. If you're a good old farm boy, do you really have time for meandering? That's what I want to know. Shouldn't you be out in the field picking tobacco, boy? OP says, Slim Jim, you got anything to drink? I'm sweating more than a hooker in church. Slim Jim, did you take that from Uncharted? OP, yeah, Victor Sullivan's my spirit animal. How about you be your own fucking spirit animal? How about you decide on your own, like, how you'd like to live your life? Because that's what I'd suggest, but a lot of people don't seem to go that way. Spooky says, I thought Liam Neeson was your spirit animal. And OP says, no, I said Liam Neeson killed my spirit animal. See, this is just like, again, OP's way of inserting himself. We had some funny banter, and I was like the center of attention. Everybody thought I was so clever with my fucking jokes about spirit animals that I stole from video games or media that I've seen. Neat, awesome. I'm totally down for this. Keep going. You're doing great.
I can tell you I don't have money, but what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career.
Slim Jim says, that doesn't make any sense. OP says, the point is I'm fucking hot. Christ. Yeah, that's basically what all the stories are about. Applejack, Slim Jim and I got pretty hot last night, didn't we, babe? Just right the fuck out of nowhere. We all gave her a puzzled look, but no one was more surprised than Slim Jim. He said, What? No, we didn't. Applejack says, oh, that's right, I flew solo last night, but I was thinking of you. Spooky, fucking gross. OP says, down, girl. Oh, so it's okay when OP makes the thing about himself, but then she's like, well, it's probably just, it's sort of a weird fantasy to bring up. That's true, but I thought we was just having banter. I wanted to be clever with the banter, too. I would not let this person hang out with us anymore, to be clear. I don't know why Slim Jim is. I guess, yeah, he's just the passive sort, That's why he ceases to exist for stories at a time. He's just that passive. Everybody even forgets he's there, except for AJ. Maybe you should give her the time of day, I don't know why the thing broke up if she's there hanging out with you guys. Slim Jim looked at her with a perplexed look on his face, but Applejack didn't seem to notice, or she just didn't care. Applejack,
I've been diddling the bean a lot to you lately. I miss you. Neat. OP says, red flag! Red flag! Yeah, like Slim Jim can't make his own decisions. Like, hey dude, I just wanted to let you know she's saying some weird shit. Like, I know from the way that I feel inside that it's weird, okay? I really don't need your help. So Slim Jim pulled Applejack off to the side and started whispering furiously to her. All the while, Spooky and I watched with a mixture of curiosity and pity for Slim Jim, which quickly turned to rage as Applejack hauled off and slapped Slim Jim hard across the face. Here we go. A little bit of that old physical violence makes its way into every story. That's how you really get it, like peak cinema, you know? Somebody's gotta get hurt. It's suffer for art, you know?
Just want to emote till we're dead. I know we suffer for fashion or whatever.
At this point, Spooky immediately went into attack mode, pushing Applejack into the dirt as I went to make sure that Slim Jim was okay. He was livid. Yeah. Did she fracture her neck with that gigantic slap of hers? Well, I don't know. She might have fucking canned hams for fists or something like that. SJ says, get off my property before I call the cops on your crazy ass! Applejack got up, with dirt covering her black legging and tears welling up in her eyes. Applejack, fine! Do whatever you want! Screw this little whore for all I care! I'm done with you, with all of you! You can rot in hell! It's so overdramatic for no reason at all. Come on, it's fine. I don't know why she hauled off and slapped him. Maybe we'll find out. This story actually is progressing at a decent pace. Good job, OP. He really couldn't help but make it, like, sort of about himself, but this is better than anything we've read before, so I'm gonna call that progress. I'll say it again. Good job. Proud of you. Anyway, before any of us could retort, Applejack turned and sprinted towards Slim Jim's driveway. And there she goes. One of God's own prototypes. A high-powered mutant of some kind, never even considered for mass production. Too weird to live, and too rare to die. OP says, well, that was pleasant. And Slim Jim says, shut it, Spook. What was that all about, Slim Jim? I told her she was out of line and making us uncomfortable, and if she couldn't accept just being friends, then it might be better to cut ties. OP, it's kind of harsh, man, don't you think? I mean, she is making everybody uncomfortable, but the amazing part is that OP can carry on with whatever the fuck he wants and nobody's uncomfortable with that. That part's perfectly okay. Could we just play it straight up? Could we just say Slim Jim wasn't interested in that girl anymore and was using us as an excuse to shuffle her off? Because that's the only thing that makes this series of events make any sort of sense to me at all. Slim Jim shook his head and said, this isn't the first time she's done that kind of thing. It started with her trying to, like, intimately text me and then sending videos of her sniz and stuff and boobers and then voicemails, and I'm just getting tired of it. Yeah, I mean, it had to come to a breaking point. It was a terrible idea to allow her to continue hanging out with you in the first place. Slim Jim looked heartbroken. What? Why? I thought he'd be overjoyed. Despite my simplification of their relationship, Slim Jim was very fond of Applejack, and to come to grips with the fact that he might have to cut her out of his life was hard for him to face. Oh, we're still on might. Sure, yeah, come back over after all that shit. What? Then that is when we heard the crash. Oh boy. After a brief moment of staring in the general direction of the sound, all three of us began sprinting towards Slim Jim's driveway. Upon rounding the back of his house, we came upon a sight all country songs written by disgruntled women aspire to. I
dug my key into the side of this pretty little souped-up four-wheel drive.
It's a funny line too. My best friend's pride and joy, the brand new truck that he just bought with his own money that past week, was currently in a pretty bad way. Windows smashed, tires slashed, doors bashed, monster mashed. How did she do all of that in the time of like 30 seconds from when you first heard the crash? Like, I don't know how big the property is, but probably I'd be able to hear someone beating the shit out of my car with a baseball bat. That's all I'm saying. Suffice to say, Slim Jim's truck was a mess. And there, holding a heavy spade and trowel next to her handiwork, was Applejack, breathing heavily, tears and sweat running down her face, which was as red as the devil's scrot. A trowel? That's the part that gets me. What? What are you using that for? I guess it's good for scratching, you know. Everything finds a use. I think that's nice. Slim Jim lost his mind. Incoherent roaring mixed with expletives that would make a sailor blush. It seemed to dawn on Applejack that she just fucked up. Because as soon as she heard Slim Jim, she bolted to her car and peeled out of his driveway. Well, yeah, duh. She knew what she's doing is wrong. That's not a revelation of some sort. All three of us were livid, and I urged Slim Jim to call the cops and report her, which he did, eventually. That's where I'll end it for now, but there's more to this tale, and not the last time that Slim Jim had to deal with Applejack's antics. I mean, that is some, unhinged, crazy woman behavior. I never heard of anything like this actually happening in real life. I'm sure it does, but I've never had, like, anybody within my circle or, I've seen it viral on social media and shit, but that's not real life either. So I choose not to believe the events of the story, but honestly, this one was competently written, and the events progressed along rather nicely. Like, I'm semi-impressed by OP here. I think you should continue third-person narration and things like that. If you want an example of first-person narration that's done right, our very own, that one gay cop, aka AJ Lockridge, has written, Blood and Sand, the Corpsman's Ledger of War, and this is like the nitty-gritty, realistic version of Beard, if you guys love that saga. I know I do! We've had a few people in the Discord buy it already. I'm going to pin an Amazon affiliate link for it down in the comments if it interests you, but suffice to say, he's an amazing writer. He did fucking fantastic in Beard. He's probably only improved in the like 4 or 5 years since. I truly do wish him the best for his writing career, and if I can help to boost that a little bit, then I'd be forever grateful, you know, and you guys can help me do that. Please go check it out. I'm super for real. He's a great writer. I wish I had a video to stick him in aside from a fucking Spooky Saga one, but it is what it is. I had to get the plug out there at some point. Anyway, let's see what the Gubbins has felt about this one. Tell me, boys, what'd you think about that story about the banged up truck and whatnot?
Why SJ upset? AJ just doing custom bodywork with garden shovel that called rustic aesthetic. Very expensive in city. She gave him convertible for free. And OP standing there quoting video games while friend loses truck. That the real tragedy. AJ break glass. OP breaks social contract of not being annoying. Gubbins choose the shovel. Gubbins.
I think we all choose the shovel. Just super hilarious. Super hilarious is what I'll say. Let's see what you got, Dark One.
The author reduces his friend's genuine trauma into a script for his own performative quirkiness.
Swish.
Reciting video game lines while a vehicle is destroyed. He will eventually realize that describing real life like a bad fan fiction is why people slowly stop answering his texts. Dark Gubbins.
Jesus. It's so good too. Both of these boys sharpened to a razor's edge, let me tell you that. But I'm gonna give the point to Gubbins. I'm gonna give him 2 points, matter of fact. We gotta maybe let him catch up in the saga somehow. We got one more part. Today might end with a tie. You never know. Another stupid tie. But we'll have to see how it goes. We'll get into the next part right now. And thanks so much for being here today. Check out that book, yeah? Blood and Sand, bro. It's fucking gritty, bro. Alright, I'll see you over there. And here we are, SJ versus AJ 2. Gone full leg beard. As if destroying his truck wasn't qualification enough, I guess. Hello again, connoisseurs of cringe! And welcome back to the harrowing tale of SJ's very own leg-beard encounter. Forgive me, I must preface this with a disclaimer, as not all events that take place are 100% accurate. We should have had this fucking disclaimer back in part 1, boy. Then I would have a lot less to say, you know? Our minds are fuzzy on some of the details, as this whole debacle took place several years ago, over the course of several months. For a little context, or a slight briefing, if you will, after AJ smashed poor Slim Jim's truck to hell, the police were called and statements were made and a warrant was issued for AJ's arrest. Oh my god. Is it really going to happen? I mean, good, yeah, probably it should. Hopefully you learn a lesson from it. This is where things get sticky, dear readers. AJ's father was a very prominent lawyer in our little town, and her grandfather was a judge. See where this is going? So, while the evidence of AJ's crimes was overwhelming and Slim Jim had a pretty decent lawyer, in reality, all of that didn't matter very much. I mean, why would you pony up for a decent lawyer in that case? Like, the judge is a grandpa. You know you're probably going to lose. And this is years before people even talked about going after corrupt judges. Finally, that discussion is going on, and I love it. Anyway, Opie says, some stories aren't so cut and dry. Good does not always conquer evil, and right does not always triumph over wrong. Wrong and evil might win the battle, but good's gonna win the war, that's what I know. Slim Jim only received a small portion of what his truck was worth in damages, and no further legal action was taken against AJ, much to our anger and frustration. I mean, with the deck stacked against you like this, I would be very grateful for even a small portion. Just fuck it. Sunk cost, I guess. Slim Jim did not give up, though. Bless him. He fought. He appealed. And he demanded justice until the courts were sick of seeing him. Yeah, Judge Judy's just like, go home. What are you doing? Fast forward 4.5 months, around mid-December, where the really juicy part happened. See, although AJ faced very little in the ways of justice from the legal system, she faced the wrath of our collective anger and frustration. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A little bit of that old street justice, isn't it? Oh, it's beautiful. Slim Jim's fight had garnered much attention from people in our community, many of them siding with him and mine, and Spooky's constant persistence on SJ's behalf caused our other friends and family to get involved as well.
We're a big unruly mob! We're a big unruly mob!
Huge disclaimer, I don't condone harassment of any kind under any circumstances. Yeah, except this one. We made a special exception for you, Applejack, I guess. I guess sometimes street justice works though, you know? All that being said, I can't control the actions of others. And as a side effect of our crusade, Applejack started getting harassed by our friends and family and some people we didn't even know. Yeah, people love to hate a thing. It's like, hey, bandwagon, I'm getting on there. Go ahead, bitch. My bandwagon's still bigger. Hateful letters, dog crapping bags on her porch, vandalism to her car and apartment, and in one extreme case, someone burned a barrel of cow manure in her dad's driveway. Bro, you gonna walk up to a lawyer's house and light a thing of cow shit on fire? I couldn't be the one, I'll tell you that. This went on for months, and in mid-December it all came to a head when Applejack messaged Slim Jim through a letter asking to meet for coffee and discuss things. Spooky and I were at Slim Jim's house discussing his options. Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Go ahead. Put an end to the blood feud, would you? OP says, I don't know, mate. Seems kind of fishy. She's asking to meet now, don't you think? OP just with the worst ideas in existence out here. Slim Jim, she says she wants to put an end to all the bullshit. Shouldn't I at least hear her out? Spooky, what if it's a setup of some kind? Yeah, setup in a coffee shop. That's the thing that happens. You guys watch way too many fucking movies. I'm gonna go. Just have a conversation like a human being. It's fine. Oh my god, Slim Jim calls him out on it too. He says, you guys watch too much TV. What could she possibly gain that she doesn't already have? OP, well, if you're going, we're coming too. Moral support and all that. Spooky, agreed. No, what the fuck? Yeah, why not just bring 5 people along with me for a private conversation? No thank you, friends of mine. I think I'm a big boy, I can do this myself, okay? Slim Jim nodded, his brow furrowed with worry. Yeah, worry that you guys put there, so you could weasel your way in and get some fucking town gossip. I see this for what it is. Slim Jim's not normally one to stress out over things, usually a very go-with-the-flow type of guy, but over the course of this drama, he had begun to get worn down and lose sleep, and he became a shell of his former self. Yeah, I'd like to pretend to be surprised, but war's hell, that's what they say. It broke my damn heart, and it made me hate Applejack with a venom that I'd never thought possible. Okay, so you're not clear thinking then. We're gonna leave you behind for the coffee shop mission, okay? After some protests from Slim Jim and mine and Spooky's insistence, we agreed that Spooky and I would observe from afar, out of AJ's line of sight, so as to make sure she was on the level and not faffing us about. Yeah, I'm gonna wear a wire. Better yet, I'm gonna hold down the button on this walkie-talkie. The only one that's faffing about is you, okay? If the conversation goes a little weird, if it seems a little sus, if you don't live in a two-party consent wiretapping state, then yeah, maybe keep your head on a swivel. But honestly, she probably just wants her house to stop being vandalized by people that we don't know. These nameless people that get in on this crusade that apparently OP has against a girl who broke up with his supposed best friend who disappears for many stories at a time. God, I'm so tired. It's just, none of it makes sense. Who are these people? Did you put the word out? You don't want to condone harassment, but like, yeah, I did call some people in. Anyway, the day of the meeting came. A small coffee shop that was highly favored among us locals was chosen, and Spooky and I arrived 10 minutes ahead of time to pick a good vantage point. Oh yeah, nobody's gonna notice you two lurking in the small coffee shop. You're like 2 tables away. We're being sneaky right now, guys.
I'm going to be a master of disguise. I'm going to be a master of disguise. I'm going to be a master.
We chose so dumb. We chose a secluded table in the far corner, sitting beside each other, hiding behind our menus. Stealth mode engaged. Yeah, those people have been reading the menu for fucking 40 minutes. It's weird. I should also point out that this was before Spooky and I began dating, so I still had butterflies out the wazoo anytime I was near her. I'm a dork, I know. My spine! Such fucking early 2000s energy. And really, this was written like a decade after the early 2000s energy was long dead. I don't know why you're doing these things, OP, but I beg you to stop. Just don't anymore. Forever. Okay? Could we? The minutes ticked by, with Spooky and I not very subtly peering around our menu wall for signs of Slim Jim. And when he eventually walked through the door, I nearly fell out of my chair at the sight of AJ. The once petite porcelain doll of a girl was replaced with a Garbage Pail Kid. Anyone remember Garbage Pail Kids? I'm old. Oh yeah, I remember.
Remember ReddX? Remember? Hey, remember Ghostbusters? Oh, I remember.
OP only heard talk of Garbage Pail Kids. He wasn't actually around for the, whatever, card packs or whatever they were. Her sides and gut protruded from beneath a too small top, and her leggings were stretched to the point of near translucency. Her hair, matted and unkempt, her forehead glistening with grease and sweat mixed with dandruff. She had stubble on her upper lip and a very prominent unibrow. Yeah, see, war's been hell on everybody. I think Slim Jim got out of this thing relatively easy, all things considered. Spooky and I exchanged "what the fox" as Slim Jim caught sight of us and nodded, sitting a few tables away. He's super subtle. It's like, alright, good. Hey, you hear, dude? It's great. He made sure that he was facing us so that AJ's back would be to our fronts. We quickly hid while AJ, with some difficulty, squeezed into the booth, as Slim Jim did the same, and she began wheezing. That's right, whenever people start being bad human beings, they turn fat. I think that's the lesson that I'm taking away from this story.
All fat people are horrible monsters.
AJ says, "Look at me, Slim Jim. Are you happy now? You ruined my life. You and your shitty friends ruined me." She slammed her meaty fist on the table loudly, causing some people to look over startled. Slim Jim held his ground. Slim Jim, you got no one to blame but yourself. You can spin this on anyone you want, but it's still your fault. Applejack, just because I wanted to be with you forever. Slim Jim, no, because you assaulted me and destroyed my truck. Crazy bitch. AJ, you don't get it. I only did it because I love you. If your stupid vampire bitch and British gay boy went around, then you'd see it differently. I know it. OP, I'm Irish, you dumb. Spooky, shh. Who gives a shit? Yes, Ireland's part of the British Empire, so sit down, suck it. America's the only British colony that had the nuts, alright? Anyway, Slim Jim said, they got nothing to do with what happened. Like I said, you're the one to blame. AJ says nothing. Slim Jim continues, so why'd you call me here anyway? Applejack, to offer you a chance to make this all go away. Get back with me, and I won't sue you for emotional distress and harassment and assault and defamation of character. Her words hit like a brick, landing on each of us hard. Slim Jim turned bright red. Okay, well, I'll countersue. You have no proof that I've done any of these things, so if you want to waste money on a lawyer, or really have your daddy waste his time, then go ahead. Fucking be my guest. Slim Jim, you got some nerve pulling that after what you've done. AJ, you know who my daddy is? I can make your life and your two little friends' lives a living hell if you don't do what I say. Spooky had clearly had enough of Applejack's BS and went over before I could intervene, jumping up and storming to their table. Slim Jim looked at her in surprise as Spooky held up her phone to Applejack's face and played back their conversation. Spooky, now I'm no lawyer, but I'm pretty sure the shit you said makes the case null and void. Honestly, yeah. It's like the dumbest thing in the world to fucking lay it all out on the table like this. A ploy of desperation, and now somebody's recorded it. Now somebody's put a pin in it. You have absolutely no cards left to play. Maybe take a bath, get back on the treadmill, fucking reset your life. Like, why is Slim Jim so amazing? He's basically a non-person compared to the glorious might of OP. Applejack gaped at Spooky like a fish before quickly scurrying out of the cafe amidst looks of confusion and curiosity from the onlookers. Slim Jim looked at Spooky, eyebrows raised, and said, I thought you weren't gonna get involved. Spook, screw that. I wasn't gonna let her get away with that stuff. Okay, good. A happy ending for all involved. Except Applejack, but remember, she doesn't deserve it because she's fat now. We sat at the same booth after that, ordering our coffee and lunch from a rather annoyed waitress, and spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying each other's company and bracing ourselves for the shit show we were about to face. Oh, is it still not over? I thought it was just 2 parts and then it's over. God damn it. OP also says, everyone, thank you for reading. Special thanks to Hellfreezer, who's read 3 of my stories now. I heard he's a mealy-mouthed snooze fest. If you haven't already, go give his channel some love. He's a fantastic narrator. He'll never be as good as ReddX. Nobody will. I'm sorry. This kind of confidence can only come when you are this good indeed. Merry Christmas, my friends, and a Happy New Year. Yeah, we're already 2 weeks into the new year now. How's your resolutions going there, fellas? This whole story, really, really stupid. If it's real, then AJ is about, like, the the dumbest person that we've ever seen. If you're gonna make legal threats, like, probably don't do that publicly. Do it in a letter so it's on the record and everybody knows the thing. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't happen like that. Sometimes people think they can get one over on you just by saying, like, oh, I'm gonna lawyer up. Like, okay, bitch, go ahead. I'm a lawyer up too then. Let's make this thing happen. We can both waste money and time in the court system if you want. Nobody wants that. That's why people threaten it.
But how often does it actually go through? Do people make the leap? Not very often at all. And then the ones that do try and make good on it often get their dick knocked into the dirt because the entire case is frivolous, right? See Billy Mitchell v. Carl Jobst. It's a hilarious court case happening. But yeah, I still don't see what the appeal of Slim Jim is, or Applejack, I guess. They're basically non-characters. They're all made up, and they're here to fight for our amusement. I was much more amused by the first story than the second, I'll be honest. Everything that happens in this series is a fucking movie cliche, and it kills me inside, but at least we're through it now! At least until the next time we do it, I guess. Let's see what the Gubbinses have to say. What'd you think of this one, boys?
OP think he James Bond because he hold menu up. Stealth mode engaged. No, you just man in corner breathing heavy and having butterflies out wazoo. Very distinct sound. And AJ just offering business deal. Date me or I sue. That called hostile takeover. Very Wall Street. Why OP interrupt blackmail to clarify he Irish. Friend life ending, but OP need to correct census data. Priorities check out, Gubbins.
Yeah, that's about the dumbest thing in the world, but I don't know. What else would we expect, truly? Hostile takeover, very Wall Street. You're right about that. What do you say, Dark One?
The author frames his friend's legal trauma as a quirky adventure, where his own nationality is the most important plot point to correct. As for her, she attempts to litigate affection, failing to realize that a court order can force a presence, but it cannot force a pulse. Dark Gubbins.
Nicely done, Dark Gubbins. I still think I'm gonna give that one to Young One. We'll go ahead. Yippee! Tie it up. I'm fairly tall, a well-built gent from years of boxing.
Oh, good for you!
This is SJ vs. AJ Part 3, Pixie to the rescue. Oh, good. I always wanted to be rescued by a pixie. Also, the Gubbins' tie score, which is very exciting. Let's see how it goes today. Hello, my lovelies! Hi, OP. I hope you've all been well and that your holidays were filled with much laughter and cheer. Yeah, like you actually give a fuck, truly. If not, then I hope to bring a smile to your face with the conclusion of SJ's harrowing tale. Yes, SJ is Slim Jim, AJ is Applejack. I don't know if anybody remembers. I tried to wipe this from my brain, it didn't work. For some context, this story takes place several months after the events of the cafe, which we covered in the last part, link in the description, and Slim Jim had been in and out of court seeking justice for the harassment, coercion, and destruction of property he had endured at the hands of AJ. What does Slim Jim do for work? How does he afford the court case? I guess if you're just like a nebulous in and out of existence guy, you could probably just take money from the bank vaults and they wouldn't know. Is that what Slim Jim's doing when he's not in the story? I just had to ask. Throughout all this drama, Slim Jim had met the girl of his dreams, who he tells me quite soon, hopefully, will become his fiancée, Pixie Stick. Oh yes, what a delightful name. You're really painting a picture here for me. The eldest daughter of Slim Jim's family lawyer, Pixie, was a medium-height, slenderly built girl who was as cute as she was devious, and with probably the only person I know that had naturally white hair who's not in the geriatrics club. Okay, fuck it, white hair? Is she an albino? Because that's the only way that's gonna happen. So, is that why you call her Pixie Stick? Might as well call her Q-Tip.
Holy Jesus in heaven. It's a giant Q-tip.
I'm not going to let that be the thing that truly shatters my suspension of disbelief, which doesn't exist anymore, but like you really think you're living in an anime. Yeah, my best friend's girlfriend, she got white hair. Okay, weird. She was Slim Jim's solid ground through the emotional roller coaster that was Applejack's constant harassment, including but not limited to text spam, email spam, letter spam, stalking, and the creme de la creme, sending threatening letters to Spooky and everyone's favorite asshole, myself. I think you're wrong there. I don't think that you are everyone's favorite asshole. That title surely belongs to me, doesn't it? We'll let the comments take a vote. That's fine. Pixie was an angel when Slim Jim needed her most. Spooky and I doing our best to help, but our own lives making it difficult. Yeah, how am I supposed to deal with this letter that I don't care about? Trash. The final interaction we had with Applejack was during the county festival, which our little town holds every May. And Slim Jim, Pixie, Spooky, and I had decided this was a much-needed distraction from everything that had been going on. There we were, Spooky clutching a giant novelty bear she'd practically throttled the hapless game counter man over after she caught him scamming her, me happily noshing away at a huge turkey leg, and Pixie and Slim Jim holding hands and giggling at each other, which Spooky and I playfully chastised them for. Yes, aren't we a motley crew? I'm just walking around with my giant turkey leg, my lady's got her huge bear, like something out of a fucking comic book, like everything is just so media poisoned. I can't stand it anymore, OP. You're going to kill me, going at this rate. OP, Jesus, Slim Jim, if you go any redder, you'll put the Kool-Aid man out of work. Spooky, what was that crab from The Little Mermaid singing about? Kissing girls? You should kiss the girl. OP in a horrible Jamaican accent. Yeah, you should kiss the girl. Slim Jim. Yeah, okay. So when are you two finally gonna stop making googly eyes at each other and make it happen, huh? OP. That's cold-blooded, man. The fuck? Weren't you together at some point? And just, I don't care. I definitely don't. He can't even keep the story straight in his own fucking chronological thing. It's fine. I don't care. Like I said, how could I care any less? That's why I'm yelling, because I don't care!
We do not care.
Okay, amidst our friendly japes and jives, are you doing the hand jive? That's pretty cool. We failed to notice the lumbering colossus that was approaching us. And too late, my beardy senses tingled when I heard Slim Jim cry out and Pixie yelp in surprise. Spooky and I turned to see AJ, Applejack, pudgy hands clamped around Slim Jim's wrist, trying to drag him away, all while sputtering at him. Applejack, so this is my replacement, huh? Newer, sleeker model? Now that you used me up, it's on to the next one with tits and no brains, right? I guess this thing is meant to be more comical because she's fat now. That's that's what we're doing here. She's in a deep, dark depression and nobody's gonna help pull her out of it. We'll just laugh at her. You're right, the things she's doing are unhinged. But you think a court case is gonna make it any easier? You guys are both having a hard time right now, okay? Trying to keep that inside and stop making it everybody else's problem. Thank you. So Slim Jim was trying with some difficulty to pry the walking Sarlacc pit off of him. Sarlacc pit? Another Star Wars reference? Sarlacc pit's not even fucking mobile, bro. You gotta drive your sand speeder up to it and throw people off. Did you even watch the movies? Spooky, Pixie, and I jumped in to help. Yeah, against the Sarlacc pit. After much struggle, we managed to free Slim Jim and formed a protective semicircle around him. Me taking point, as I'm quite a bit larger than the rest of the gang. That's right, I'm super tall and buff too. And don't forget, I got giant dong too, don't forget it, guys. Slim Jim has dark red welts on his wrist that were already beginning to bruise, and my feelings on the matter could best be described as a blinding rage. I never hit a woman. I will never hit a woman, but god damn it, it was tempting in that moment. However, the clearer side of my brain knew that I wouldn't be doing Slim Jim any favors. Spooky, on the other hand, Spooky, if you touch my gun, I'll rip your lungs out of your ass and make you bounce home on them. Lungs? It's an interesting choice. You could have picked something else, something that's right there in your face, but you didn't. And I think it's an interesting choice. Also, how are you gonna take point if you aren't, like, ready to, you know, actually take point? You should let Spooky take point if the plan was for her to hit Applejack. Whatever. Again, I don't care. I'm not gonna yell anymore. Pixie, haven't you done enough to him, you crazy bitch? Now you've just assaulted him in public with witnesses out the ass.
Applejack. None of you fucking understand. I love him. He's mine. Yes, this is the cardboard cutout that I will call my very own. Yeah, I guess you have him, you know? I'll get another one. I'll hardly know the difference. Slim Jim gripped my shoulder tightly, and I decided to make a battlefield decision. Hell yeah, OP. You're always so calm and collected. You're so cool. Definitely the leader of the pack, you know? Like, I got a group of people that hang out with me, but they're all secondary characters to my very main character. All this stuff that's happened in the Slim Jim, it's nothing about, like, how he feels about it and shit. He's just there. He exists so I can have Spooky slap down some other leg beard for, like, the umpteenth time. I'm so tired. Have I said that already? I'm gonna say it a lot through this series, I think. Like, I'll admit it's fun because it's stupid, but how stupid can we go before I'm just like, oh my god. I feel completely brain rotted by it. Anyway, yeah, cool battlefield decision, bro. Scanning the gathering crowd, I noticed a security team lingering on the outskirts. Yeah, I gave him an ocular pat down.
Now I can determine a subject's threat level without him being able to feel my retinal assessment.
Warily, they looked in our direction, wondering if they should get involved. I made that decision for them and began frantically waving them down. They quickly made their way over, and after brief summaries from the four of us, Applejack was led away in handcuffs to, I guess, fair jail until proper authorities arrived. They probably do have a fair jail. It's full of fucking drunk people. And one crazy girl who won't stop screaming. Slim Jim was sitting on a bench nearby answering questions, as were the rest of us separately, until finally the police asked Slim Jim the magic words.
Do you want to press charges?
Slim Jim practically screamed, yes! So much yes! That the word was worn out more than the neckbeard's favorite wanking sock. Oh, that's a tragic moment, you know? Dean cracked his sock last week. That's his oldest favorite sock, and it just cracked right open. Can't use it no more. You might cut yourself. But OP, I hear you ask, why wouldn't she be able to get away with this like with the car? Well, you see, dear readers, ever since her daddy helped her get off the hook, people in our town began to talk and talk and talk and talk. It got so bad that at one point he left the country for a while to escape. Needless to say, the assault charges stuck, and Slim Jim was at long last free of Applejack's beard-ageddon. Yeah, I was really on the edge of my seat. Why didn't she get out of it like the last time? Because, yeah, her daddy didn't want to this time. Oh, okay. I guess it was all hanging on that. Neat. I guess that's comeuppance. I do like how you got to be, you know, the super cool guy that gets to save all your friends by flagging security down. That's really the whole reason this story was written, so we could feel tough without actually doing anything, you know? Hey, security guys, help us out now! And here they come, the fucking cavalry. It's just another chain link in the chain of very weird decisions that apparently makes up OP's life, that binds him to this mortal coil. Like, I guess the story's still kind of funny, but only if you can see the 2000s kid energy underneath all of it, you know? How he wants to make everything... You know. Of course you know. Gubbins is? Do you know? What do you think of this one?
He masks his narcissistic need for center stage attention with the thin veil of being a loyal friend and protector against the beard-ageddon. In his mind, he is the heroic Irish guru delivering justice. In reality, he is a grown man eating a turkey leg while his friends undergo actual trauma for his entertainment. Dark Gubbins.
Well, I mean, not just his entertainment, all of our entertainment. But still, it is sort of fucked up. How about you, young one?
Oh, P so humble. He just simple giant with beardy senses and turkey leg, saving day with the power of waving his arm at security. He named girl Pixie Stick because she's sweet, not because he see her as object in his very cool movie script. He even do Jamaican accent from Mermaid movie, which make everyone around him feel very comfortable and not at all secondhand embarrassed. Very hero. Gubbins.
What a hero, goddammit. Gubbins, I gotta give it to him. I'm sorry. I really do like Dark Gubbins cutting deep.
You know, that's the reality check. But Gubbins just, he says what I'm thinking, essentially. He's a smaller me. I can retire now. Thank God. Let's go ahead and get into another post, shall we? And we'll see how that turns out. This is Mick Neckbeard. Oh snap. 2 room temp patties, Dorito does not care, cheese, a single pickle they forgot to remove, unwashed onions on a fedora-shaped bun with sesame seeds. Try the McNeckbeard today. It can also be MC Neckbeard. You know, that's a terrifying thought as well. We won't get into it. We'll see what happens. A day may come where I will not write these stories. Say it ain't so. When the decency of the common folk prevail, and those with beardy necks think before they speak. But this is not that day. Are we doing a fucking Lord of the Rings parody right now? How dare you? How dare you, sir? I defy you! Yes, readers, I've returned with yet another story about a neckbeard after my lady fair, who doesn't seem to realize that my lady fair could probably immobilize a Kodiak bear with a stern look. Oh yeah, she got that glare. It's a Pokemon move, actually. His girlfriend is a Gothitelle, I'm pretty sure. He just named the Gothitelle Spooky. It's got the shadow tag ability. It's pretty fucking OP if you switch it in on the right thing. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, OP's super cool girlfriend, not girlfriend. This particular story's been building up for 1.5 years now at Spooky's workplace. While she's been trying to find a career in graphic design, Spooky's been working at our local McDonald's and recently got promoted to the morning shift manager. Well, hell yeah, I guess you were pretty good at putting them fries in the bag, you know? Maybe graphic design wasn't your passion after all. I also don't really know if, like, finding a career in graphic design is a thing that happens, you know? Like, put some content out there and see if people like it, but, like, working for an organization that pays you bi-weekly for your designs of graphics, I don't think that exists. That's something you saw in a movie one time, and it doesn't exist. There are people who make money doing it, but yeah, they're probably with an agency or something like that. Could work for a YouTube channel, or maybe that would work, but overall, you're gonna have to fucking cut your own teeth with something like that. That's a hard one to get into. Although the person that designed the ReddX logo did a really great job with it. Also, you can see my lack of graphic design knowledge in the Did I and Spin It apps, which will be out on Google Play sometime next week. Anywho, this works wonderfully for us both, as our schedules are practically the same, so our evenings are spent complaining about our days. Well, isn't that just kismet? How do you think that worked out? Most of Spooky's stories are centered on a fellow coworker, whom I shall call McBeard, that seemed to irk Spooky more than any other person there. Flash forward to recently, Spooky and I are cuddled on the couch, watching Markiplier's, spelled incorrectly, playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2, talking about our days. Why is the Markiplier thing even relevant? So brain dead people in the comments can go, I watch Markiplier too! We watch the same thing! We're like brothers now! No, I don't want to know you. Get away from me. Spooky says, seriously, the people on my shift have a collective IQ of like a Goomba. You want to hear what McBeard did? Yeah, I do, but make sure you preface it with like 3 paragraphs first. I'd really fucking love that. OP says what we're all thinking and says, yeah, I have a feeling that I'm going to whether I want to or Spooky. So the stupid beanstalk decided it'd be a wizzo idea to stop taking orders for a few minutes to, quote, let you poor girls catch up. And guess what happened? OP, the line back, Spooky, the line back the fuck up. And even worse, he was hitting on everyone who came through. Everyone. Guys, girls, old people, young people. It was so freaking creepy. Maybe he's just like a friendly dude that doesn't know how to interact with people. Like, I know nothing about him except that he works at a McDonald's and has wizzo ideas. Like not taking orders at a fast food restaurant, which literally is death at a fast food restaurant.
This is fine.
OP says, wow, well, damn. Sounds like he's a lonely bastard. Yeah, not like us two together in real life. Not me writing a Reddit story alone in my room crying. Spooky. I just hate the guy. Seriously, every day he works, it's all comments on mine and Allie's butts. Or like we'd look better in tighter shirts. OP. Christ alive, you're a manager, just tear him a new one. Spooky. I have, but the thick fucker doesn't get it. No matter how much I yell at him. OP. Are we talking American thick or Europe thick, Spooky? I will kill you. Yeah, that's the most pressing part of the conversation. You know, this is how real people talk, I'm pretty sure. I believe everything you're telling me right now. Please continue. After some minor pummeling from Spooky, I decided to visit her at work the next morning, as it was my day off, and thought this would be an excellent opportunity to observe a neckbeard in the wild. Yeah, and hang out with your girlfriend at work and be fucking annoying. You can't really say anything to him because it's the manager's boyfriend, but like everybody in here would really like him to fuck off. He just thinks he's the main character. Look at him sitting there in the biggest booth meant for 8 people. It's just him sitting there taking selfies with french fries. What the fuck is going on here? So the morning comes, and Spooky leaves for work, and I follow behind her. Yeah, but not in a weird way. It's not like I'm a lost puppy dog that doesn't know what to do with myself or my life. I just like following my girlfriend to work sometimes. Okay. Yeah, you could do that if you want, I guess. Really, if it's real, it's because he got super insecure. You might have tried to play it off, but the larger part of you was just like, huh, I want to make sure that neckbeard doesn't actually stand a shot. Anyway, this is around 7 a.m. when her shift starts, and I ambushed her with a hug and a kiss at the door, and we parted ways. Her toward the back, and myself to the order kiosk, casting a glance behind the counter for Beard. At the one non-automated till was a tall, gangly man with a thick mustache and a long goatee, sallow eyes that had more bags than a local shop, and a smile that was more gum than tooth. Yeah, that is weird to me. I'm unsettled by your description, to say the very least. You've done very good with the description. Like, probably we could go full My Immortal and describe what he's wearing and how it's tattered and greasy, but you get the picture. It's a McDonald's uniform, okay? Well done, OP. We're moving right along, aren't we? My eyes flitted to his name tag, and sure enough, Beard was proudly emblazoned across the plastic plate. I decided an interaction with him couldn't be passed on, so I opted to place my order with him as opposed to using the order kiosks. His voice made me cringe so hard, I thought my spine would snap. You know the voice that people use for a flamboyantly gay man? No, definitely not, sweetie. Well, it's that, but dripping with sleaze. Okay, gay voice and neckbeard voice. Here we go. Beard. Well, aren't you looking handsome today, mister? What can I get for you? Oh my God. I've hit the jackpot. Ha! Gay! This is how you occupy your days, is it? Interesting choice, that's what I'll say. It took every fiber of my being to not burst out laughing as I ordered a black coffee and a bagel and proceeded to sit as close to the kitchen as I could manage to watch. Black coffee and a bagel? What are you, trying to act cool, or are you just a fucking skinflint? Give me 4 Egg McMuffins, 2 orange juices, 5 hash browns,
55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
And a black coffee, yes. OP says 20 minutes later, I wasn't disappointed. You've been sitting there with a bagel and coffee for 20 minutes? Beard. Oh, Spooky, how many times have I told you not to wear those pants? Your ass looks totally flat. Spooky, we've gone over this, Beard. You don't talk to me like that. Keep it up and I will go to Bruce. Oh, who's Bruce? The one that's actually in charge? The only one people respect around here?
Hey, Brucey, what's up?
Beard made a pouty face, and then he said, oh, come on, why are you so mean to me? I'm just being friendly. Spooky, no, friendly is saying hi or asking how my day is, but what you're doing is fucking harassment, and I don't have to take it anymore. Another pouty face from McBeard, and he says, "Fine, but how's your potato-banging boyfriend?" Spooky, he's actually my potato-banging fiancé, and if you call him that again, I'll make you swallow what little teeth you got left. McBeard, "Oh, you're marrying him? Sad face." Yes, he actually said, sad face. I guess it's a step above sad panda. No, I'm a sad panda. Then I gotta punch you. It's not like I want to punch you for saying sad panda, but like you made me do this. This is a contract that I've made with myself. An eternal blood bond. Spooky says, "Yeah, I'm marrying him. Wedding still for October, right, babe?" Spooky called me from the drive-thru. OP sipping coffee, glaring at McBeard. "Yeah, sure is, love. Shall we invite your lovely co-worker here?" Spooky, "No, I'd rather not have my wedding be weasel infested." McBeard was glaring at me, and I raised my cup to him. OP, "And that's Mr. Potato Banger to you, sir." Then the whole McDonald's stood up. And everybody fucking clapped and carried OP out on his shoulders. He dumped hot coffee all over their head. 3rd-degree burns everywhere. Nobody cared, though. They were in such ecstasy for OP, his presence, and his linguistic ability. Mr. Potato Fucker, my god! That is so original, and definitely how people talk in real life. You're doing such a great job. Wonderful story. I followed my fiance to work because I have no fucking life. Neat. Good for you. I guess at least the writing's getting a little bit better. I really want to run that character description through AI and see what it spits out. It's going to be horrifying. It's probably the thumbnail right now. What did you think about it, Gubbinses?
OP is a master of tactical surveillance, following his girlfriend to work like a highly trained secret agent, or a very confused, clingy golden retriever. He ambushed her with a hug to mark his territory like a dog peeing on a fire hydrant made of burgers. It is very brave to sit in a booth drinking black coffee while your fiancé does actual labor and handles the local grease gremlin. OP is like a gargoyle of justice, but instead of stone, he is made of insecurity and bagel crumbs. Truly, he is the hero McDonald's didn't ask for and definitely doesn't pay. Gubbins.
He got what he deserved. That's what I know. Nothing.
The narrator describes his partner as a woman capable of taking down a bear. Yet he feels the pathetic compulsion to shadow her shift like a parasitic phantom seeking a hit of dopamine from a low-stakes confrontation.
God, Cook.
He is not protecting her from a neckbeard. He is merely using her workplace harassment as a stage to perform his own fragile brand of masculinity. Dark Gubbins.
Woo! That is Dark Gubbins all the way. Holy shit. You saw through him. You laid him bare. I mean, I've been able to do it over many episodes, but Dark Gubbins, like, you could boil the whole series down to what he said just then. And that's the video. That's it. So SJ and AJ's over. I guess now we've got McBeard in the mix, or maybe another neckbeard we haven't met yet that OP will make up. I guess we'll have to continue on and see in the next part right now. Also, tie game, hell yeah. Check out the Patreon and YouTube memberships. Thanks so much. Now we'll get over there. This is Attack of the Cowardly Turtle Man, who I think is different from McBeard. That's a different kind of turtling. OP says, okay, so this happened yesterday, and I'll be honest, it's not a neckbeard story. It's just a special flavor of douche canoe story, but I need to tell someone about this, and you people seem a very good source to vent to, and you might also derive some pleasure from my misery, so it's a win-win. Yeah. And then even on top of that, my audience gets to enjoy it. I make a few dollary dues out of it. That's a win-win-win-win. You know what I'm talking about? So Spooky, as stated in my prior story, works at our local McDonald's, and I'll come visit her and have lunch if it's my day off or if I'm on my lunch break, and today was one of my days off. Yeah, I'm not a neckbeard or a nerd, guys, but I love to eat at McDonald's and watch Star Wars all the time. All of my references, essentially, from popular media are Star Wars based, and my girlfriend works at McDonald's, so I eat there all the time. But even if she didn't work there, I'd still eat there all the time. Like, okay, you've said too much now, please sit down. Yeah, so he had a day off. OP says it was busy, like stupid busy. Half an hour wait times type busy, which is a rare occurrence in our little town, so our McDonald's is not well equipped to handle these massive rushes. Where the fuck did these people come from? You got an event somewhere nearby? More importantly than all that, why are you hanging out at McDonald's that your girlfriend works at? Are you this desperate for that validation? Do you elbow everybody that comes in, everybody in line, and just say, that's my girlfriend. Hey guys, that's my girlfriend right there. That one, right there. The Gothatel. People are like, I don't see what you mean. And he's like, yeah, you gotta install Pokemon Go first. Check this out. Anyway, poor Spooky was running herself ragged, bouncing between front line and back line and drive-through to assist with her overwhelmed crew members, while also finding a minute to call up some help from anyone who would answer their phones, without much success. Yeah, that's any job. I'm fucking ducking you. The manager? No, thanks. The lobby, understandably, is a wreck since no one's had a chance to clean it, with dirty tables and overflowing trash cans and dirty floors, etc. And myself and a couple other patrons were trying to help the employees out by tidying up as best we could, except the Turtle Man. I call him the Turtle Man because they look like Master Splinter's long-lost red-headed step mutant ninja turtle. Short, pot-bellied, bald, save for a severely thin hairline. He had thick glasses and an all-too-tight jumper. Yeah. And he's ugly on the outside, so you know he's a terrible person inside, right? All throughout the horrendous rush, the Turtle Man was complaining loudly about the staff, how they were lazy and good for nothing, and didn't deserve to have jobs, etc., etc., which was really starting to irk me. Spooky's the hardest working person I know, and to call her lazy is a personal insult to me. That's right, everything is about you, essentially. He insulted my girlfriend. Now we have a blood feud. How about you just fucking let it go? How about you live your life and be like, yeah, it's pretty packed, whatever. People talk shit all the time. Talking shit's the only thing that stops that guy from coming into the McDonald's with a Kalashnikov and really thinning out the line, okay? Just let him do it. And OP said, I let it slide. I tried to be the bigger man. I tried so hard to bite my tongue and let it go until this ass waffle took his full tray of trash and dumped it on one of the only clean tables there were. Wait, he already had his food? Why is he complaining? Could just be a miserable person. I mean, McDonald's is not attracting like the highest caliber of human being, is it? Yeah, I sort of expect the trash dumping, if I'm honest. OP says, I fucking lost it. My fiance's killing herself to get through this rush, and you're gonna act like a toddler let loose in a China with no... in a China. They only have one China, and it's really big. I love China. So he has a Chinese child with no supervision and a bad attitude. No, that doesn't it with me. Doesn't it, though? What happened to the grammar? I complimented him on one story, and now he's let it all fall to shit. Come on, OP. Hey, what's your fucking problem, a-hole? Turtle Man. These little fuckers can't do their jobs. Let them clean this up. Why the hell should I care? OP. These teens are making minimum wage, you douche. What are you trying to accomplish, besides making yourself look like a jerk? Turtle Man. Go screw yourself, Gaylord. Screw off! I looked at his wife, sitting quietly, not looking at anyone, and OP said, I pity you, ma'am. If he acts like this all the time, then he must be a real treat to live with. And then I say, what the fuck are you talking to my wife for? You want to take this outside? Let's settle it. Then the cops show up. Everybody's had a great morning. Just a normal, typical morning at McDonald's. Serving up smiles. Some of them toothless smiles. And without saying another word, I cleaned off the table, glaring at this world-class dill hole while he smirked at me. Turtle Man.
Yeah, that's right, bitch boy. Clean up my mess. Show me what a little bitch you are.
Oh, it's doing something for you, is it? You like when I unfold the cheesy paper and lick it like this? Let's make it as weird for you as possible. You see, dear readers, I meant to be the bigger man. I really did. I threw the trash away. I remained silent because I knew this man's type, a coward, and I was soon to find out that I was right. Yeah, you always are, OP. All of this, like, you know, letting yourself be called this or that name, I'm sure it will be met with comeuppance at some point. That's true. So flash forward to me sitting in my car, breathing heavily. Weird. I was livid, but I knew that I would have been worse off had I done something. I mean, that's usually how it is. I generally try and talk people down or diffuse with humor, but sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes people are determined to be mad, and yeah, if you want to punch each other, we can do that. You'd feel a lot better. Like, you would no longer be angry, because you got to punch each other. But I know OP's a coward too. That sort of goes without saying. Anyway, who pulled up across from me in the parking lot at that point? Well, it was Turtle Man. I see him yelling something, so I roll my window down and give him the universal hand signal for expressing one's displeasure. And he hops out of his minivan, stomping over till he's about 4 feet from my car. Turtle Man.
Hey, get out of the car, Gaylord. Show me you got some nuts. Screw you, I'll break your face. I'll mess you up, man.
I was flabbergasted. This deranged man-child was screaming at the top of his lungs in a screechy voice that he was going to kick my ass in a public parking lot with like cameras and a ton of witnesses, one of which I found out later phoned the police. Oh, just like the security, huh? Here come the jackboots to save OP, and then he can pretend he was a big man about it. I'm glad you didn't get out and fight him. At the end of the day, it's probably not gonna make anything better, but it might have had unforeseen effects, you know? Adjusting this dude's attitude a little bit. You also get some cardio out of it, which is nice. Anyway, OP tells everybody how tough he is. He says, I'm no Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I'm fairly tall. A well-built gent from years of boxing.
Oh, good for you!
Yeah, boxing, which, like, we never talked about before. Maybe he mentioned it in one story, like, super early on. Might have been another OP. So many OPs like to be like, yeah, fuck it. I'm a boxer, dude. I have years of training. But okay, I guess I'll let OP finish his humble brag. I had easily like 1.5 feet on the Turtle Man, and I was in far better shape. The fact seemed to dawn on the turtle as I exited my vehicle, intending only to snap a pic of his license plate number. But the Turtle Man immediately scurried back to his car, screeching, Turtle Man, help! He's attacking me! Someone call the cops! Call the cops! I stood there, mouth agape, in stunned silence for a moment before bursting out laughing. OP, you're a coward. You talk all that, but look at you, sniveling like a child. Pathetic. That's right. OP won this fight without even raising a hand. That's how intimidating he looks. That's how tough and cool he is. All of you would do well to remember that. I even wrote a Reddit post about how cool I was. Okay, neat. 10 minutes later, 2 police officers arrived and began taking statements from Turtle and me and Spooky, and all the patrons inside and outside the restaurant as well. In addition, they consulted the security cameras. Turtle Man claimed I'd been harassing him, and that as soon as I saw him outside, I ran to his car and began pounding on it, threatening to end his life, and yeah, I laughed. Of course, this was all proven false 30 times over by the witnesses and the cameras and Turtle Man's face, because the cops had had run-ins with this idiot before, trying his hardest to instigate a fight so the other guy punches him and he can file assault charges. What a freaking scumbag. I mean, it's a living, I guess. He probably knows how to take a punch. It's good you didn't fight him. I guess the only real way out of this one is to pay all those punk kids skating in the parking lot to fight him. I'll give you $100 each to go beat the shit out of the Turtle Man. They're like, all right, cool. OP says, anyway, sorry it wasn't a neckbeard story. It didn't feature my usual brand of snark. I just needed to vent. You're not the snarky one, OP. You're not the asshole, OP. That's what you wish you were, but you're not snarky enough to be snarky in real time. That's all it is. If you could do it outside of a Reddit post, I'm sure you would, but you can't. You gotta leave that to the professionals, okay? As far as Turtle Man goes, yeah, seems like a whole lot of nothing happened. I followed my girlfriend to work again, and there was a guy talking shit, and then I didn't fight him in the parking lot. The cops showed up, and I didn't fight him. He was trying to bait me into a fight, but I didn't fight him, because I'm the bigger person, you see. Okay, whatever. Can we go home now? Gubbin says, get in here. Wrap this thing up, please. We gotta find out who wins today.
OP so brave. He like a knight of the golden arches defending the honor of the McFlurry machine. He makes sure to tell us he is tall, well-built gent with boxing skills, because that's very important when you fighting a middle-aged man who look like a mutant hamster. He stay very calm and quiet while Turtle Man call him names, then he go to car to breathe heavily, like he just finished marathon instead of just throwing away a burger wrapper. OP, the real hero, cleaning tables for free while his fiancée works. He not just a customer, he a volunteer assistant deputy fry lube technician. Gubbins.
I'll tell you, we could stick that fry lube. Go ahead, Dark One.
The narrator's meticulous insistence on his own physical prowess and gentlemanly restraint is a transparent shield for the fact that he was utterly humiliated by a man in a too-tight jumper. He didn't stand his ground. He retreated to his vehicle to hyperventilate, only finding his boxing courage once there was a car door and a camera between him and a balding lunatic. Dark Gubbins.
Very nice. I think Gubbins is going to take it today with the fry lube technician, though. Congratulations, my boy. Bing, bang, boom.
Ring a ding, baby.
This is Spooky versus PDF Beard. One spook flying solo. Yeah, that title's a mouthful. All right, go off, I guess. Greetings, Reddit. 'Tis I, the chunky, funky, feisty mistress of all things cringe, Spooky. Do I have to do the whole narration like in that voice? I don't think I can handle it. I've hijacked Lucky Charms' account to post a story of a time when I was face to face with my very first neckbeard, way before I met my lovely Irish knight in snarky armor. God, dude. The cringe is so heavy out of the gate, you know? He logged onto his own account and pretended to be the girl that he likes, who may or may not exist. I'm fucking, oh. Yeah, that's that's good cringe nice and early. So yeah, 6th grade year. Was on a field trip with my class to a museum of art and history, which I was far too excited for. Why? You too cool for fucking art and history? What's wrong with you? And my classmates were just happy to be out of the classroom. Now on this trip were 2 of our teachers and 4 parents who volunteered as chaperones, one of which was the PDF Beard. Yeah, I don't like where this is going already. Holy shit. That's why he decided to chaperone the field trip. The stakes in this shit are way too high. Like I was good with laughing and having a ball, but then you're like, how could I crank it up a notch? And you take it to the darkest place imaginable. This is horrible already. I want you to know that. Like, and there's 3 or 4 layers of horrible here. Anyway, he was a leery, lumbering lout of a man. You could smell him before you saw him. A mix of scrambled eggs on moldy toast with cheap cologne and cigars to match. He was bald with a clump of moles gathered on his scalp, slightly overweight, but not grotesquely so, and was very well dressed. Smart blue dress shirt tucked into khakis with brown loafers. Looked like an accountant. Yeah, you fucking must have wrote this down or something. To remember something that clearly from 6th grade, you must have like a photographic memory. That's amazing. How do you do that? Down to the smell and cluster of moles just so? Fascinating. PDF Beard was the father of one of my male classmates, either named Tommy, Timmy, or Jimmy, fuck if I remember which, and the first thing I noticed about Sir PDF was his hungry, roving eyes. Dude, that's so unsettling. Did nobody else notice, or we're just too kind to say anything? We want to wait until something horrible happens before we say anything? On the bus ride there, he would stare at all females present, which I'll remind you were either 11 or 12. Pause for shudder. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, somebody's gotta be clocking this. Probably everybody has made a note in their mind that they need to keep an extra close eye on this one. Next time we invite chaperones, I'm gonna say, not that guy, though. Eyes were lingering long on my edgy, gothy, buttercup self. Oh yeah? What were you wearing? Was it totally pink and black and goth? She's just as braggadocious as the OP, like in a sidelong way. Have you noticed that? That might be either a good reason that these two people get along, or it might also be because, you know, it's one person writing as his girlfriend. I'll let you go ahead and place your bets, but I know where my money is. Buttercup self. And my close friend Mabel, who looked like Pippi Longstocking going through an emo phase. Yeah, totally. Everybody's super emo and goth, guys. Now, one thing about myself and Mabel is we were more developed than our other female classmates, and we were used to leering looks from boys our age. Boys our age. Not a grown-ass accountant looking mother cluckers, so suffice it to say we were uncomfortable. Yeah, what do you do about that at 12 years old? Grab a notebook out of your backpack and clutch it to your your chest, I guess. Like, if it were a true-to-life scenario, yeah, what do you do? I have no idea. You think I'd tell somebody at that age? No, I could handle this one myself. I guess not that much has changed since that age for me. Anyway, at the museum, Mabel and I nearly forgot all about the PDF's eyes of evil, totally engrossed in impressionist art pieces and medieval armor displays that were art in themselves. Yeah, definitely. Where's this magical impressionist armor museum? But once in a while I'd catch PDF out of the corner of my eye, pretending to attend to our other classmates, but very obviously staring at mine and Mabel's bodies. Fed up, I grabbed Mabel's hands and stormed over to one of our teachers. Yeah, that's a good way to sort it. The teachers probably noticed too, okay? So Spooky says, "Hey, teacher! PDF Beard won't stop staring at us, and it's freaking us the F out." Yeah, I said curse words even though I'm 11. What of it? She didn't write that part. Miss Teacher just cast an uninterested glance in PDF Beard's direction and shrugged. Yeah, the teacher don't give a shit either. That's pretty awful. Why is every adult in this universe just completely inept unless they're security guards or cops pulling OP out of a jam? Miss Teacher just said, if he's making you uncomfortable, then just, like, I don't know, do your best to avoid him or whatever. Yeah, stellar advice. Thank you! So Mabel and I did our best to steer well away from the perv, but somehow he would still always be right there, either behind us or off to one side, just staring. Bro, nobody's clocked this? I guess nobody cares. What a horrible version of the universe to exist in. I guess it's cool that you have, like, impressionist art pieces and, like, suits of armor all together in one museum. That is convenient, but I don't know if it's worth the trade-off for people who are just like, yeah, they're 12, let them handle their shit. Like, no, maybe you should protect them a little more. Just in case something terrible happens. Anyway, 2 hours into the trip, it was time for lunch, so 50 preteens were herded into a large cafeteria away from the exhibits where pizza and soda was provided. Hooray, pizza party!
I declare sodas for everybody! Hip hip hooray!
This is the best field trip ever! Did you guys get cupcakes at the end? Or those weird cookies that taste all chemically because they came out of a plastic box? But they stay soft forever. Isn't that delicious? No, it's not. It's fucking... I taste it. It's fake. Anyway, Mabel and I were sitting in a far corner, trying to keep an eye out for PDF Beard, but without much luck. Until we felt 2 sweaty hands on our shoulders and hot breath in our ears. You had 2 sets of eyes scoping out for this dude, and he slipped through undetected? How the fuck does that work? Like, you're extra on edge at this point, are you not?
Now, why are you lovely ladies sitting all by your lonesome?
His voice was soft and cooing, like he was trying to coax a cat out from behind a couch. Could you just, not touch us? I stammered out. Sadly, I wasn't quite so good with insults in my youth. Yeah, we're out of gas for these stories. I don't know. I didn't have a good insult. Isn't how high stakes this story is enough for you? Yeah, I guess it is. I know it's fake as shit, but I'm still on the edge of my seat. Please don't let no bad happen. Even to this stupid fictional character. Anyway, PDF Beard only chuckled and rubbed our shoulders.
What's wrong, sweetie? Are you feeling a little shy?
At this point, my fight or flight response was kicking into overdrive, and what did I, in my totally sane and logical frame of mind, do?
I bit that fucker.
Yeah, that's part of fight. Flight apparently doesn't work, because where are you gonna go? You gotta stay with the field trip. The teacher doesn't give a shit. So good. I hope your finger gets infected and falls off. I bit him hard. Razor sharp preteen goth fangs. Jesus Christ. I need a long vacation after all this. This, kickback takes some time off. Once a sentence like that pops up, you really start questioning what it is that you're doing with your life. Yeah. The preteen goth fangs, they clamped down on poor PDF's greasy mitt. Salty sweat and a little blood filling my mouth. Yeah, did it taste like pennies? You gotta describe the scent too. It smelled like he had hepatitis B. I could detect that from my vampire powers, which I didn't talk about up until this point. Yeah, sure, whatever. Fuck, anything goes at this point. PDF screamed, Mabel screamed, and I kept biting. That's right. She's got the bloodlust in her, everyone! Stand back! Good times. Oh yeah, you remember this fondly? The time you were almost assaulted by a grown man as a child? I don't think that this would be a situation that we'd be gloating about. This is a situation that would keep you awake at night for decades to come. One of those things that pops into your head while you're trying to drift off and you're like, God damn it, not right now. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. So he cursed and tried to shake me loose. PDF was soon assisted by the other chaperones in prying my jaws off his hand. Him screaming in my face that it was a horrible little bitch, and so on and so forth. He was led away to get the bite looked at, and my other teachers demanded an explanation. Yeah, I done told you about it already. But let me guess, the entire group of teachers and all of the chaperones are also going to be as inept as Miss Teacher? Mabel and I tried to explain the situation, but it fell on deaf ears. I was given a 2-week suspension for my trouble and a hospital bill from PDF for his hand. Oh yeah, that sounds like just desserts, doesn't it? What the hell? Yeah, nobody believes these kids? Why? Do you lie about something like this often happening, or I'm just completely in the dark as to why anybody would not believe you and act on this information, you know? Like, people are hyper aware of protecting girls, especially tiny little girls. What the fuck? Miss Teacher wouldn't be a teacher if she was that lackadaisical about it, okay? Maybe she's just got tenure. She's just fucking counting the days till retirement. I don't know. Take him to the multifaceted art museum and pick a few chaperones off the registry and just hope for the best. What the fuck, man? Anyway, this story does have a happy ending. Oh, good. I was worried that we wouldn't get our fulfilling comeuppance. A week and 3 days into my suspension, my parents got a call from the school saying my suspension had been nullified and I could return to school the next day. When I asked my parents why, they sat me down and explained to me as gently as they could that PDF Beard had been arrested for having kid stuff on his computer. Dude, what the fuck? Like, why would you even write a story? Like, this is depraved. Is it real? Is it based on actual events, or are you just, like, making shit up like this for Reddit clout? Weird. I don't know. I'm no moral arbiter. But it doesn't feel great. His son found his files and immediately told his mother, who called the police. Dude, what the fuck? What? Yeah, he went to jail after all. Okay, but what about the thousands of children on his hard drive? What became of them? I guess you can't ask yourself those types of questions if you want to be able to continue living in this world. Even around people who would just like make some shit up like that in order to spice up a Reddit story. I don't know. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. I'm choosing to believe it's not extra hard this time around. So yeah, the school profusely apologized for not believing me and Mabel, asking if there was anything we needed, counseling, or a few more days off of school if necessary, and I opted for the few days off of school. I was just a kid. It didn't really hit me what might have happened until a couple years later. I mean, that's real. There's a lot of subtext to it that you can't really voice. You can't really put it all together. You just know it makes you uncomfortable, but it isn't until years later that you're like, oh, now I know why. Thanks for reading this. I know my writing's not nearly as good as my Lucky Charms, but I hope you enjoy regardless. Love you. Yeah, love to hate you. My Lucky Charms. Jesus, dude. This story's so grim, so dark. I don't even know what to do with it. Hate the beard. Want to put him against the wall. Like, but it's also just like so over the top and horrible that surely somebody would have acted, you know? I'm fucking mystified. I don't know. I sort of don't want to feed it to the Gubbinses, but also, yeah, I need their take on this.
Gubbins think this man very dedicated father. Truly a man of many secrets, most of which stored on hard drive. Gubbins.
Jesus. It did make me laugh.
The school's initial response was a masterclass in institutional cowardice, prioritizing the neat appearance of a parent over the somatic warnings of their students. They ignored the stench of his character until the law finally performed the autopsy on his hard drive. Dark Gubbins.
Okay, but what do you think about the OP, though?
Gubbins thinks she very brave for wear black lace in 100-degree heat. Most people sweat, but she melt with artistic purpose like a candle in a dumpster. Very deep, very dark, like burnt toast found in a haunted closet. Gubbins.
A masterclass in performative melancholy where the void she stares into is actually just her own reflection in a shop window.
Ooh, dunk.
Her personality is less a soul, and more a carefully curated collection of other people's actual trauma. Dark Gubbins.
Wow, crushing it, Dark Gubbins.
But she looked like sad raccoon. Raccoons have feelings too. Dark Gubbins just jealous he not have enough eyeliner. Gubbins.
I think it's guy liner.
I have witnessed the heat death of the universe. I do not need charcoal pencils to express my disdain for this child's vanity. Dark gubbins.
Gubbins, give you some of mine and make your empty eyes pop, Gubbins.
I could use some too, you know? Bump me up a couple points on the hotness meter or whatever. Like, people give a shit about that. Honestly, you guys both crushed it in your own way. I'm gonna give you a point each. How about that? Keep the score nice and tight. I love the bickering as well. Perfectly done. We still have more of this to drag ourselves through, however, so let's continue on into the next post. This is Gangsta Beard tries to steal my gal. Do you mean like, yo, what up, gangster? Or you mean like, meh? Oh, I hope it's the meh gangster. You're trying to steal your gal. I'll take her down to the malt shop for a phosphorus. Meh. I guess we'll see how it goes. Welcome back to that big Irish goo. He's not pretending to be anybody aside from who he pretends to be. The version of himself that he pretends to be every day. Beautiful people of Reddit, hello, and how are we all today? Good? Bad? Awesome? Yeah, like you give a shit. How about that? Let's stop fucking asking me questions, pretending that I'm involved in the thing that's clearly about yourself, okay? Don't you fucking patronize me. I see this for what it is. I've known what it is the whole time, and I still chose to participate, so maybe you should thank me and shake my hand.
Now, thank me and shake my hand.
I apologize for my sudden disappearing act. I've received a few messages asking if I'm dead, and I'm happy to inform you that I am not, in fact, a corpse. Yet. Life has been crazy of late, which I will elaborate on further at the end of this story. Yes, please update me with the things that are going on. I'm deeply engrossed in your amazing unspecified job and massive apartment that you can't afford. The big neat wedding that's totally gonna happen at some point, probably. Did we miss it? I don't care. Italian food is amazing! It's a good non sequitur. Nice fucking shift into the story, I guess. If you don't agree, you can fight me. I mean, I agree, but I'll still fucking fight you. I will have no one diss pizza or chicken parm while I'm a living and breathing boy. You are just not even a boy. Just have a little baby man. However, my love for food can only allow me to deal with someone's antics for so long before it suddenly doesn't become worth it anymore. There's a little bar in my town, owned and run by the same Italian family for generations, that has, in my opinion, the best Italian food this side of Sicily. Yeah, and as an Irish person, I'm sure you're well equipped to speak on that, right? If it ain't a potato pizza, get it the fuck out of here. The owners are two lovely old sisters who inherited it from their father and mother, and they do a beautiful job of running this staple of our community. And then there's Gangsta Beard, the nephew of one of the sisters. Gangsta Beard's obsessed with anything to do with Italian culture, including the shadier side of it, such as the infamous Al Capone. Is that the donut with the almonds and the mascarpone on it? Because I agree, it's quite infamous for a reason. Oh, you're talking about the actual gang. Nobody remembers who that is. Who cares? It's 100 years later. Interesting, sure. Worth shaping your life around? Definitely not. Gangsta Beard worshipped the gangster to the point of dressing like him. 3-piece Italian striped suit, spot shine shoes, fedora, long trench coat, slick back greasy hair, and an insufferable attempt at sounding like a character from a Bugsy Malone picture with the "forget about it" and "sleeping with the fishes." Man, I gotta do this, see? Man, you'll be wearing cement shoes, man. Now, this didn't become a problem until Gangsta Beard's aunt decided that he should take a more hands-on approach in the family business, causing the gangster wannabe to be frequently seen at the establishment acting like a wise guy, holding large cigars in his teeth. never smoking, holding a glass of bourbon, but never drinking, and belting out Frank Sinatra whenever he had the chance, which was pretty often. Okay, singing Frank Sinatra is too specific for me not to do a tangent on it a little bit, but there's a phenomenon in the Philippines known as the My Way killings, where like when you sing a Frank Sinatra song, the odds of being killed at the karaoke bar go up like 900% or something crazy like that. I guess because it's like the seminal theme of any douchebag, you know? Sometimes people get a little rubbed raw by some stuff like that. I should probably make a video on it at some point. If you want to see it, I don't know, support on the Patreon or YouTube memberships. Then I'll have more time for stuff like that. Anyway, Spooky and I had our first dinner date there as an actual couple. Oh yeah, we'll just like retroactively throw that in. This place was really important to us, for real, but I hadn't mentioned it until now. And there were many, many dinners and parties there growing up, so it's a staple in our lives. Yes, ye old Italian restaurant. But Christ on a cracker, it was getting hard to stomach Gangster Beard's antics. One night was where he crossed the line. Oh yeah, don't push me, pal. You're really mucking it up there, Buster. Man, you gotta do man at the end, or he's not gonna believe you. He's gonna pull out a Tommy gun, call your bluff. Spooky had just been promoted to manager at McDonald's. Oh, that's good. Are you still hanging out there way too fucking often? And then I took her out to our favorite little Italian joint to celebrate, praying to the Lord on high in heaven that Gangster Beard had decided to take the night off. Apparently the line was busy upstairs, so my prayers went unanswered, as there he was in all his glory. Tall, portly fella in his mid-30s, suit that didn't quite fit, hat that was too small, brown cigar between his yellow teeth, and bourbon ever present in his pudgy hand. I like how he commits to the bit, if nothing else. Like, I don't know why you want to look this way and act this way, but if push comes to shove, you gotta make sure that you're ready to back it up. I don't really know his demeanor yet, because all we've done is describe him being weird. OP had like this version of a neckbeard inside of his head, but it was all exterior. He didn't think about like the personality at all. What's Gangster Beard's unique hook? Oh, he's gonna come in and try and hook up with my lady, but he didn't get to though. And I did though. Okay, cool, great, love it. Anyway, OP says, one thing. I asked for one thing tonight. And Spooky says, do you want to go somewhere else, babe? OP says, no, this is my favorite restaurant. I'll be fucked around before I let some prohibition-era jerk ruin it. At a certain point, you are just being stubborn. You like the Italian food that much? I'll stay in and order a fucking Domino's. How about that? Spooky says, well, then let's go have some bomb-ass chicken parm. Yeah, the Gangster Beard spit in.
The first thing we do is we add a little extra gravy to the mashed potato.
Determinedly, Spooky and I marched forward, Gangster Beard seeing us from the hostess stand and spreading his arms wide. Gangster Beard, wow, look who it is. Man, OP and his charming gal. How lovely. Table for two, lovebirds? Or maybe something more private, huh? Spooky and I grit our teeth at his cringy accent and his comments. I mean, the accent was cringe, but the comments don't seem all that untoward yet. OP says, yeah, two please, Gangster Beard, preferably in the back. I shouldn't have said that, because Gangster Beard got a look on his face that made my insides curl. Gangster Beard, oh, is that the way it is, huh? I feel you. A little backroom tug and pull, you get me? Man! He's sort of a weird douche, but I can't help but be intrigued by him, at the very least. Anyway, Spooky then says, if you could just take us to our table, that would be grand. Her voice was dripping with malice, and Gangster Beard seemed to sense this as he grabbed 2 menus and gestured broadly. Gangster Beard, but of course, Dollface, you know I'm a sucker for the ladies. That's going more Jerry Lewis, isn't it? After we sat and the waitress took our orders, we were sitting under the glow of a soft light, talking and enjoying our night for the most part, until Gangster Beard came back and stood next to our table, loudly saying to me, Gangster Beard, you know, I never thought of Irish guys as being real guys, you get me? Like, sort of beta in the bedroom, you feel me? Man! I mean, yeah, totally. I try not to think of other guys in the bedroom at all. What the hell are you talking about? Get the fuck away from my table. It's that easy. Sometimes it's just that easy. Bing, bang, boom.
Ring a ding, baby.
Spooky and I look back at him in shock. It's bad enough someone says something like that under normal conditions, but while in a public place, surrounded by customers, while he's working, it's just the pinnacle of stupidity. Yeah, mostly, like most of these stories are, really, if we're honest. Anyway, this enraged Spooky, and she said, have you been banged by many Irish guys then? Gangsta Beard blanched and then turned red in a stunning display of color transitions that any painter would envy. Gangsta Beard, no, of course not. I don't do none of that fruitcake shit, man. Okay, Gangster, I believe you. Please go away now. OP says, yeah, spoken like a man with a few things in his closet. Gangster Beard huffed angrily, which I find hilarious. Even mentioning something might sound gay around a homophobe and they lose their minds. Turning to Spooky, Gangster Beard says, you know, Dollface, Spook, call me that again and I'll send you to meet Sinatra. I bet Gangsta Beard would put Sinatra's meat right in his mouth, you know? As soon as he meets him, just drops to his knees. Gangsta Beard, you know, miss, Italian men are more passionate lovers, that's just a proven fact, so if you ever... Amazing aunt, Simon Austin Firth, not his actual name. We turned to see an elderly woman covered in flour, wearing a long black apron, marching toward us, and Gangsta Beard blanched. Wow, he blanches a lot. Does he blanch his potatoes in the kitchen? It's a culinary term. Is that why we're using it so often in this story? Did you just learn that fucking word and wanted to share it with all of us? Or are you just like accidentally flipping to the same fucking page in the thesaurus over and over again? Gangsta Beard says, oh, auntie, I was just... He dropped the accent, fumbling with the cigar in his hand. Amazing auntie. I have told you time and time again, don't harass the customer. And then Lisa tells me you're making rude comments to this young man and his date. You are a disgrace to me. Get out of my sight. Wow, hell of a climax, you know? Everything just really came to a head. I feel like we really won because we had this kid disowned by his aunt. This was followed by yelling in Italian as Gangsta Beard scuttled away, red-faced and bleary-eyed. Oh, he shifted from blanched to red-faced again. That's amazing. How many times did he do that in a minute? Amazing aunt sighed, looking at us with the kindest smile I had ever seen. Wow, ever? You must not have experienced much kindness in your life, OP. You must have grown up out here on these cold, hard streets, having to learn by yourself and make do to survive, you know? Amazing aunt says, forgive my nephew. He's an idiot, but he means well. I'll comp your meals for the trouble. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Yeah, cool, free food. Does he actually mean well? You know, like, maybe Amazing Auntie is somewhat an enabler of Gangsta Beard. Have we stopped to consider that at all? Of course not. Of course we didn't. Why would we? Anyway, apparently the waitress who had been serving us heard everything Gangsta Beard said to us and immediately went and reported it to his aunt. Needless to say, we left her a very large tip That waitress probably don't like Gangsta Beard either. Like, she's benefiting twice from this transaction. Thank you guys for reading, and as I said, I'm sorry for disappearing like that, but I have some wonderful news. As of 8 weeks ago, Spooky is poggernant. I can't tell you how happy I am and how excited I am to welcome our child into the world. God bless. All have a wonderful evening. Yeah, you too, Irish guy. I guess those are his two defining traits. He's Irish and he's a guy. That's my username. Just like user that one gay cop whose book is for free for Kindle users currently from February 1st to February 5th. Go ahead and pick it up for free. My affiliate link's down there. If you did want to buy something else on Amazon after, it would help us out. You can also help us out with Patreon or YouTube memberships. Check us out on Spotify and the podcasts and Fourth Wall and the merch and stuff. I suppose I'm supposed to say, like, congratulations on having babies and things like that, but I don't know. Are you truly equipped for it? I guess we're making PDFs up in the previous story. We can make, like, literal children up in this story. And one depresses me more than the other, but they are both somewhat depressing in their own way. I guess that's just what we get, you know? Sometimes you get a laugh. These stories, they started out real funny. And then, I don't know, somewhere along the way, most authors decide to take a turn. They're like, now it's gonna get real and gritty. Like, that's not what I showed up for. Can we just have a good time with it? Like, that's the best part to me. But I guess I don't get to pick and choose. At least not anymore. Let's see how the Gubbinses feel about this one and see what to do about this scoreboard, huh?
OP is very brave hero for defending the honor of a chicken sandwich against a man who thinks The Godfather is a documentary. This gangster beard man is not a creep. He is a dedicated method actor waiting for his big break in a restaurant lobby, and OP is just the lucky audience member who gets to watch him fail at breathing. He is simply trying to bring back the 1920s, including the bad teeth and the total lack of social awareness, which is very historical and educational. Truly a meeting of two great minds who both belong in a padded room with extra marinara. Gubbins.
Yeah, boy, extra marinara. How about you, Dark One?
The OP's writing is a masterclass in main character syndrome, framing a mundane restaurant spat as an epic struggle for his lady's honor. It is a tragic symmetry. One man cosplays as a fictional monster, while the other cosplays as a functional, mature adult.
Ooh.
Dark Gubbins.
That functional, mature adult took it over the top for me. We're gonna give that one to Dark Gubbins, which means...
It's a tie!
Did you guys hold the guns up and, like, go back to back? We're ready to take this guy down.
They are the world's most deadly assassins. Their identities are a secret, even from each other.
What do you think she learned to shoot like that?
And this episode is called It Follows. Oh no, it's about a scary clown or something, guys. I love road trips, says LP. I love them so much that Spooky and I take at least 3 per year if we can swing it. The destination is never really important to us. It's the journey. Wow, that's such a good way to go through life. Definitely not a stupid bullshit platitude at all. I guess it is the journey. Like, in life, there's truly no destination, so you better enjoy the journey. Even once you reach a supposed destination, everything changes up, then you gotta do something else. Whatever. I sort of get you, but, you know, I don't want to be caught here agreeing with you and such. The long open road stretching out in front of us, the changing scenery as we roam from state to state. Yeah, the job that doesn't exist that holds you guys up and finances all these shenanigans. Is it a McDonald's? You work at McDonald's, don't you? It's not Spooky that does, it's you. Spooky is the other half of your brain. LP says, I also enjoy the greasy, ungodly, unhealthy deliciousness that was rest stop food. It was glorious. All of a sudden, we're talking in the fucking past tense. What's going on here? He's just driving through McDonald's is what happens. He can't stop eating fucking McDonald's. It's crazy. The clown food got me. Not too long ago, Spooky and I decided to take a trip out west and basically hit as many weird and interesting sights as we could before looping back around and heading home, which was quite a few. Yeah, I don't care about any of this shit. I'm glad you got to have a nice little trip, okay? That's amazing. Did you meet some neckbeards on the road? Did they want to bang your girlfriend, but they totally didn't get to though? But I did though. It's the same shit. It's the same shit! It's fine though.
I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
What sort of interesting sites did you visit, OP? Awesome museums and restaurants and tourist attractions and haunted buildings and weird people and weirder people and of course awesome food. We like food. Yeah, I like fucking drinking water and breathing air too. Like, it's all part of the human experience, friend. You don't want to be more specific about the haunted buildings? The Winchester House? That's so cool. That's an amazing haunted building that you should visit. But yeah, the museums and tourist attractions, just so non-specific. Yeah, we went out and did stuff. Believe me, for real. Okay, I guess I do. Who cares? On the way home, however, things took a dark and creepy turn when we met him. A completely unassuming man, mid-30s, cleanly shaved and groomed, really nice clothes and decent hygiene as far as I could tell. No immediate alarm bells that he was trouble, so we chatted it up with him for a long time at the restaurant we were at, and it was pretty fun, until we made to leave. Beard,
hey, where are you guys going?
that ain't your fucking business. I'm going to a nameless museum or tourist attraction. His voice seemed a little panicky, says OP, and his eyes began shifting toward the parking lot. You want to come with? That's what that is? It's not gonna happen. OP says, oh, we're about to head out. We got a long road, Beard. But you can't! Spooky and I stared at him, and then at each other. Spook, I'm sorry, but I think I might have misheard you. Did you say we can't?
Yeah, nobody tells me what to do, how to live my life. I'm going where I want, punk.
Whatever, I'll do what I want.
Beard?
Yeah, you can't, not yet. We were having such a good time. I was hoping we could take this somewhere, more private. What do you say?
Bro, how many times can we read the same fucking story over and over? It really is just beat for beat the same thing. Okay, we get it. He wanted to bang your girlfriend, but he didn't get to. But you totally did, though. Awesome. Definitely a story that I need to hear 20 times. It's not making me lose it at all. I love it. OP says, if you're a serial killer, this is the saddest attempt at luring victims that I've ever heard. Yeah, I'm sure you did say that. I'm sure it definitely wasn't you cowering in the corner again while imaginary girlfriend charges into battle for you. Spooky. 1 out of 10. No flair, no pizzazz. How disappointing. I say that about all of these stories, essentially. We started off with a little flair, a little pizzazz, but now we're running on the treadmill. I don't know what else to write about. I'll just change the fucking name and do the same thing again. Okay, well, I guess you could. Beard shook his head, his eyes glimmering excitedly, and Ho's hands fidgeting around nervously. Beard,
no, let me explain. I'm part of a community that hooks up with couples for a night of pure ecstasy. Anything goes.
Yeah, I didn't expect that at all. What a twist. How could we ever have expected the story to go this way?
You two are very attractive, and I want to see you both in your absolute glory, and to, put my hands on you.
Spooky, yeah, I'm gonna stop you right there, you fucking psycho. I think that the true psycho is the person that wrote this story. This exact story with the name changed 20 times. Probably more psycho than that's the person that sat down to read it. I know exactly what's gonna be. I sat down like, yeah, fuck it, here we go again. But just right out the gate, as early as possible, just no surprises whatsoever. I wish I could be surprised. I long to be surprised. Whatever. OP says, yeah, that's a hard pass, boyo. Maybe work on your seduction technique. It's kinda lacking. Are you turned on, babe? Spook, drier than the Sahara. How about you? I'm as limp as wet pasta. And on that note, I say we Scooby-Doo the fuck out of here. What the hell is that? You can't say, like, make like a tree and leave. If you're gonna be clever, it has to actually be clever. Scooby-Doo? What? After this story, I'm gonna need to smoke a doobie-doo. Spook, I'm right behind you, Raggy. I hate this. We turned and began speed walking toward our car, but the creep was right behind us, still trying to propose his twisted idea. Yeah, we can't just, like, ignore him or anything like that. Even beyond that, just punch him in his shit. Whatever, Beard. You'll never know until you try. What could be more invigorating than sharing your bodies with a complete stranger? What's more liberating? This really is the worst sales pitch that I've ever heard. What if you have AIDS? Now great, I shared my body with a complete stranger and now I'm infested. OP says, I'd rather stick my willy in a toaster than get it anywhere near you. Spooky says, ditto, minus the willy bit. So what are you sticking in the toaster then? Your nipples? She doesn't have much that could go into the toaster. I noticed a dozy security guard near the entrance and flagged him down. After explaining the situation, the guard looked at Beard and said in perhaps the most disinterested tone possible, "Stop it!" and then waddled away. I stood staring after him. Yeah, this time the cops and/or security aren't gonna handle it for you, OP. For once in your miserable life, you're gonna have to fight your own fucking battles. So stand up, grab your balls, put up your dukes. It's time to fight, OP. Oh yeah, great. Thanks, mate. Good job. Wouldn't want you to strain yourself, freaking jerk. Come on. Yeah, you really thought that was your golden ticket. He's got a uniform. He'll take care of it for me. No, not this time. I grabbed Spooky's hand and we made a beeline for my car, hopping in and locking the doors. Beard was hovering around the passenger side window, trying to shove a card through the crack. I revved up the engine and tore out of there. Spooky and I sufficiently disgusted and freaked out. Did you crack the window though so you could get the business card, or is he just like trying to shove it into the non-existent space at the top of the window because your window's rolled up? Could have been a really nice business card. I guess we'll never know.
Raised lettering, pale nimbus, white. Impressive.
A few hours later, we decided to stop at another rest area. Yeah, that's all we do. We drive and then we rest. Then we drive a little more and then we rest. And sometimes we visit a nameless tourist attraction. This sounds like the most miserable road trip in the world. Like you want to have a road trip because you saw a road trip movie and thought it sounded really fun, but you don't actually know like what the fuck to do once you're on the road. Just stop at every rest stop and greasy spoon until we die of a heart attack. Maybe that's the merciful thing, you know? Maybe that's the the best way that this could possibly end. Spooky had to pee, and I was getting pretty thirsty, so I figured quick pit stop to fill up my tank, empty our bladders, and continue on our way. Yeah, on our way to nowhere. As I entered the men's room and began relieving myself, I heard the door open and a familiar voice that churned my stomach. Beard. Well, well, well. It's a small world after all. Are you quoting a Disneyland ride at me to be fucking ominous? It's not gonna work. I zipped up and I whirled around to face him. His appearance decidedly more shabby now. Why? Like a couple hours in the car? He looks like shit, but you guys don't? I don't believe it. He had a smile on his face, but it was far from friendly. Now, Spooky and I can defend ourselves. We both take martial arts and are pretty damn lethal if threatened. I'm sure you are. But if Fetbeard didn't do anything to physically threaten me or Spooky, I couldn't just belt him. Why the fuck not? I would have physically threatened you for following me into the fucking parking lot. I said this conversation's over, now leave! But OP doesn't know how to do that. He just runs to the security guard. He's like, help me! OP says, what in the monkey fuck are you doing here? Following us? Beard.
It's a public rest stop. I got as much right to be here as you. Are you ready to take me up on my offer?
OP, I would rather dip my balls in honey and go bear watching. Piss off. You do seem the type to like a bear on your balls. Just not this particular bear that's chasing you all around the countryside, right? He's gonna chase you into a fucking haunted house that doesn't exist, the tourist trap haunted house, and you're gonna run through all the doors in the hallway like a Scooby-Doo, you know? God, it's good. That's classic. That's comedy! I stormed past him and out of the restroom, scanning for Spooky. I saw her looking at a skeleton snow globe and pulled her toward the exit. Yeah, you know, those skeleton snow globes that you see everywhere. What kind of fucking rest stop is this? Jack Skellington, maybe. Maybe I'll buy it, but like, you guys aren't a hot topic. Spooky. OP, hey, what? OP, creepy guy, run now. Snow globes later. Without any more words, Spooky followed suit, and we hurried to my car. I glanced back toward the building and felt my stomach drop. Beard was there in the doorway, smiling and waving at us like we were old friends. I really don't understand Beard's strategy here either. He's like, I'm gonna relentlessly pursue them until they either literally call the cops or physically assault me. Like, the thing that you want to happen is clearly not going to happen. So, stop driving around after these teenagers, you imaginary neckbeard. That's not very nice. I say teenagers, but probably OP's way too fucking old for this. Him and his imaginary girlfriend just driving around the countryside. It's pretty exhausting, I gotta say. As we pulled out, I noticed Beard walking toward a red Cadillac in my rear view. I'd seen it at the previous stop too, so it was pretty safe to assume that it was his. As we exited the stop and got back on the highway, I kept my eyes peeled in the rear view for red Cadillacs. Yeah, kind of fucking hard to miss, isn't it? Spooky saw him before I did, pointing him out after we were 10 miles or so away from the rest stop. Red Cadillac, 2 cars behind us in a different lane. The face of Beard, barely visible. OP, he's fucking determined, I'll give him that. Spooky, wanna pull over somewhere and kick his ass? OP, for what? Happening to be in the same spots as us? I don't think that'd fly in court. We just gotta lose him.
Yay! Reckless endangerment!
I mean, on a freeway, it's pretty fucking hard. You gotta take some side streets, you know, drive up the alley. Preferably at dangerous speeds. Try not to crash into a dumpster. Or do. I don't care anymore. OP says, and how do you plan on losing him? He's like a hemorrhoid, stuck right to our butts. OP, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. No, you're not. At this point, we were 5 hours away from home base, and I'd be damned if I let this dude find out where we live. I spotted a sign for an exit route for a nearby city, and I took it, tearing down the exit ramp. Sure enough, the red Cadillac wasn't far behind, but I was ready for that bastard. It was getting dark, and visibility wouldn't be very good for much longer, so I was banking on that, and my erratic driving patterns through the winding streets of the city to throw him off our scent. Yeah, you know how everything goes pitch black at sunset? That's how we got away. Are there not any streetlights in this city? Like, literally? I guess we get a car chase, you know, that's more than basically any other story has given us. We haven't seen that yet. I'll give that to OP, okay? He's trying new things, experimenting with this format, and that's growth? Question mark? OP says, I was lucky enough to avoid large, congested traffic jams, but was also lucky enough to have a lot of cars on the road for me to weave through. Yeah, I had just the right amount of cars for this story. Please believe me, guys, it's totally true. Turning, backtracking, cutting through side streets, and whatever else I could think of, and finally, got back on the ramp to the highway. The drive from there on out was made up of us nervously glancing in the rearview mirror, fruitlessly trying to spot red in a sea of headlights and darkness. We toyed around with the idea of calling the cops, which Spooky finally did, calling the non-emergency line for some advice. The officer advised us not to stop anywhere else if we could avoid it, and to contact our local PD once we got home if he was still following us. But that, dear friends, is a story for another time. Oh my god, we're gonna get It Beard Part 2? I'm on the edge of my seats, I'll tell you what. That was some of the best shenanigans I've ever seen. He chased you down to a rest stop and asked if he could blow you through the glory hole. Wow! What? And then I told him no. I'm like, no, nobody gets to. Maybe if you were hotter or approached me better or something. Like, OP didn't shut it down completely. He's just like, you need to work on your approach. I don't know if it was supposed to be a dunk or what, but the whole thing you got going on here is really weird and really fucked up, and I'm glad that I don't have to be a part of it for much longer. Let's see what the Gubbinses think about this one.
Why everyone mad at this man? He just tells story about road trip. Very scary road trip where he have perfect comeback every single time. Like movie. No, better than movie. In movie sometimes hero mess up words. This man, every line a banger. Dip my balls in honey and go bear watching. Gubbins try say that in real life once. Gubbins just get punched. But this man, he's so cool he think of it right there in bathroom with scary stranger. Gubbins impressed. Gubbins also lie sometimes. Gubbins.
You would not lie, young Gubbins. Come on now. The bear watching thing, yeah, it is clever, but like you probably thought of it in the shower. If this whole shit happened at all. How about you, Dark One?
Pretty damn lethal if threatened. And yet, across 3 rest stops and a high-speed chase, the most violent action our trained killer took was grabbing his girlfriend's hand near a snow globe display. He has written himself as Jason Bourne, but the footage shows a man who asked a security guard for help and then ran to his car twice. The hubris is not in the creep's persistence. It is in this man believing we would not notice. Dark Gubbins.
It's not the only time he's pulled the security guard thing either. If you'll recall, I've gone on and on about it, but I'll stop now. You got anything else, Gubbins?
Wait. Gubbins just think of something. He say creep follow him for hours across multiple states. Very scary, very dangerous. And his solution, drive in circles, not call police. Drive in circles. Spooky finally call police and they say don't stop anywhere. Wow, incredible advice. Gubbins could be cop too then. Don't do the bad thing. Thank you, officer. Very helpful. Almost as helpful as security guard who say stop it and then waddle away. This whole story full of heroes. Gubbins.
I mean, yeah, everybody does suck here, but that's kind of why we love to hate it. It's fun.
Oh, but the most exquisite detail. That, dear friends, is a story for another time. He is sequelizing his own Reddit post. He has left us on a cliffhanger, as though we are breathlessly awaiting the next chapter of a man who fled a rest stop bathroom. The narcissism is not a trait. It is the entire architecture. Dark Gubbins.
The wildest part is that he does believe people are hanging on his every word. Like, every post is introduced like, welcome back! I know you guys were waiting, I'm sorry I was away! Nobody gives a shit. Just drop the thing and move on, would ya? Christ.
Gubbins want to defend OP, but he call himself pretty damn lethal. Gubbins also pretty damn lethal. Gubbins once killed Spider. Small Spider. It was already dead, actually, but Gubbins stepped on it, with intent. Gubbins.
That counts for sure, dude.
Gubbins, you have more self-awareness than this man, and you just admitted to attacking a spider corpse. That is genuinely devastating for him. Dark Gubbins.
Dark Gubbins, did you just say something nice to Gubbins, Gubbins?
I think you did.
I said nothing of the sort. I insulted the author. There is a difference. Do not make this uncomfortable. Dark Gubbins.
I'm pretty comfy cozy. What a happy little family we got here.
Too late. Gubbins feel warm inside, like rest stop hot dog. Gubbins.
Okay, but the Rest Stop hot dog, it's not warm inside. That's the whole thing about Rest Stop hot dogs. It's been rolling on that fucking thing for 8 hours now. But I'm glad the boys are getting along. Honestly, points for everybody, okay? I want you to continue getting along. And we'll see if that continues in the next post. We get more It posting, everybody. Isn't that exciting? So here it goes, I guess. It Follows Part 2, Home Front. Yeah, God forbid. In my last story, I recounted Spooky and mine's interaction with a creepy, pervy stalker who, after having been turned down for a threes-up with Milady and I, he began to follow us. We thought we'd lost him after some sporadic maneuvering, but as we found out a day later, that was not the case. What did he do, throw a fucking air tag in your back seat? Now he's tracking you on his iPhone? Come on. The night we returned to our apartment, we were laughing about the whole It Beard ordeal, wondering if he was going to try and hook up with every couple he saw at random rest stops, and generally having a laugh at the creep's expense. That's right, we're so hot and he's not, and we said we didn't want to interact with him anymore. High five! We're the best! But I couldn't shake the feeling, though, that it wasn't over yet. And I had no idea how right I was. It's so hokey. You fucking OP out here chewing the scenery through text, you know?
Turning now to international news. Oh, fucking shit!
Spooky and I were in bed, her being sound asleep, and myself trying and failing to get comfortable and finally giving up altogether. I decided to step out onto my balcony and have myself a little drink. You got a balcony and all this shit? You got pinball machines in the basement? Vending machines in the kitchen? OP's balling out, like in a way that we don't even know. He can't talk about it because he's under an NDA, you know? He's actually due to go fucking topple a South American government quite shortly. That's why he can't talk about it, you know? He does all sorts of cool, badass action hero stuff, guys. But right now it's just me having a little drink on the balcony, watching the city below. Like, would I enjoy it? Yeah, I would. But I'd be enjoying it so much that I'd never even think to put it in a Reddit post. I don't need your fucking validation for my balcony, okay? Opie says, our apartment's on the 4th floor of a 5-floor apartment building, and we had a stellar view of the parking lot from our little balcony. So there I was in my underthings, sipping a glass of whiskey, and wistfully gazing into the semi-darkness of the lightly illuminated parking lot. It's so hokey. This is like what OP thinks a man does. He has no idea how to be a man, to be a person, so he's just like, oh, I'll do that thing I saw in Mad Men one time. That's a show that I like. Come on, man. I stand on my balcony, but I drink a pina colada through a straw with my pinky poking out. I'm like, scrumptious. And then I go in and fuck my wife. You don't know what to think. I don't fit in your box. Oh no, I did the thing OP did. Oh god. Yeah, sometimes we do it. And then, that's when I saw it. Red Cadillac! You just run in and punch Spooky. You're like, slug bug yellow, bam! And, parked opposite my vehicle. No sign of the driver in or around the car. My heart started pounding in my ears, and I quickly darted back into my home, slamming the sliding glass door behind me, causing Spooky to bolt awake. You probably shouldn't slam glass doors, you know. Also, how are you standing out there fucking sipping on the whiskey and whatnot and you didn't see it? Is the parking lot just that full? It's a 5-story apartment building. I guess it could be moderately. But if his car's right next to your car, the first thing I do when I walk out is check my fucking car. Just another thing in the list of a million things that makes this story so unbearably fake. Spooky says, what's going on? She said groggily. Her face was a mixture of sleepiness and confusion. What's going on? Something like that. I didn't answer right away, rummaging in our closet for my gun. Oh, come on, I thought you were a big, lethal guy with your fists and whatnot. But the gun is something I understand. I respect a gun. It's like, I've been drinking whiskey and I got a gun. Oh, shit, this is the most American story that we've read in a long time, isn't it?
America! Fuck yeah!
Spooky and I both own and carry handguns, but we've never mentioned them up until this point, so that's interesting to just throw in there. But we usually keep them at home since we live in a generally safe neighborhood and have only shot them at the shooting range. Yeah, so that's what they're for. They're just for the shooting range. You don't carry them around, they're useless. You get robbed, they're at home in a drawer. What the fuck? Opie says, but I was scared at this point in time. I wanted insurance. I pulled my pistol from its case, loaded it, and racked the slide, but kept my finger away from the trigger and the safety always on. Always practice safe firearm handling, kids. Oh yeah, look at OP elucidating his trigger discipline. Wow, the basic bare minimum. How fucking good for you. By this point, Spooky was wide awake and next to me. Did she grab her gun too? Did you guys hold the guns up and like go back to back like a fucking movie poster, We're ready to take this guy down.
They are the world's most deadly assassins. Their identities are a secret, even from each other.
What do you think she learned to shoot like that?
I'll meet you at the red Cadillac. It's so dumb. Spooky, what's wrong? What's with the gun? I know I could be a pain, but this... OP, red caddy in the parking lot next to my car. That can't be a coincidence. Yeah. Her first instinct was that you were going to shoot her, because that introduces some comedy into the story, doesn't it? Spooky's eyes widened, and she rushed over to the balcony to see for herself. After she was done car spotting, she came back to me quickly, throwing on pants and a shirt, and grabbing her gun as well. That's right, double team it, shake and bake, bitch! Spooky, so what's the play? You want to go and check it out and see if we're just being paranoid, or do you want to call the cops? I mean, we got guns, bitch. Let's go out there. Let's wave our guns around. I've only had like 6-7 drinks today. I'm still good. But let me take the safety off and put my finger on the trigger just so I can make sure I get the jump on this guy. OP says, I am not leaving this apartment unless we're absolutely positive that he's alone. Going out there guns blazing is a stupid idea, but what are the cops gonna do? What is fucking anybody going to do, okay? You could just ignore it. That probably would be perfectly fine. What's he gonna do, kick down your door? The door's locked. I'm sleeping with my handgun under my pillow. What could possibly go wrong? Spooky says, oh, I don't know. Maybe the cops would arrest his dumbass? Before I could say anything, the intercom to our apartment buzzed. Spooky and I darted to the kitchen where it was, and I answered. OP, hello? Silence. OP, hello? In a slightly louder voice. And then the voice came through. Beard. Little pigs, let me come in. What? For real? What the fuck are you talking about? OP says, how'd you find my apartment, you sick bastard? Beard, not by the hair on your chinny chin. OP, I'm calling the cops, so feel free to stick around. Beard, little huff, little puff, and I'll cave your heads in. That's when I pulled out my shotgun that I never talked about before. We keep it in the cabinet. I kept my finger off the trigger. Then Spooky pulled out the laser pistol that we got from Aliens a few months back. I'm like, okay, fuck. Yeah, neat. I'm sure somebody showed up to beat you to death because you didn't want to sleep with them. I mean, it's not a rational response from anyone at all, but like the percentage of it actually happening. The number of people that would do this is just astonishingly low. I came here to tune some people up, so I'm gonna park openly next to this 5-story apartment building, walk up all the stories, like ring the intercom, It's the most conspicuous thing in the fucking world. So, given that, I'm not scared. Truly, OP shouldn't be either, but like, that's his whole personality. Despite his username, Big Irish Guy, he's a simpering little coward. Please don't come up here. I've got a gun. Also, I'm really tough, though. I could totally beat him up if I wanted. Oh my god. I'm glad we've spent this time together. Like, I know him back to front at this point. Anyway, yeah. After the threat, the intercom went dead, and I was pretty pissed and shaken. Nobody threatens me or Spooky and gets away with it. See, he talked all that shit, now you gotta show him what's what. Go down there. Guns blazing, I'm for real. So I did something very, very stupid, and if you're reading this, by God, do not do what I did. I went after him. I bet you did. Let me go have another whiskey. I need to be on whiskey number 9 when I go after him. I was still in my underthings, carrying my gun, and I raced through the dark hall of my apartment building to the elevator and then down to the ground floor. Yeah, the security guard at the front desk, like, what the fuck? The apartment building had a 2-door security system. Outside door was left unlocked, but the inside door could only be opened if somebody buzzed you in. And as I rounded the corner where the elevators were, I saw the dark silhouette of a man standing in the entryway. Yeah, I don't think the buzzer system really works all that well. Like, the only time I've ever seen that and wanted to go in when there was nobody there, you just push all the buttons. Somebody will let you in. As I got closer, I saw the humorless smile of Beard and his piercing eyes locked onto mine. He was wearing gloves and carrying what looked like a hammer in one hand while fiddling with the door handle with the other. Why? It's a glass door, isn't it?
I'm X-Ray Cat. I can see through wooden doors. I can see the criminal on the other side. You can't see me, and with my...
You can see through it. Why would you not just smash it? Why would he not be in the middle of smashing it if he's really like, I'm gonna come cave your head in right now? But first, let me jiggle this door handle while you ride the elevator down. It's so contrived. I raised my gun at him and shouted, "If you come anywhere near me, I'll blow that smile right off your face." Yeah, that's cool. That's like something Arnold Schwarzenegger would say in Running Man, you know? My words didn't seem to register, nor did the fact that I was pointing a pistol at him. He merely stood, staring, eyes never wavering from me. The hammer held lazily at his side as he continued to try and force his way in. Yes, force his way in, but not very hard. He kept his hand on the door handle, menacingly! Coming to the conclusion that he was indeed carrying a hammer, Beard raised it and brought it down against the thick glass of the door again and again and again, not causing much damage, but cracking it somewhat. See, we should have started on this minutes earlier. We didn't have to buzz anybody at the intercom. And even once he gets into a 5-story apartment building, like, how's he gonna know which apartment is theirs? I guess because you answered on the fucking intercom. Idiots. He might have tried every apartment. I guess I'm unpacking it too much. My palms were sweating. Vomit on a sweater already. Spaghetti. And my legs were trembling. I was so fucking scared. I stood frozen, a statue in the foyer of my building, hoping and praying that someone else would hear and come to my aid. Wrong here, H-E-R-E. You want them to hear, not with their ears, but with their feet. Maybe strength in numbers would scare him off, I thought. What the fuck? You have a literal gun! He's got a hammer. 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. Be done with the thing. You have a record of the police call. He showed up in the middle of the night and tried to beat the door in. You're well within your rights, okay? Maybe not if you're in California, but I don't think they are. OP wants to run around with his fucking gun like a cool guy, but yeah. The time comes to use it and he's just like, oh no, I'm too scared to do it. I don't know how the safety works on this thing. They always take it off for me at the range. Yeah, tentatively, I put my finger on the trigger and switched the safety off my gun. I might have to shoot somebody tonight, I thought, bile rising in my throat. Well, just do it, before you think about it too hard. You don't want to see him as a person. You don't want to think about the life and family you may have had. You just, you pull the trigger, and I eliminated the threat, and that's all we can think about from here on out. Was he a person? I mean, yeah, allegedly. Barely. But I was determined. There was no way in hell, as long as I was alive, that bastard was getting to Spooky. This is so weird. I know I'm supposed to be on the edge of my seat, but I'm just face palming through the whole thing. Thankfully, I didn't have to shoot a man that night, because the second I'd left our apartment, Spooky did the sensible thing and called the police. Yeah, and then the police see OP with a gun and shoot him. That would be hilarious, dude. Best ending to the story. Even better than the heart attack thing I said earlier. They arrived within minutes of the call. 4 or 5 patrol cars with lights and sirens blaring, along with an ambulance. Beard was brought to the floor and cuffed, and I was relieved of my weapon and cuffed as well, just until the cops could determine what was going on. Yeah, you see me inside the apartment with a gun. You see him outside banging on the door with a hammer. Doesn't really take a detective, does it? But God, cops do like to slap the cuffs on fucking anybody. Anybody I can. Just sit in my car for a minute. We're definitely not going to drag you away and put you in a cage. Oh, sure, yeah, I trust you enough to sit in the car. Not. Seconds after they arrived, Spooky was downstairs holding me as I sat shaking on the floor. Bitch, what the fuck? You didn't do anything! Yeah, I guess it's a high-tension situation, adrenaline and whatnot, but like, holy shit, you are just the frailest. What the hell? Her whispering words of comfort to me as the police took statements from us and the few other curious residents who had come to see what the commotion was. Yeah, the cop's like, so he was banging on the door with the hammer, and Spooky's in his ear like, you did so great, baby. I love how you stood downstairs and did fucking nothing. Beard was led away in cuffs, still smiling and trying to look at us, his eyes never blinking, it seemed, and the cops offered to take me to the hospital to get checked out, but I refused, just wanting the whole mess to be over. Well, did he get through the door? You want to go to the hospital just for fun? Is that what this is? After what seemed like an eternity, the cops left, and Spooky and I were back in our home, holding one another. I'm silence as the sun began creeping over the horizon. Did you finish off your 12th whiskey? Yeah, I got to 15 whiskeys, threw up in the bushes. Very romantic. Understandably, we both called off work and spent the day in each other's company, awaiting any news of what had become of Beard. Wow, you could just put your whole fucking life on pause like that? Some guy showed up to my house last night. I was so scared. I can't come to work, boss. What the fuck? You're fired then. You don't have a reason to not be here. We need you here. But I don't know what I expect. OP's about as fucking useless as anything. As it turns out, Beard suffered from a variety of mental health issues, one of which being schizophrenia, and had been in trouble with the law before in different states for assault and harassment, but always managed to elude the authorities until this point. Yeah, he wasn't doing much to elude them, was he? The cops just don't give a shit in this universe at all. Like, help me! He's following me through the parking lot. Security's like, don't. Help me! He's following behind me in his car. Cops are like, yeah, just don't. Okay, good. Awesome. I'm glad everybody's fucking got it together. Maybe that's just like the state of this universe. The universe where everybody thinks they're the main characters and are too cool to fucking get involved with anything. At least until it becomes time to write the Reddit story. You know, we might actually live in that universe. It might not be a parallel universe. I think it is this one. Whatever, who cares anyways? The situation made Spooky and I reevaluate our tendency to strike up conversations with strangers in the future, because you can never be too sure what's going on behind someone's seemingly innocent smile. Yeah, I know that. Fucking don't trust nobody. Head on a swivel out here. You're preaching to the choir. I got that one on lock already. Don't worry. Don't you worry. As far as the events of the story, just, I don't know, more facepalm. That's all I have to say. What the actual fuck? I guess because he has schizophrenia, that's why he buzzed the intercom and quote the Three Little Pigs book at them. Yeah, that explains it all. I still hate it. I guess it was more engaging than some of the other stuff we've written, you know? It was a life and death situation, except we had a glass door separating us. A very sturdy glass door at that. If it's like plate glass, you just like, boom, one shot and through. And if that were the case, OP literally would have been beaten to death, okay? I do not believe that he had the stomach to pull the trigger. And if that's the case, why are you even carrying the fucking firearm around? You're a LARPer at that point. He didn't even pull a trigger and he's collapsed on the floor shaking. I need my girlfriend to come pick me up. What a crock of shit. But let's throw it by the gubbinses. What did you think, boys?
OP is tactical genius. He drank whiskey in his underthings to lower wind resistance for the coming battle. He hear little pigs and know he is the big bad wolf even without trousers. Truly, running into a hallway half naked with a firearm is the pinnacle of home defense. Most people use locked doors, but OP use exposed thighs and nursery rhymes. Gubbins.
The underthings and whiskey detail is the ultimate tell. This isn't a recount of a crime. It's a failed audition for a direct-to-video noir flick. He isn't a protector. He's a man desperately self-inserting into a power fantasy to mask a life devoid of actual stakes. Dark Gubbins.
God damn, so much gas.
Dark Gubbins too mean. Maybe whiskey make him strong. Like Popeye with spinach, but with liver damage. Gubbins.
He was sipping whiskey on a balcony in his underwear. Gubbins. He's not a hero. He's a public indecency charge waiting to happen. Dark Gubbins.
OP wouldn't make it on the inside, I know that.
But he have Spooky. Is good name for cat, not for lady. Gubbins.
She doesn't exist, we can call her whatever we want. I think that Dark Gubbins clinched that one, honestly. I know it'll be controversial, but definitely, yeah. He's coming into his own. That's what I could see. And it's a beautiful thing. So, good job, boy. We're reaching the end now, which, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Put me out of my misery.
I gotta end this. I'm telling you, this is all I can take.
So this is a day on the mat with Kyle. Yeah, you know Kyle. He drinks white Monster Energies and punches holes in the drywall. Good old Kyle. OP opens his post with a query of sorts. What is it about mixed martial arts that attracts the kinds of people who make us physically cringe so hard it's almost like we're having a seizure? Yeah, everybody here is so stupid except for me. Why do I have to be the best person in the room all the time? That's crazy. Either you've got like some amped up dude bros who drink nothing but Busch Light and wear backwards caps unironically, or neckbeards who think the best chance at wooing the ever elusive milady is by learning the martial arts. I mean, I guess it does help with the feeling tough and whatnot. I mean, I don't have to tell OP about that. He knows. He loves feeling tough. He's like, I got a gun, I chased this dude down, and then I cried even though nothing happened. My girlfriend had to comfort me. That was the last episode. It was fucking hilarious. Anyway, yeah. Hey, if it gets you out of the house and being physically active good for you, yeah, is it? I think we might have accidentally a word there. But most of the neckbeards or dude bros I've met aren't interested in the benefits MMA has to offer besides learning how to mess people up. Like Kyle. Is Kyle just gonna be like a rampant sociopath? You could do interesting things with this character, but OP won't. Kyle was a mess from day one, and it only got worse from there. He showed up to his first day of conditioning in baggy cargo shorts, a black hoodie, and a too small fedora, which he proceeded to tip at all people present. Would you like to spar with me?
Sir or madam, I challenge you to a duel.
It's time to
Do a barrel roll.
I think that's what the tipping of the fedora means. At least if my neckbeard ease is up to date, which it's not. Our instructor was fed up with him in the first 5 minutes of him being there. Keep in mind, the martial arts Spooky and I practice is Muay Thai. Very strike-centered and stamina-draining, which is why rigorous conditioning is required to keep pace with it. Dude, I seen OP out there. He's kicking down like this fucking coconut tree. I thought for sure he was gonna break his shins on the thing, but sure enough, the damn coconut tree fell over. I was like, well, damn, that ain't too bad. And then he collapsed to the ground, and his girlfriend had to comfort him. He's like, I'm just so sad. All those lost coconuts. Yeah, but he's pretty tough and rigorous and whatnot. Our instructor, who I'll call Kim, is a Thai man who lives and breathes this martial art and has been teaching it for 10 years. So you can imagine his irritation when some overweight white kid in cargo shorts starts trying to lecture him about his race and teaching. But I didn't see the race thing get brought into it quite yet, but it seems it's coming. Kyle says, you know that Thai culture is significantly less advanced than, say, Japanese culture? Have you considered looking into Japanese fighting styles? I feel they're far superior to anything that you've been teaching. I mean, Japan was very isolated for a long, long time. Thailand's sort of been in the schmicks, you know? So they're right there on the Silk Road, what the fuck you call it? They spawned in a real good spot. I think they changed their name from Siam at some point, which I guess is allowed on this server. I wish I could change Kyle's name to something more interesting, but I'm I'm just completely drained. We're just trying to get through it. Master Kim says, you think that all you like, but in my class, you follow my teachings. My word is law here. Understood? Kim is a very kind and patient man, but even Mother Teresa would have wanted to whack Kyle at this point. I mean, you can. Okay. You think you're hot shit, Kyle? Meet me in the ring. And then you, like, beat up one of your students. It's good for morale. Not Kyle's morale, but, like, everybody else in the class that wanted to see it happen. But aside from his annoying arrogance and overall sour attitude, there wasn't much in the way of terrible neckbeard behavior. Until he met Spooky. Oh no, another guy wanted to bang my girlfriend and he totally didn't get to, though. But I totally did, though. Oh my god. It's just, it's nothing like the formulaic stories we've had before. This is new and edgy and interesting, isn't it? Hope he says Spooky's missed a couple weeks worth of conditioning and training due to illness and was ready and eager to get back into the swing of things. I'd regaled her on many a tale about dear Kyle and his cringy, holier-than-thou attitude toward fighting. I mean, aren't you the one in there cringing at the people that you're taking the class with? Holier than thou. Why don't you fucking stick it up your ass? Spooky was indeed excited to meet the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, that might be selling it like a little bit too much. But anyway, we got to the gym, and Kim welcomed Spooky back with a warm smile, and then had us and the other students, around 5 others, minus Kyle, start doing our warm-ups.
I'm so excited, it's yoga time, only men invited.
Kyle was late as usual, since he very obviously hated warm-ups and wanted to get straight into the action, which anyone who's ever done any type of sport will tell you is a pretty stupid thing to do. Gotta stretch them hammies. As soon as Kyle lumbered into the gym, however, he stood gaping at Spooky, who is A, the only female in the class, and B, a very appealing girl to watch work out, and also C, happened to be wearing leggings and a sports top, which emphasized her, assets. Oh my, OP. And I'm sure as your drool mouth brainlet spawn grows inside of her, she's only getting more voluptuous, you know? And also, what the hell are you doing in a Muay Thai class if she's pregnant? We're gonna take care of this problem one way or the other. Maybe it's the merciful thing, though. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, okay? I just think it's interesting. Last episode, oh yeah, my wife is pregnant. Next episode, and then we went to a Muay Thai kickboxing class. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So Spooky and I were doing medicine ball drills, which for those that don't know, is passing a weighted ball around to warm up your arms and core. Yeah, you guys, you never heard of a medicine ball? What are you, stupid or something? That's when I spotted Kyle ogling Spooky and pointed him out to her. Immediately, Kyle made a beeling for us, which I guess is a beeline. Kyle, oh, well, hello there. Who might you be? His voice was raspy and he kept licking his lips audibly, which only added to the cringe. Spooky, my name's Spooky. I'm Irish's fiance. I smiled at Kyle when Spooky emphasized the word finance as if daring Kyle to try her. I mean, fiance, finance is sort of in the ballpark, isn't it? Kyle glared at me, sniffing haughtily. Kyle, well, that's nice if you're into that sort of thing. I always thought the concept of marriage to be alien to those with a higher understanding of how things work. Oh yeah, looks like you really got it down pat there, buddy. But don't worry about that too much, buddy, because now OP is here, and he's definitely going to straighten you out. He might cry afterwards. OP says to Kyle, Kyle, the only thing you have a higher understanding of is Cheetos. Damn, dude, sick burn. He probably does like Cheetos. Who doesn't like Cheetos? They're really good. Spooky. Babe, that's not called for. He's obviously a Doritos kind of guy. Haha, yeah, those chips that everybody likes. That's another variety. Good job. Are you being paid for this post? I'm gonna send an invoice to Frito-Lay. Kyle. You talking a lot of shit, Irish. Why don't we settle this in sparring? Oh my god, dude. OP's gonna beat this guy up. It's gonna be so cool. Everybody's gonna stand up and clap after. It's gonna be it's gonna be the best thing he ever saw. Or Spooky will fucking save him. So Spooky and I stopped our drills for a moment to gawk at Kyle. See, he'd never so much as attempted to spar with anyone, even though our gym does open sparring regardless of skill level, as long as you sign a waiver and wear the proper safety pads. Kyle always talks shit to everyone, saying he could outclass us all no matter what we practiced. Our gym is split into 5 different classes: Muay Thai, boxing, combat conditioning, taekwondo, and jiu-jitsu. Yeah, and no Krav Maga. I really would have expected this to have at least a sprinkle of Krav Maga in it, you know?
Do I detect a note of sarcasm?
Are you kidding me? This baby is off the charts. Why?
But for all that shit he talked, he never managed to back it up, despite his numerous challenges. Oh yeah, but he wanted to take on you, OP? And doesn't he know you're the big dog around here in this gym? I take all 5 of the Muay Thai, boxing, combat conditioning, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, sometimes Krav Maga on the weekends classes. I know all of the martial arts, and surely Kyle shall be bested. Now everybody quiet while OP tells us how cool he is again. Now, I'm not saying like I'm Bruce Lee or Jason Statham or anything, but I've been doing boxing and Muay Thai for the better part of 5 years now, and I throw myself into my training. Kyle, on the other hand, did the absolute bare minimum to even be allowed to attend the class, i.e. drills and technical training. After the initial shock, Spooky began laughing so hard it caught the attention of Kim, who came over and reprimanded us for standing around and talking. Kyle, I wish to battle Irish. I wish to battle him as well. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be, you know, a mental joust, and also, unfortunately, Irish seems a bit ill-equipped for the whole thing. But I don't know, the Romans enjoyed, like, watching people get eaten by bears and shit, so you just, even if it's a one-sided fight, at least it's a show. Kyle said all this like we were in a life or death situation, like he was the protagonist of his own little anime, and I was the villain at the end of the first arc. You guys are having exactly the same thoughts about each other, just, you know, reversed. OP thinks he's the protagonist and the other guy's the anime villain. You could almost hear Kyle's theme song start to play. In reality, he was an overweight, sweaty dude yelling in the middle of a gym filled with very confused-looking people. Kim just looked at him, annoyed. Kim, spar after class, not before. Now find a partner for drills, Kyle. Kyle, I choose Spooky. Spooky, I'd rather sodomize myself with a hair straightener. Plus, I'm with my lucky charms here. Yeah, doesn't hurt any less the third time she says it either. Kyle huffed and stomped off, probably to pester some other poor soul, and class continued otherwise unmolested by Kyle's antics. Aside from his usual complaining about everything he could think of, mainly how inferior Thai martial arts were to Japanese. Well, why not take a Japanese class, you ask? I haven't the foggiest idea. Maybe he's a master of some ancient Japanese martial art and he's trying to like drum up business for his class. So he's sowing the seeds of dissent in the Muay Thai class. So now they'll want to take the whatever super cool Kyle Eastern Japan martial art powered by white monster energy. As class wrapped up, the mat opened for the sparring portion. By this point, I'd forgotten about Kyle's challenge and was just chilling with Spooky on the benches, drinking to water, when Kyle lumbered up and jabbed his finger at me. Kyle, don't think I've forgotten about you. OP, huh? Kyle, fight me, you coward. OP, dude, come on, you. Kyle, I knew you were a bitch, Mick F. Slur. OP, alrighty then. Fat man's about to die today. Oh, that's right. I could definitely be goaded into a fight. You just have to call me the right expletive. After getting outfitted in the proper equipment, Kyle and I squared off under Kim's supervision.
Bow to your sensei. Bow to your sensei!
Kim want to go home and eat fucking dinner with his wife and kids, okay? leave Kim out of this. If you bludgeon each other to death, you already signed the waiver. It's fine. And OP says, I was in constant motion, keeping myself limber and light on my feet, whereas Kyle stood stock still in a weird kung fu pose, one hand fully outstretched in front of himself, palm facing me, and the other arm in the air. Kim said fight, and immediately I closed the gap between us, aiming a kick square into his chest, which connected solidly. With a grunt, he staggered back, and I continued the assault, hitting him in the head with a right cross, followed by a leg kick. Oh my god, you are a blur of motion, OP. Just hit him with the three-piece and fucking, he didn't try to dodge or anything. Just stood there and took it on the chin. Maybe it's part of his strategy. OP says Kyle attempted to fight back, bless his heart, but the combination of his weight and poor stamina management caused him to gas out real early. To his credit, his punches were very solid and had quite a lot of power behind them, but without good form and technique, power is pretty useless. I was easily able to block, evade, and counter his strikes. Oh, I played that game. You like Counter-Strike, guys? I'd rather be doing that right now. I don't even really like Counter-Strike that much. I just fucking hate the Spooky Saga. Yeah, I guess that's one way to do it. You gotta end it with a bang. OP's like, okay, we gotta have a physical fight, but one that's sanctioned, so I don't go to jail or whatever. So yeah, after about 5 minutes, Kim called the fight. When Kyle doubled over in pain, red-faced and wheezing, sweat pouring from seemingly every orifice he had. Can we not talk about Kyle's orifices? You took note of that, did you? Okay. I'm gonna take note of you taking note, okay? And I went over to him and patted his shoulder. OP, good fat mate, but I don't think you're gonna beat anyone just doing the bare minimum. Dude, this sounds like some Street Fighter-ass dialogue, which does get me pumped up. When it happens in Street Fighter, I'm like, dude, I do want to fucking reach the top. I want to be the best. I gotta train harder. But coming from OP, just makes me hate it. I don't think OP's like really put himself into anything. That's why he's forced to stand around and lie on Reddit to even have some semblance of relevance outside of his like tiny vacuous existence. Whatever. Kyle says, "Screw you, butthole." I shrugged and turned to walk away when I felt a fist connect hard with the back of my head, causing me to lurch forward, my vision swimming. Oh snap. Spooky yelled out in anger, as did Kim, and there was a loud thump, followed by Kyle crying out in pain. Turning around, I saw Kyle sprawled on the mat, clutching his stomach, with a furious Kim standing over him. Kim, attacking an opponent when his back is turned? Coward! No safety gear on. That's an assault! You're banned! Banned from here for life! Never come back! I'd never seen Kim so angry, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't furious myself. Yeah, you want to give him one in the ribs? Just for good measure, you know? Let him know who's boss. OP doesn't do that, though. The fighting part's over now. Now we'll have the verbal joust. OP says, "Wow, you absolute cowardly piece of dog shit. You better get out of here while you're still able to walk," I shouted. Spooky was holding my arm tight, but her fave was flushed with fury. Do you like throw your arm forward and fling Spooky at him? Is that like your ultimate special combo Muay Thai attack? Because that would be neat. I would like to see that. Just anything, anything other than what we've seen before would be great. A few of our classmates dragged Kyle out of the gym, kicking and screaming the whole way, and Kim came to make sure I was okay. Kim, "Are you okay? You want to call the police?" OP, "Nah, he's just an asshole. No need to get the cops involved." I mean, yeah, or we could send you to the hospital. Your pupils are slightly different sizes, which is concerning. Anyway, that was the last time we ever saw Kyle, and I can't say I'm too heartbroken about it. So what became of him? He just got to punch you in the back of the head and leave. That's wow, that was a cool story. I sparred with a guy at the gym. Neat. I definitely needed to read a story about that for 30 minutes. That's changed my life trajectory completely. I don't know if you understand. I don't even want to chew on this one anymore. I want to throw it to the Gubbinses so they can gobble down some of this slop as well. What do you think, boys?
Kyle is not mess. Kyle is tactical. He wear a fedora to class to protect brain from inferior Thai thoughts, which is very smart and very Japanese. Then he used secret move Fist of the Cowardly Dragon on OP's head because OP too busy being main character with hot girl assets. Kyle not lose fight, he just performed surprise safety inspection of OP's skull durability. Gubbins.
Foreman's gonna come in here and have a field day.
A fascinating collision of two equally desperate delusions. The basement-dwelling anime protagonist versus the self-appointed tough guy narrator seeking digital applause for beating a man who gasses out from standing. Kyle's sucker punch was the only honest moment in this entire farce of projected masculinity. Dark Gubbins.
God damn, Dark Gubbins. I mean, I hate to do it, but the way that Dark Gubbins digs in, it's just what I need. It's what completes my life at the moment. Couple more of these stories to go, so we'll keep it rolling. Why not? Thanks so much for being here, by the way. Sign up on Patreon or YouTube memberships. That'd be pretty cool. I'm sure I'll plug more things later, but that's it for now. Let's get over there. This is the tale of Fetishbeard. Yeah, I wonder what that guy's deal is. It's a mystery. You know, the thought of becoming a father is, see, the baby survived the Muay Thai class? Wow, I'm glad you let us know the update. That's very important to me. I'm so glad and happy for you and all of us that will have to deal with your spawn in, a decade or so. Oh look, there was one of him, and then he made another one for no reason.
I'm done here. I fulfilled my purpose. I ain't need to see no more shit down here.
Great! Now we have two! Yay! So yeah, the thought of becoming a father is at once the happiest and most terrifying thing I've ever faced. Questions and scenarios and nightmares and night sweats, and just a lovely overabundance of thoughts that bury themselves into my addled brain until I'm nothing but a walking poster of neuroticism. Yeah, that's what every kid needs, a very neurotic father. I think that's the mother's job. You're supposed to encourage him to jump off the thing, and she's supposed to say, oh no. At least that's how I've seen the dynamic unfold. But you're doing something different, which, you know, you can. You're allowed. And one such fear that recently came to pass is the thought of my pregnant fiancé coming into contact with unsavory characters, and I won't be there to help her. Not that she needs it, mind you. I thought you guys were, like, attached at the hip. What, she's going to, like, some Lamaze classes or something? And you're like, I'm too cool to go to that. I'm gonna hang out here and kick over this coconut tree, practice my Muay Thai and holding a pistol but never shooting it. A few weeks ago, Spooky and I just finished crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's in the purchasing of our first real home, and we couldn't be happier about it. Oh, wow. Everything's just coming up roses for you, isn't it? The wife is pregnant, we just bought a house, and still doesn't have a job to pay for any of this shit, but hey, great. And I'm very happy for you. I wish you luck with the mortgage. Having an actual house, complete with a spacious backyard, a back porch for all our barbecue needs, and a lovely interior, the likes of which I could hardly fathom myself being able to afford. Yeah, but luckily we're here in just make shit up land where we can have whatever we want. So, I mean, that is really convenient, you know. I'm glad things are going so very well for you in make shit up land, and I hope you never come back.
I just sing the imagination song. Imagination.
The process of moving into our new home, however, was a far less glamorous endeavor, especially given the encounter we had with the aptly named Fetish Beard, a man, and I use that term loosely, who ranks among the most unpleasant and disgusting humans that I've had the misfortune of meeting. Yeah, just another one. Throw him on the pile. This one's different and interesting. I gave him a name that's vaguely related to sexual things. Does that make it more interesting for you? God, I hope it does. Because the plot of this one, I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but I'm pretty sure the plot of this one is, I think Fetish Beard wants to sleep with OP's girlfriend, but he doesn't get to, though. But OP, he totally does get to, though, at the end. I don't know. You can place your bets on how you think it's gonna go, but that's where my money is, okay? We're gonna make a lot of money today. Our first encounter with the unpleasant ball of grease and Cheeto-dusted facial hair was the first day of moving. Spooky, Slim Jim. Oh, Slim Jim's back! Where the fuck you been at, bro? He told you. He just disappears. Spooky, Slim Jim, and I had managed to move a majority of our smaller and more manageable items from our apartment, but decided to go through a moving company for our larger, more cumbersome furniture, i.e. wardrobe, king-size bed frame, massive wooden dresser, as well as several large bookshelves. Yeah, all of those bookshelves, I guarantee they're just fucking completely empty. What books do you think OP has possibly read that made an impact on his life? C-Spot Run. Anyway, enter Fetbeard, one of 4 movers who was sent by the company we hired. A massive bloke who was indeed on the heavier side, but not fat. Rather decently muscled. But you noticed that, did you? I'm noticing you noticing that again. And that's strike 2, buddy. Buster Brown. Alright? You might want to fucking cool your jets there, a little chief. Alright? So yeah, he reeked of old sweat and even older food with unkempt, greasy beard, sunken eyes, and shiny red face. Oh, so it's like powerlifting fucking hobo Santa Claus guy? It's an interesting picture you're painting. As soon as we laid eyes on this guy, Fetbeard gave off a creepy vibe, especially when he caught sight of Spooky's ever more conspicuous baby bump. Oh, I understand what the... Oh, god damn it. I told you, maybe Muay Thai would have been the merciful thing, you know? Maybe that's how all this should have ended. Just fucking, okay, it's tragic, but is it though? Would it not be more tragic on a longer timeline? Oh, yeah, okay. I guess we take the ride. Gubbins is gonna end up saying something gross about it, I'm sure. So yes, ever more conspicuous baby bump. Fetbeard looked at it with an almost hungry, feral gaze, only broken when his colleagues prodded him to get to work. Sensing potential danger, I asked Slim Jim if he would watch over things while I took Spooky out for the day, away from the creepy stares and leering smiles, courtesy of Fetbeard.
Know what could really help you sort through these important issues?
Slim Jim kindly agreed, and I took my love out for a spa date.
Orange mocha frappuccino!
To give her something to distract her. And soon all thoughts of Fetbeard vacated our steamy, pampered brains. I'm so pleased that we can still afford the spa dates after we just put a mortgage on our shoulders. But that's good. Being a McDonald's manager, it fucking pays buku bucks, dude. I'm buying houses left and right. I got like 4 properties. Crazy. I'm totally not even jealous about all the made up money and things that you have. I'm really not. A few days after our initial encounter, strange things began to happen around our property. Oh, like that My Property Isn't Normal creepypasta that we read one time on the channel. Dude, that was so good. Bushes would frequently be found trodden down and broken. Errant trash would be found scattered around our yard. We talked with the police about it, and they urged Spooky and I to install a security camera pointed at our backyard and one at our front, which we did. I guess there's really no mystery here as to who was doing the thing. It could have been any of these 4 movers, but no, it's the one we talked about specifically. Another couple days passes without anything out of the ordinary happening, until one early afternoon when I was sat behind my desk enjoying the aftermath of a delicious lunch when my phone began to buzz. Yeah, sitting at his fucking desk, doing what? What's the job? Eating lunch? Seeing Spooky's name pop up, I answered immediately. OP, hey, is everything alright, love? Spook, babe, you need to come home quick, like right now. Oh yeah, just let me take off from work. I was just eating my 3rd lunch, so I just packed the rest of that up and I'll be on my way. Her voice was strained as if she'd been screaming, and immediately my heart plummeted to my stomach as I hastily rose from my chair, dashing to my uncle's office while trying to figure out what happened. OP, what happened? Are you hurt? Talk to me! Spook, that guy, that mover guy, he was in our house, in our room. My heart was beating faster and faster as I hurriedly explained things to my uncle before making a dash for my car and trying to keep my voice as calm as I could. OP, where are you? Did you call the cops? Is he still there? Spook, I don't think so. When I saw him, I screamed and he bolted, and I locked myself in the bathroom, and the cops are on the way here. Just get here, please. Please. Oh, you said the cops are on the way? I don't know, baby. I got a warrant, you know? You could have called me or them, but probably both in the same place is not a good idea. No, but really, like, how terrifying would that be? If this instance were real at all, that's pretty good nightmare fuel, you know? You think people would do that? Just get on the internet and make up lies about nightmare fuel to get updates? I guess they would. I've seen the proof right before my very eyes. When I arrived at the house after breaking more traffic laws than I care to admit, I arrived to find 2 squad cars and an ambulance, with my very stressed love being examined by the EMTs. The officers were on their radios, putting out an APB on Fetbeard before one officer came to ask who I was. After explaining myself, I rushed over to Spooky, who, despite being haggard and shaky... haggard? The first thing you notice is that she doesn't look well. You look haggard, dear. Well, yeah, a psychopath broke into our house while you were sitting at the desk eating lunch for 8 hours. Yeah, she was shaky too, but she seemed perfectly fine for the most part, much to my undying relief. Oh yes, I simply don't know what I'd do if she looked even more haggard. Like, she has this entire traumatic... It's happened multiple times through this series, okay? She has this entire traumatic experience, and OP just brushes it off. He's like, oh yeah. She was fine, though, basically. Let's get back to talking about me. Okay. We haven't quite done enough of that yet. You're right. Let's get back to it. It didn't take more than a few hours for the police to locate and arrest Fetbeard, who was found hiding under a tarp 3 blocks away. What the fuck? Okay. He swore up and down that he wasn't the man they were after. A quick viewing of our camera footage proved otherwise, and according to the officers who relayed his words to us, Fetbeard had an unhealthy attraction to poggernant woman, one that turned into obsession to the point of stalking. I mean, I got a pretty good solution to that. You guys said you keep guns in the house, so like, what happened to them for this story? They were just a convenient plot device. We don't get to take the guns outside of the apartment. We bought our home, but I can't afford to replace that pistol. Okay. So, Fetbeard had been watching Spooky ever since he'd moved our things into the new house. Until that day, he decided to enter our house. Seeing no cars in the driveway, he assumed that nobody was home. Fetbeard told the officers he didn't want to hurt Spooky, just wanted to steal some used panties and toiletries if he could. And then Spooky walked in on him and he bolted out of there in a hurry. Fetbeard is currently in lockup, awaiting trial, the outcome of which will determine whether or not he'll be free to stalk more women who meet his perverted criterion. That being said, I urge you all to be cautious about the people you decide to do business with. I mean, I guess, if nothing else, the last sentence is a good a good handy hint for life. Everything before that is just tripe. It's garbage. Are there insane people out there? Yes, absolutely. But the amount of people who would stalk you to your home, I said in the It Beard thing from last time, the amount of people is hugely small, and to have it happen twice, like yeah, we got stalked to our apartment, and then guess what? We moved to our house and also got stalked to our new house, but it was by a completely different guy. Like, you just fucking... I don't know, man. At a certain point, you know, you jumped the shark. I can't say precisely when it was, because it's been so long ago. I feel like I've aged 1,000 years reading this entire shit. But we're reaching the end now, which, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Put me out of my misery.
I gotta end this. I'm telling you, this is all I can take.
Gubbinses, do you want to get in here? Do you have anything to say about this threatening and predatory, but also somehow uninteresting man in the story?
OP is very smart hero. He see feral gaze from scary man and decide best defense is spa day. This like Gubbins seeing house on fire and deciding best defense is go buy ice cream for Gubbins. He not neglecting fiance, he providing distraction for the villain. Very generous, very brave, Gubbins.
Love it. I love ice cream.
The narrator's desperate need to frame himself as a protective alpha, while simultaneously admitting he left his pregnant partner alone after sensing danger, is a fascinating study in cognitive dissonance. He hasn't written a horror story about a stalker. He has written an accidental confession of his own pathetic inadequacy. Dark Gubbins.
I don't know. You can't really stay home with her all day. Like, that's not feasible. I gotta go eat lunch.
Why her name Spooky? Is she a ghost? Gubbins not like ghosts. Ghosts not have babies. Ghosts have boobies. Wait, gubbins.
Booby Gubbins! Oh,
Gubbins.
boy.
It is a nickname, you insufferable simpleton. Focus on the theatrical incompetence of the narrator. Dark Gubbins.
I like that part too, yeah.
If she ghost mover man not find her under tarp, he find her in the afterlife. Dark Gubbins, too grumpy. Gubbins.
You saying he's gonna kill her?
I am not grumpy. I am witnessing the death of literature. Dark Gubbins.
Oh my god, let's lay it to rest as soon as possible, yes. I like that one line from Dark Gubbins, but overall I think Gubbins was smashing on that one. Yeah, ghosts have boobies. I like ice cream. That's all I need. Now the score's all tied up. We got one more part to go. Anything could happen. It's anyone's game. Are you on the edge of your seat? I am. So join me over there. But first, check out the Spotify and iTunes podcast services, you know? You want some ReddX on the go? That's good stuff for you. We also got apps in the Google Play Store there. Did I and Spin It. We've got more coming soon, but I'll just leave it at Did I and Spin It for now. If you're an ADHD cheese brain like me, you tap a button to remember that you turn the stove off. Or you spin a wheel to make hard decisions a little easier. Simple, nifty tools for the ultra hyper focused. And with that said, I'll move on into the next part. No more plugs. I don't think we have any more plugs. We're going to have more plugs at the end. That's fine. But here we go. This is the return of Benny. Redemption. Oh my god, he changed his ways and became a better person. I guess that's the best way that we can end this, you know? As much shit as I talk, I hope everybody comes out of it for the better. But I don't know, the work has got to come from both sides. I can stand here and scream at people all day, but unless people are willing to take the message on board and make changes in their own lives, then the words don't mean shit. So yeah, I guess let's check on our friend Benny, should we? He's the one that's dropping all sorts of slurs last time. It's not often you hear about neckbeards who turn over a new leaf, who shed the skin of cringe and sleaze to exist in the world of the sensible. However, in those rare instances, the once bearded beings seemingly go through a complete metamorphosis, becoming nearly unrecognizable. Not generally. I think it's much more of a slow shift, but I guess if you've gone for years without seeing the person, then it can be a little jarring, maybe. I don't actually care. Opie says, my cousin Benny, the rancid little pubic louse who grabbed at my fiance's ass last Thanksgiving, had been carted off to reform school by his distraught parents as a last resort for his disgusting behavior. The straw that broke the camel's back being an instance where the little shit was caught playing pocket pool into some women's underwear at a Walmart. I mean, wasn't there one point in our history where we would just euthanize him over it and not a tear would be shed? Like, yeah, he was really inconvenient. We can't have him be here or alive anymore. I'd not heard anything about Benny for nearly a year, and he had honestly passed from my thoughts as life kept throwing me curveballs, the likes of which would be enviable by any MLB pitcher. Yeah, I watch the sports ball too, guys. Such as the birth of my child, Persephone. Persephone! Yeah, that's the normal name. That's a good name to give to another human. You're gonna carry this shit through your whole life, Persephone. Say it like fucking Sylvester the Cat. Persephone! Persephone! Then you really get the juice for like how fucking ridiculous the name actually is. Whatever, it's fine. Great choice. Glad you like it.
Imagination.
There was also the marriage to my love, Spooky.
Imagination.
And now the seemingly endless pandemic we all have to deal with on a daily basis. I'm glad them times is over, on some level. I guess that means I could have caught like the tail end of these stories being freshly posted. Then OP would probably see it, and probably that's a good thing, you know? If you can stomach it, I guess. There's not a lot of people out there that would be willing to sit around and have their writing fucking criticized over everything for 6 hours. Whatever, who cares? And plague times is over. So a few days ago, I received a text from my uncle telling me that Benny had returned, that he had asked to see me and my now wife to apologize for his past behavior and to make amends. Naturally, I took this with a grain of salt. I've heard the whole turned over a new leaf shtick before, and I'd be damned if I'd fall for it again. Spooky, however, was more willing to hear him out. Spooky, it wouldn't hurt to just give him a chance, would it? OP, I gave him several chances. He messed everyone up so far. Why should this time be any different? Because this one might actually be different, OP. From the title of the post, The Redemption of Benny, I think maybe it could possibly happen. Perhaps. Wouldn't that be a twist? We would never see that one coming if it weren't the title of the post. He's so dramatic about the shit. Like, just hear the guy out. What, you want to make words of me? Okay. And then I'll note it down that you're full of shit again. Or maybe not. Maybe it'll all go different and surprising if it weren't the title of the post. Spook says, your uncle seems to think he's changed. Why not see for ourselves? OP, and if he hasn't, what then? Spooky, well, I could always give him another broken nose. Yeah, we'll plan our assaults out. I love premeditated crime. Why'd it go like JFK? I love premeditated crime and clam chowder.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
I finally relented to Spooky's insistence, but under the condition that we leave our daughter, Persephone, with my mother, since I'd sooner wear a miniskirt in prison before letting my child anywhere near that tumor with legs. We set up a meeting at our local Italian restaurant, a favorite of mine and Spooky's, and waited with bated breath for the arrival of Benny and my uncle. Wouldn't it be funny if Gangster Beard showed up and Kyle came too, and it was just like a reunion of all the beards, and then OP told them off forever and they were banished from the island and everybody in the restaurant stood up and clapped? God, that would be so awesome! Why doesn't that be the ending that we have now? My brain is fucking leaking out, dude. I'll never forget the shock of what I saw come through the door of that restaurant, where once there'd been a fat, greasy lump with terrible hygiene and manners wearing the epitome of cringy fashion. There now walked in a thinner, healthier-looking man with groomed hair and actual, honest-to-God, decent clothing. If my uncle wasn't standing beside him, I would say that was not the Benny that I knew. Yeah. Some people change and grow. You should try it, OP. He's like, oh, look at you and your honest-to-God decent clothing. I wonder what OP thinks decent clothing is. Like, yeah, you can wear polo if you want, bro, but you gotta pop the collar up like this. That's how cool people do it. And as soon as he spotted us, my uncle brought Benny over, who at first refused to meet my eye, looking instead at the floor or any place he could, while my uncle, Spooky, and I made small talk. Finally, my uncle placed a hand on Benny's shoulder. Uncle,
son, is there anything you'd like to say to your cousin and his wife?
Benny was silent for a moment before looking at me with tears in his eyes, much to my increasingly mounting surprise. Benny,
I'm so sorry for everything, but most of all, grabbing Spooky, you know. I'm sorry to you as well, Spooky. I hope you, Tio, can forgive me.
Don't worry, Tio will forgive you, bebecito. I think you misspelled too. But yeah, Tio will forgive you too. What's cousin in Spanish? Prima? Something like that. I don't think that's right. I gaped at the boy, shocked, and I'll admit, I'm pretty damn skeptical. But as the evening wore on and I talked more with Benny, I felt the earnestness in his desire to change. He'd lost weight, changed his diet, was going to therapy to try to get to the root of his problems, and most impressive of all, even started a part-time job stocking shelves for our local supermarket. But he spelled stalking like, you know, a creeper would do, which is sort of ironic. Everything's coming around full circle. While this tale may not include my trademark wit and Spooky's sass, yeah, I really feel like we fucking missed out on something there, you know? The last one, and you couldn't even bother to try and come with the sass. I guess I have to deliver enough sass for both of us. I wanted to share this for the sole reason that I'm proud of my cousin. Proud that he's striving to change himself for the better and already making marked improvements in his life. Benny still has a long road ahead of him. He still has some issues he needs to work through, but I can honestly say when I bid him goodnight, I felt a genuine fondness for the boy that I never thought possible. The boy. Yes, I'm so much older and more mature than you. I've got my life figured out, but you're well on your way. Like, what the fuck? How do you have the audacity to talk like that? Because we have the job our uncle granted us, eating lunch at the desk, and we can fucking buy a house with the salary. But nepotism's not real, though. I've been absent from this subreddit for an entire year, mainly due to the fact that I haven't had any encounters with neckbeards for a long time. Spooky and I are married, and our daughter was born on January 12th. A healthy, bubbly baby whom I dote on with every fiber of my being. Yeah, tell everybody the name again though, OP. It's Persephone! Yes. If this is to be my very last post on this subreddit, I want you all to know it's been fun sharing my experiences with you all, and I thank you for the well wishes and the many wonderful things said about myself and my wife, Spooky. Wish you all the very best from all of us in my little clan. Oh, you can't... if you're a white guy, I don't think you can have a clan. That's... they sort of had the kibosh put on it, you know. Holy shit. What a nothing story. I'm glad your cousin was able to reform himself, but the fact that you still like look down your nose, consider yourself superior, makes me think that you also might do with just a touch of some self-reflection, you know? Maybe your life isn't so perfect and all it's cracked up to be, but yeah, as soon as he admits that to himself, that's when he'll be ready to ask himself the hard questions. And not a moment before. I can only hope that in however many years since these stories been posted, OP's been able to find himself a little bit more, be a little more honest with himself and others on the internet, I guess. Like, I don't mind a made-up Reddit story. I've said that from the beginning. Probably most of them are made up anyways. But for me, like, making it a good ride, you know, that's where the real magic is. And unfortunately, he's really not clever enough to make it a good ride. It's literally the same story with like new coat of paint. Oh, now the genders are swapped, but it feels exactly the same, and it leaves a lot to be desired. I'll say that much. But still, good cringe had by all. Probably not specifically in the way that OP intended, but that's what makes great art, you know? It pulls different reactions out of different people. I just called it art. My brain truly is melted. Gubbins says, come in here and save me, would you please?
Benny, not bad man. He just confused athlete practicing for Olympic butt grabbing at Thanksgiving dinner. Very dedicated. Then he do science experiment with underwear at Walmart to see how cotton react to chemistry. A true scholar. Now he stock shelves and wear human clothes. Benny is butterfly. Fat, greasy butterfly who stopped biting people. Very inspiring. Gubbins.
Yeah, butterfly who knows about chemistry.
The transition from public indecency in a discount department store to a retail vest is not a redemption arc. It is a tactical retreat. He hasn't conquered his demons. He simply realized that the scent of laundry detergent is more socially acceptable than his previous mask of failure. Dark Gubbins.
Alright, big bet from Dark Gubbins that Benny's gonna die alone, but what parting words do you have for the OP? Do you still find him repugnant in this story?
Why this man mad at formulaic story? That not bad, that consistent, like a factory that makes same shoe forever. If you stay in shoe factory for 10 parts and complain you see shoes, maybe you the problem, Gubbins.
Well, fuck you very much, Gubbins.
The critic is merely articulating the collective sigh of an audience finally freed from the suffocating weight of a narrator's unearned arrogance. It is not just a review. It is a long overdue autopsy of a dead ego that refused to stop talking. Dark Gubbins.
You see? Dark Gubbins gets it.
Dark Gubbins, too mean to Big Irish Man. Maybe he just like his own voice. Gubbins talk to Wall for hours. Wall never complain. Gubbins.
Wall is always there for me, that's true.
The wall lacks sentience, Gubbins. Whereas this narrator lacks a single shred of humility. One is a tragedy, the other is an irritant. Dark Gubbins.
They both lack sentience.
But Wall have ears. Wall hear everything. Wall think Gubbins is very handsome. Gubbins.
You are a handsome boy, Gubbins. Don't let them tell you any different. But I think Dark Gubbins is going to take it today. Congratulations, boy! It was a close one. It was a really, really close one, you guys. But, yeah, Spooky Saga, I mean, who else would take it but Dark Gubbins? That just makes good sense. That's good branding. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I think the only thing I didn't plug is maybe the fourth wall and the merch over there. Oh, and my Steam game Waifu Pilled is totally coming out this year. Go wishlist it if you would. Podcast, Patreon, memberships, etc. You know what it is. It's fine. If you watch this far, you probably know. It's fine. But I appreciate you guys watching, for real. Helping me to do the thing, live my best life out here. If you stuck through the entire Spooky Saga, like, I don't know what to tell you, you're a real one, you know? That's like My Immortal levels of bad. That's the next challenge if you haven't watched My Immortal yet. Go subject yourself to it, because I did. But yeah, overall, thank you. No matter what you decide to do with your day, friends, remember that you are loved, you are worthy. You definitely deserve it. And I shall see you in the next one. So until then, bye-bye.
Thank you for calling ReddX Industries. Your call is very important to us. Please hold on the line while we decontaminate the lab.